Assalomu alaykum, aziz do'stlar, hamkasblar, o'qituvchi professorlar. Bugungi mintaqalararo hamkorlikni qo'llab-quvvatlash, ta'lim sohasida tadqiqotlar va innovatsiyalar bo'yicha birinchi O'zbekiston-Eron xalqaro onlayn akademik forumiga xush kelibsiz. Avvalambor ushbu forumni tashkillashtirishda amaliy yordam bergan bu Aniq va ijtimoiy fanlar universiteti rektori doktor G'olibjon Botirovga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Bu shu universitetni, yangi universitetni ilm-fanga qo'shgan hissasi albatta beqiyos va bu bilan ushbu universitet qanchalik xalqaro hamkorlikka qiziqishini ko'rsatadi degan darajaga ham ega deb o'ylayman. Albatta, mana shu hozir ochilish marosimida bizni da'vatimizga yo'q demay, taklifimizga qabul qilgan Qoraqalpoq davlat universiteti rektori professor Ahmed Reymovga, Urganch davlat universiteti rektori professor Bahrom Abdullayev, Tehron universiteti xalqaro hamkorlik bo'yicha prorektori professor Abdulmajid Iskandari va Eron Islom Respublikasining O'zbekistondagi favqulodda muxtor elchisining birinchi maslahatchisi Masud Nili janoblariga o'zimni minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Men o'ylayman, bu forumning asosiy maqsadlari bu aynan madaniyatlararo muloqotni kuchaytirish, fanlararo loyihalarni rag'batlantirish, yangi bilimlarni yaratish va almashish va forumning eng muhim maqsadi bu albatta ikkala davlat o'qituvchi professorlarni bir-birlarini tanishi. Chunki hozir globalizatsiya davrida, global dunyoda, taraqqiyotda insonlar bir-birini tanimay turib, bir-biri bilan agar qandaydir hamkorlik qilmay turib, qanaqadir keyingi bosqichga o'tishi juda ham qiyin. Shuning uchun men o'ylayman, mana shu tür konferensiyalar albatta ham universitet uchun ham aynan o'qituvchi professorlar uchun katta foydasi bor. Kelajakda shu tür forumlarni, bunga o'xshagan forumlarni Xitoy, Yaponiya, Koreya, Qozog'iston, Sloveniya, Fransiya va Turkiya bilan tashkillashtirish niyatlarimiz bor. Men o'ylayman, sekinlik bilan O'zbekiston olimlari shu tür forumlar orqali o'zlarini turli xil, masalan, o'sha turli davlatlarda yashaydigan o'qituvchi professorlar bilan tanish imkoni yaratiladi. Men o'ylayman, bu birinchi boshlang'ich forum. Forumga hamma xush kelibdi, albatta, bu biz uchun katta baxt. So it's early morning here in Uzbekistan, and I would like to say good morning to all and assalamu alaikum to all our friends who are joining this conference. It's a great pleasure for us. It's a great honor for us to start this forum, the first international forum, Uzbekistan-Iran forum, to accelerate the cooperation and collaboration among two countries and among universities across the two countries. So it's a great honor for me to start this opening ceremony. Endigi so'z navbati Aniq va ijtimoiy fanlar universiteti rektori nomidan professor Jamila Djumabayevga. Jamila opa, so'z sizga. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forumimiz ishtirokchilari. Good morning, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very glad that we participate here as a host university on behalf of our rector, G'olibjon Isroilovich. I would like to greet all our friends, professors from different countries, from the different regions of our republic. This first Uzbekistan-Iran Academic Forum on Education, Research and Innovation, inspiring regional collaboration. I think that this kind of forums gives us great pleasure to be in one online forum to exchange our experience. And I would like to say that we are very glad and we would like to express our gratitude on behalf of not only our rector, but our professors who work. We started our activity from January 2023 very young university, but we are eager to collaborate with different countries, with different universities. And I would like to say that we would like to continue our collaboration. We are eager to participate in different online, offline conferences. And I'm sure that this conference will prove to be fruitful, informative for all of us, for all members. And I would like to wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katta rahmat, Jamila opa. Men o'ylayman, kelajakda ham shu tür forumlarni davom ettiramiz. Endigi so'z navbati biz uchun qadrdon bo'lgan Qoraqalpoq davlat universiteti rektori professor Ahmed Reymovga beramiz. Ahmed aka, so'z sizga, marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari. Bugun mana mintaqaviy hamkorlikni rivojlantirish deb nomlangan ta'lim tadqiqotlari va innovatsiyalar bo'yicha birinchi O'zbekiston-Eron akademik forumida sizlar bilan ko'rishib turganimdan albatta Berdaq nomidagi Qoraqalpoq davlat universiteti bugungi kunda 17 ta fakultet, 51 ta kafedra, sirtqi ta'lim va magistratura bo'limlari mavjud bo'lib, 1000 ga yaqin professor o'qituvchilarimiz ilm fan sohasida faoliyat yuritib kelyapti va bugungi kunda talabalarimizning soni 30 mingga yaqinlashib qoldi. Endi hammamiz ham bilamiz, endi bugungi kunda ilm fan, ta'lim va ishlab chiqarishning mustahkam integratsiyasini ta'minlash asosida ta'lim sifatini yaxshilash, raqobatbardosh kadrlar tayyorlash, ilmiy va innovatsion faoliyatni samarali tashkil etish, xalqaro hamkorlikni rivojlantirish bugungi kunda juda ham eng katta dolzarb muammolarning oldimizda turgan vazifalardan bo'lib hisoblanadi. Eron Islom Respublikasi bilan o'tkazilayotgan Mintaqaviy hamkorlikni rivojlantirish forumi ushbu ishlarni amalga oshirishda albatta muayyan darajada juda ham katta ahamiyat kasb etadi. So'nggi yillarda O'zbekiston va Eron Islom Respublikasi o'rtasidagi munosabatlarimiz barcha sohalarda rivojlanib bormoqda. Buning tasdig'i sifatida hozirgi yurtimizda 400 ga yaqin Eron sarmoyasi ishtirokidagi korxonalarning faoliyat yuritayotganligi bu misol bo'la oladi. Bugungi o'tkazilayotgan tadbir Eron Islom Respublikasi universitetlari bilan aloqalarimizni yana ham mustahkamlab, ilm fan sohasidagi hamkorliklarni kuchaytiradi va kelgusida davlatlarimizning ravnaqi uchun xizmat qiladigan yangi qo'shma loyihalar ustida ishlarni amalga oshiramiz deb umid qilaman. Albatta bu bizning universitetimiz uchun bu xalqaro aloqalarga chiqish, mana ayniqsa bugungi kunda biz endi Rossiya Federatsiyasi, Belorussiya bilan Malayziya davlatlarining oliy ta'lim muassasalari bilan yo'lga qo'yganmiz aloqalarimizni, lekin mana bugun mana birinchi qadamlarimiz bu Eron Islom Respublikasi bilan u yerdagi oliy ta'lim muassasalari, ilmiy tadqiqot muassasalari bilan birgalikda albatta biz kelgusida birga ishlash, akademik mobillik, talabalar mobilligi, qo'shma ta'lim dasturlari, umuman ta'lim sohasida va ilmiy tadqiqot sohalarida ham birga ishlash bizning niyatlarimiz bor, rejalarimiz bor. Albatta bu forumdan keyin bu rejalarimizni yanada amalga oshirish uchun katta imkoniyatlar yaratiladi. Mana chiqishimdan foydalanib, bugungi forumni o'tkazishda mana tashkillashtirib, jonbozlik ko'rsatayotgan mana hurmatli rektorimiz G'olibjon aka Botirovga, Ipak yo'li tadqiqot akademiyasi professori Azamat Akbarovga o'zimning chuqur minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman va forumning barcha ishtirokchilariga sihat salomatlik, ta'lim sifatini oshirishda olib borayotgan ishlarida katta muvaffaqiyatlar tilab qolaman. Mazkur forum birodar xalqlarimiz o'rtasidagi muhim aloqa rishtasi sifatida xizmat qilishidan juda ham katta umidvormiz. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Rahmat Ahmed aka, juda ham iliq so'zlar va motivatsiya beradigan so'zlar ertalardan. Haqiqatan ham Qoraqalpoq davlat universiteti juda katta potensialga ega. Ya'ni yurtimizni g'arbidagi eng yirik universitet va umuman respublikamizdagi yirik universitetlardan bittasi. Men shaxsan o'zim 2019-yil universitetga tashrif davomida ham o'qituvchilar, ham professorlar, ham binolarni o'zim shaxsan ko'rganman. Men o'ylayman, logistika va transportni kundan-kun rivojlanishi sababli juda ko'plab reyslar qo'yilyapti hozir turli xil davlatlarda va men o'ylayman shu orqali kelajakda xalqaro hamkorlikni ham yo'lga qo'yish osonlashadi deb o'ylayman. Ishlaringizga muvaffaqiyat tilab qolaman, Ahmed aka. Salomat bo'ling hamma vaqt.
Rahmat.
So it's a great, thank you. Yes, it's a great pleasure continue our opening ceremony, and now it's my great honor. With the great honor, I should pass the floor to the first counselor of the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Mr. Masud Nili. Mr. Masud Nili, happy to have you here and welcome to our forum. And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Dr. Azamat. University professors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express my great honor to have this opportunity for being present in this very important conference. I wish success and tangible outcomes. I appreciate and thank the organizers, Silk Road Research Academy and University of Exact and Social Sciences of Uzbekistan for their initiative. Their contribution for providing these opportunities is commendable. Holding the first Uzbekistan-Iran academic forum on education and research shows the dimension of two countries' relationship. Iran and Uzbekistan enjoy friendly bilateral relations, which in terms of people-to-people contacts go beyond centuries. Commonalities in culture, art, language, literature, traditions, history, and civilization create an opportunity for expanding all kinds of activities between two nations. Last year, in September 2022, in Samarkand, a city where is well known for all Iranians, the government of Iran and Uzbekistan signed 17 documents, MOU, agreements, and treaty, which some of them covered educational issues. In the important upcoming events in the next 2 months, on June 18 to 19, 2023, Uzbekistan president will be visiting Tehran, and it is expected more documents and agreements to be signed by two governments in different fields and subjects. These high-level dialogues and consultation have had positive, constructive impacts on expanding and strengthening the two countries' relations. It is obvious that more academic cooperation between universities of two countries must be included. My very short personal experience in Uzbekistan, around 5 months, indicates that based on commonalities, we can create more spaces for collaboration in the field of education and university. The embassy here in Tashkent attaches great importance to have educational relation with host country Uzbekistan and supports collaboration and coordination to facilitate further activities. The academic society of Uzbekistan is witnessing changes in higher education system, and achievements are tangible. Iran, as a leading country in the region in terms of science and education, can play a significant role in having concrete academic relation with Uzbekistan. This conference is the first and great step. For being successful, we need more and more steps which lead to greater opportunities and achievements. There is no doubt that such conferences and interaction among the scholars community pave the way for further harmony in decision-making body. Let me conclude by a sincere thank and wishing success for all participants and panelists. Thank you.
Haile Mamnoon, really appreciate your inspiring speech, Mr. Masud Nili. It's a great honor for us to have you here, and I do believe this forum will serve a platform for joint cooperation between two countries in terms of universities. And I do hope that today Uzbek and Iranian professors will come together and they will talk on different topics, and they will find the counterparts. And that's why the forum will be successful in terms if there will be a continuation between the as a sign of cooperation between the two universities. Really appreciate. Keyingi so'z navbatini biz uchun juda ko'plab loyihalarimizda ishtirok etgan va o'qituvchi professorlar bilan ham ishtirok etadigan universitet bu Urganch davlat universiteti nomidan biz taklif qilgandek rektor Bahrom Abdullayevni hozir ko'rib turyapman. Menimcha Bahrom aka nomlaridan Sardor aka chiqish qiladi. Sardor aka, marhamat, so'z sizga.
Rahmat katta. Assalomu alaykum, dear participants of the International Scientific Practical Conference. I'm glad to see you at the first Uzbekistan-Iran Academic Forum on Educational Research and Innovation, inspiring regional collaborations. In cooperation with the higher education institutions of our republic and our friendly and historically, culturally close country, Republic of Iran. First of all, this academic forum is intended to bring together researchers, practitioners, and teachers interested in teaching English language and linguistics at all levels. In addition, I would not be wrong to say that it is a practical expression of the decisions of the President Shavkat Mirziyoyev and the Cabinet of Ministers of our Republic aimed at promoting the study of foreign languages in our country. In fact, in recent years, systematic work aimed at the development of foreign languages, especially English, has been carried out in our country. Many international conferences and forums are held in this regard. The university team is very pleased that Urgench State University is also in partnership within this international academic forum today. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the coordinator of this project, Professor Azamat Akbarov, and the participants of the conference on behalf of our university. The knowledge, best experience, and skills acquired at the forum will be used in the future to prepare knowledgeable, broad-minded, strategically thinking personnel to further improve the knowledge and level of our society's members. In-depth study and popularization of the best practices abroad. I'm sure that it will be very effective in applying teaching methods to educational process of universities. Dear participants of the academic forum, good luck to all of you in this regard. I wish success to all of the participants on behalf of our rector, Bahrom Abdullayev, and whole university team. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inspiring speech, Sardor aka. Really appreciate. I know that Urgench State University is one of the leading universities in terms of mathematics and pure sciences as well. And you're organizing a different type of competitions and international tournaments on mathematics. And this is you are continuing a good legacy, actually, that prevails in Khawarizm region. Really appreciate it, and I wish you a very good, fruitful advance and success in the future. Really appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Now, thank you. Yes, and now we are continuing with the opening speech. For today, we also have one of the the largest, one of the largest and the icon university in Iran. It's the University of Tehran. And in my last December visit to Iran, I met this person personally, and we had a very good chat in his office. And I'm very happy that as a fruitful cooperation of the bilateral visits, now we have Dr. Abdulmajid Iskandari, Director General, Office for International Relations, University of Tehran. Dr. Iskandari, the floor is yours, please.
Okay. Do you have my voice?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So fortunately, I'm very pleased to have been invited to take part in this important forum. It's very important in my opinion because I was reviewing the history of relationship between Iran and Uzbekistan, and it dated back to thousands years, and we have been neighbor and we have had good relations, common languages, common culture, common religion, and so many things. Our grandfathers, they have had good relations, and especially the importance of your country. I mean, the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara and the other cities, they were on the same route of, I mean, Silk Road. And in fact, it was a bridge serving between East and West. And Iran, we don't feel that we are separate from you. I think we are the same. And I was looking at mosques and historical monuments, and they were very similar to ours. And it shows that in the past, we have had successful cooperation, relations, friendship, and why this generation not to resume such kind of significant relations. And Uzbekistan and Iran share deep cultural and historical ties. And this proves that we can promote already established relations. We have signs of your great poet Ali Shirin Awai in country. We have a very famous. I was remembering. I mean, the poem which is read here, a song. Nawai is very famous here, and I saw so many caravan Sarah and other historical monuments in Khorasan province at the coming from Ali Shirin Awai or after him. And I saw why we do not. We need to work more to highlight these cultural interaction which existed between our country. In the old history, Achaemenids and also Sassanids, and later on, I saw so many things important. For example, I saw, and it shows that the people were interested in culture and wanted to disseminate their information. And I was in the observatory of Ologbek in Samarkand, and I saw so many wonderful common things between our country. And I hope this starting point which you have initiated, Dr. Azamat, that you have started, this is a very important initiative. And as our colleague from the Iranian embassy also emphasized, we can expand and develop the already established ties. And I'm very pleased to hear and to listen to the words of colleagues from Uzbekistan. And we hope we can have more exchange of professors and students and scholars, and help to at the national interest of both countries and friendship between the two countries. Thank you.
Yes, really appreciate Dr. Iskandari. You mentioned about historical ties of two countries, and I think as a young generation who are continuing the good legacy of cooperation, as a university professors and university teaching staff, we are obliged to move further, accelerated experience because there is no way just a cooperation, because we are almost the neighbors. And I hope that the people of two countries will benefit when the universities will start the cooperation, because this is the science, this is the intellectuals, and I think all the goals will be succeeded by very fruitful university cooperations. So really appreciate your presence here. So now the opening ceremony is ended. I really appreciate for all participants who are joining us. I think right in the afternoon we will have more participants since the sessions will start. So now we are moving to the second phase of the forum with the plenary speakers. And today we have 32 plenary speakers, 12 from Iran and 20 from Uzbekistan, from 10 Iranian universities and from 8 Uzbek universities. And hopefully by end of the day today, we will have a different type of topics, including applied linguistics, discourse analysis, social linguistics, translation studies, cognitive linguistics, history, philosophy, literature. So, and as I mentioned, this is just the initial stage of the forum. Hopefully, in a coming month, we will organize a very specific topic forum. So, and this experience that I will get from the forum will help and will serve for another big projects as well. Okay, so we are right on time. So it's 11 a.m. morning, and it's 9:30 in Tehran. So the first speaker, the plenary speaker, will be Dr. Iskandari from University of Tehran, and he will talk about theories of translation. Dr. Iskandari, turns is yours, please.
Okay, thank you again for having me in this important forum. In fact, just I want to, why I'm talking about translation, since I am also a translator in a sense, I have two caps. I mean, one is serving here as the Director General Office of International Relations, and my personal interest is translation. I have translated so far more than thousands, articles, and have been published in our local newspapers or journals. And I have a personal interest to work on translation, so that I eagerly also study the theories of translations. And I used to teach translation theories at the university, but much more important is that I'm a practical translator. In fact, I have worked on so many articles, academic or papers related to literature, history. By theory of translation, theory of translation is concerned with the translation method appropriately used for a certain type of text. In a wide sense, translation theory is the body of knowledge that we have about translation. Translation is discussed whether it is a science or an art, which I believe is both. By reading theories of translation, you will not become a translator. You need to practice what is presented as theories. You are familiar with many theories of translations. I mentioned just the name. Such as a sociological approach. There are so many approaches for theories of translation. Sociolinguist approach, which talks about what is and what is not translatable and acceptable. According to this perspective, a translator is necessarily the product of his or her society. Our own sociocultural background is present in translation, which we do. Another approach is the communicative approach, that theory of sense based on experience according to this perspective, meaning must be translated, not language. And so the important thing is the addressee and the reader. Language is nothing more than a vehicle for the message and can even be an obstacle to understanding. This explains why it is always better to deverbalize instead of transcoding when we translate. Another approach is hermeneutic. Hermeneutic approach is mainly based on George Steiner research. He believed that any human communication as translation, and it needs a true translator should be capable of becoming a writer in order to capture what the text says. Another approach is linguistic approach, which you're already familiar, literary approach, and semiotic approach. As a translator, I believe that a translator, like a honeybee, should taste the nectar of all flowers and then produce the best one. Selection of text is very important, and the translator is not an easy task. The translator should also read or understand between the lines, because even in literature, we believe that the words are living things. And so when you produce a translation, a work of translation, it is not a machine. It is not in isolated, ivory tower. You need to establish communication with the reader. Some people believe, some scholars says that the translators are treasoner, and because they distort the original text. In any situation, the original text cannot be exactly communicated, and the translator should, in fact, recreate the text. So in this sense, I believe that the job of translation is more important than writer, because writer originally produces based on his or her talent, but the translator should visualize the original text and then recreate it. And translators are very informed people, because they are exposed to the first information. So the text is very important in the society. They can transfer ordinary text, something unimportant, or they can help their society to increase the knowledge. When we study the history of translation in the West, it mostly starts from the holy books such as Bible. The translation was under the dominance of church, and they didn't let other people translate the words of God in their sense, because they believed these texts are religious and have sanctity and are sacred. So nobody was allowed to translate. If you study the history of translation in the West, the Saint Jerome was excommunicated because of translation. But little by little, so many people such as Luther, they came and said, if this religious text is for people, it should be translated in a simple language. And little by little, they detached from that previous old style and pompous words. In recent years, such figures such as Peter Newmark or Eugene Nida, they are for the reader-oriented translation and dynamic equivalent. They say, as I said, human beings is not a machine, and translation should, the translator should convey the same feeling, the same sense of the original text. The translators must always increase his or her knowledge. Should know the colloquials, the language of the language of the society. There are so many types of translations: translation of films, translation of literary works or even poems. Those who go to translate the poems must, in a sense, be also poet themselves, because it is not easy just to, like a machine, use a machine and translate the words. So nowadays, there is a Google translation. Fortunately, using smart translation, nowadays, most of the translator which is produced by Google Translation is understandable. And it shows that there have been so much development, but still it is not the ultimate, I mean, the absolute successor of translator. It needs also paraphrasing. So word by word translation maybe in some texts can work, but we have so many translators that they have different approaches. Some of them they are not faithful to the original text, but academically then it is not reliable. We have so many books which is pleasant, which is enjoyable to the readers, but academically they are not true, because translation should be faithful to the original text, and we are not authorized to produce another text. As I said, the literary translation grammatically maybe is correct, but the words needs to be transferred also. Some people say translation is either beautiful or faithful, but I believe that it should be a combination of both faithfulness and beautifulness. It needs for which purpose we are going to translate. We should know the culture of the text which we are going to translate. Sometimes a word of translator, especially when it comes to simultaneous translation, they might create so many misunderstandings. We have had examples that in an important session, such as the president of a country, for example, the translator has made a mistake, and then it has created misunderstanding and has cut the relations. Or using the old name of countries, so I'm going to say that the translator should be aware of all knowledges. He or she cannot limit himself or herself only to dictionary. This job is more than that. It's you should love the translation. The joy which you capture the words as a castle, it gives you energy when you capture the same idea which the poet or the original writer had. So I am for communicative and meaningful translation, and this helps the reader to experience the same joy of the original text. And I believe that translators, as Pushkin said, are a messenger of human spirit, and you should know the influence also of daily life, of daily words. As I said, the words are living things, and there are ideas behind the words. The translator should be aware of the sensitivities of the country. Some words in some country may create misunderstanding, and it is the task of translator to know the connotations. I mean, the meanings might have connotations, and in Iran also we have a good translator. I was thinking we need also through these forums to have translation of works in Uzbekistan into Persian and vice versa, because we know a little about your writers, contemporary writers, poets. Only we know the classic poets of your country, and you know also Hafiz and Sadi and others, which they have mentioned Samarkand and Bukhara in their poems. I want to invite the scholars to work and little by little begin to introduce the works, the artistic works, or especially the formal one. But there are, I'm sure that you have so many writers, and it is the task of the interpreters to begin. And I am sure that the cultural section of Iranian embassy also will be interested to help with these things. We have books which needs to be translated. We know Ali Shirin Nawai through maybe Persian poetry, but there are so many works of him in Turkish that needs to be translated. So our language in a general sense are belonging to the same family, and we can have so many of literature or other things.
Dr. Iskandari, you have your last minute.
Yes. I would like to say that translation of works in Iranian, Persian, and Uzbeki is very important. The translator have a very important mission to convey the friendship and cultural relations between the two countries. And I understand that this forum is a starting point, and we hope you can develop it and have a mutual collaboration much more efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iskandari. As always, very detailed and full of information, your presentation. Even I do remember the last time in your office while we were sitting, you were talking about the influence of Ali Shirin Nawai in Khurasan and how the people are reciting poems. So it's very nice to hear that. And I do believe that people now watching you, they will have a contact with you, and I hope that you will continue working on that. Really appreciate it. So thank you. And now we will give the floor to the second speaker, Dr. Anora Jabbarova from Jizak State Pedagogical University in Uzbekistan, one of the leading university language trainers and for literature and for pedagogy. And her topic will be use of advanced foreign experience in teaching foreign languages. So Dr. Jabbarova, floor is yours.
Good morning, dear everybody. Good morning, participants. Jamila from Jizak University from Uzbekistan. I'm very pleased to be a part of this wonderful event. Thank you very much for the organizers of this event. In my presentation, I'm going to give information about foreign experience, which we are using in order to teach our students in teaching foreign languages, the UK experience, because I work at foreign language faculty and we teach English to our students, and our students, when graduate our university, they will become English language teacher. So in our teaching process, we use mostly UK experience, different kind of programs and materials, and then and at the beginning of my presentation, I am going to give information about decree number 21, 2022. And I can say that this presidential decree gave a lot of opportunities to the teachers of higher education universities, especially teachers of pedagogical universities and institute university. And according to the degree, teachers of higher education institutes a lot of opportunity foreign have professional courses and different kind of research internship programs in other universities of the world, in foreign universities. And now I would like to give just information about international cooperation in Jizak State Pedagogical University. We have got universities from the UK, from China, from France, from Germany, and every year we are establishing different kind of international relations with them, and we are trying to send our teachers to foreign universities for having internship programs, for having professional development courses. And especially I would like to refer to the Portsmouth and institution, because we have got strong collaboration with the University of Portsmouth. Every year we send our teachers to this university. Their teachers come to our university for conducting lectures for our students, and we are organizing conferences, international conference together with this university. University of Portsmouth, this university is situated in the United Kingdom, in the southern part of the country. And we can say that this city is a bit warmer than other parts of the country because it's situated in the south, and the university, this city is just the city of the students, because in everywhere, in every part of the city, you can see different campuses, different departments of the university. And it has got more than 30 departments, and it has got more than 30,000 students, and 5,000 students are international students. And any kind of students, before choosing the university, they just give them question why I should choose this university. And there are several reasons for choosing Portsmouth University. And here we have given the 5 reasons why we should choose this Portsmouth University. For example, this university is top 500, 600 universities in the world according to the Times Higher Education University ranking in 2021. And this university is number 21 university in the UK. We know that in the UK there are a lot of universities, and this university, Portsmouth University, is number 20. And good result for the university that their graduates are in work, their graduates just work. And this university is number 1 university in the UK. For example, Economist 2020, this university is number 1 university in the Can you hear me?
Yeah, it seems we have a problem with the internet with Anora Jabarova.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's okay, yes.
Okay, yes. And this university is 5-star university according to the QS Top Universities 2021. And we know that according to the service, according to the quality of the university, they give such kind of 3-star university, 4-star, and this university is 5-star university. And at the beginning of my presentation, I said that we have got a relationship with this university, and we signed a memorandum of understanding between this university in 2020, and in 2021, 8 teachers from our university, they went to the Portsmouth University for having professional TESOL, professional development course, and we studied there. And at the end of the course, we got our TESOL certificates, and our main trainer was Professor Peter Watkins, and we can say that Professor Peter Watkins is the main author of a lot of different kind of teaching and educational books, like self course books, TESOL coursework, and he conducted the different kind of lectures and different kind of lessons related to TESOL course. And the next institution which we have strong relationship with our university, this is Norwich Institute for Language Education. Now, this institute is situated in the United Kingdom, and we can say that Norwich Institution has a lot of relations with a lot of institutions in our country. Uzbekistan has got strong relationship with Norwich Institution because every year Uzbekistan teachers, they go to Norwich Institution for having professional development course, for improving their professional skills, teaching skills, methodological skills, and not only from Uzbekistan, every year from different parts of the world, they come to NIO for having different kind of courses. And in November 2022, 3 teachers of our university, they went to the Norwich Institution for having CELTA course, this Cambridge CELTA course, and it was a 1 month intensive course, and the main trainers of CELTA course was Maurice Douglas and Jacqueline. They were the main CELTA tutors, CELTA trainers, and we can say that this CELTA course was very effective and for teachers. And it happens nowadays, for example, during teaching process, during lessons, we are implementing this experience in order to improve our students' language. I can say that we have got relationship with British Council, and we have got IELTS registration office in our university, and we can say that our students and teachers have an opportunity of having IELTS exams in our university because we have got partnership with British Council, and our students or teachers, they don't need to go to Tashkent for having this exam. We have got opportunity, we have got such kind of special rooms for having IELTS exams. British Council representatives, they come to our university, and every month we organize this IELTS exam in our university. And we have got a registration office, and our teachers are responsible for registering not only for teachers and students of our university, but we can register all, for example, from other parts of the Uzbekistan cities, for example, or university teachers or students can contact us, and we can help them to register for these IELTS exams in our university. And another foreign experience which we are implementing in our university, this is academic writing laboratory, and it is also we can see that a lot of such European universities, they have got such kind of laboratories which help to improve scientific potential of the university professor teachers. For example, the main purpose of this center is just to help professors and teachers to develop their scientific activities. This laboratory can help to translate, for example, different kind of articles of professor teachers. This can help to find magazines. This center can help to edit different kind of articles. So, and we can say that many professor teachers in our university, they just get help from this center, and we just help them to improve their scientific potential. And then, and next, I can say that we have got in our university, we have got foreign, and we have got international journals. This is Mental Enlightenment International Journal, and Journal of Foreign Language and Linguistics. These journals, both of them just is indexed in Google Scholar database, and our mental journal, we have got Scientific Journal Impact Factor. So they are considered as international journals. And I would like to say, if if our students, if young people, they know English language, they have got a lot of opportunities. For example, there are a lot of different kind of scholarships, grants by llab Foundation, by USA Embassy. They can get different kind of scholarship grants, and just only if they know English language, if they have got international certificates, so they can, for example, they can study for bachelor degree, maybe for master degree, or different kind of postgraduate degrees. Just only they need to know English language, and they need to submit their proposals for these grants, and they need to be winner of these grants. And in this case, they have got an opportunity of studying in foreign universities. And here I would like to say the foreign experience or different kind of technologies which we are implementing in our teaching process in order to improve our students' skills, in order to improve our students' critical thinking skills, their language skills, their methodological skills. As I have mentioned before, I work at foreign language faculty, and in our faculty we use PRESET program. This is British Council program. This is international program. Just it's very helpful for our students for improving their language and methodological skills. And nowadays we are using blended learning technology in our teaching. We are using flipped learning technology, and mostly we use communicative language teaching method in our classroom, because this method can help to improve our students' communicative skills. And according to the learning styles of the students, we just try to design our lessons. We just try to give information according to the learning styles of the students. And all the teachers, we can say, or mostly just they use CRAM strategy in their lessons, and this strategy can help to improve our students.
Dr. Jabarova, you have your last minute, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. And today I have more information, so that's why. We use CRAM strategy in our lessons in order to improve our students' creativeness, in order to, our teachers just try to be reflective during the lesson. They just try to make more effective lessons in their lesson, and they just try to make their students more active and motivated during the lesson. So they are, we can say, just foreign experience which we are implementing in our teaching process. And at the end of my presentation, I gave some creative examples of creative activities which are very helpful for our students, especially for improving their writing skills. We use mostly creative activities in our lessons to engage. I think that if teachers use mostly more creative activities in the lesson, students at the end of the lesson, students can get a lot of effect and product from the lesson. So they are just some examples of improving students' writing skills. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, amazing. For sure, I mean, your experience in teaching foreign languages could be applied for other foreign languages who are represented right now in this forum, and hopefully the information will be very useful. Really appreciate Dr. Jabarova. So the next floor will be given to a person who right now, as he said, is in Down Under, so from the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia. I don't know what's time there. It's maybe evening or early morning. So Dr. Mohammed Orang, so he will talk about LARI, Iranian Endangered Language Current Research Status. Please, floor is yours. Happy to have you here.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Dr. Azamat. Here is around 4:30 p.m. in Sydney time. Thanks for organizing this conference. Great to be here, having all of you. And really I learned by the lecture of Anura and Abdulmajid, very interesting, about translation and teaching. Now it's the time for linguistics. So my research is about an endangered Iranian language, which is called the LARI language. Some quick facts about the LARI language. It's an Iranian language spoken by nearly 150,000 people in south of Iran. But if you look at the map, you can see Iran south of Iran, based on the percentage, nearly 150,000 as mother tongue or the second language. Apart from Iran, Lari is spoken in other Persian Gulf countries like United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Kuwait, mainly by the Lari speakers in diaspora. So they have migrated to those countries and they speak Lari with their own children. But still, there are some problems. When we talk about endangered language, especially the Lari language in Iran, there are some factors that makes Lari imperil. For example, we don't have any media which support the Lari speakers. Children cannot learn Lari at a school, so that's another problem, because it's all oral language, it's not written at all. So the speed of fading away is really high for Lari language. In Iran, we've got nearly 19 endangered languages, but Lari is definitely endangered. 2 of them extinct, most of them definitely endangered. And we've got many dialects for the Lari language. So we can see the Lari as a language, and under it, we've got many dialects. For example, the dialects of Evazi, Bocheri, Fonji, Lari, Assyri, and all of them. And the yellow one, Aheli, is my mother language in Iran. There are some differences between the dialects because of the geographical variation, but at the end of the day, mutually, all of them intelligible to each other. It means if somebody travels from a place to another one, they fully understand each other. Based on the past scholarship and those work has been done on Lari, the first one has been done by 2 researchers from Japan. They got a scholarship by the Department of Education from Tokyo. They came to Iran in 1979. They stayed in Lar and Khunj for 3 weeks, and they collected 1,000 words in Lari and Khunji. After that, the late Iqtidari, in many books, he has collected and researched about the Lari language, the grammar of the Lari language, the vocabulary, and all the proverbs as well. My supervisor in a master's degree in Iran, he's worked on syntax and sociolinguistics of the Lari language as well. And another researchers like Lutfi, he's in the UK at the moment. He was the BBC host for nearly 30 years. And he's written in 2009 a book about the grammar and the phonology of the Lari language. Salami, one of the most prominent researchers in my idea about the Lari language, he's written 8 volumes about the Lari language and dialect. It's been point by point in those areas that I show you on the map, and interviewed old people to collect all the data about the Lari language. And recently just published a month ago a book about the proverbs of the Lari language and the equivalent in English and Persian. But the one that I've done at the University of New South Wales, my PhD thesis about the first grammar of the Lari language. And I've worked mainly on the Aheli dialects. The past research, they're all great, they've contributed significantly to the scholarship of the Lari language, but there are some problems, for example, methodological flaws or analysis mistakes, or they've selected a limited number of speakers for their own research. But what I did differently, I went to the area which is Lari spoken, and I selected 50 speakers of the Lari language, and I'll show you later on about the video that I interviewed them one-to-one and in group as well. So after collecting all the data through the fieldwork, like these are one of my group focus in Iran, mainly my relatives. I've interviewed nearly 50 of them, but in 2018 I did that. Now, after 5-6 years, we have lost nearly 6-7 of them. So you see, the endangered language is like that. When people die, they take the language with them as well. So my uncle passed away. I interviewed him and I recorded his voice and his information and linguistic data. So I can use his data and his information in my research as well. And I've interviewed both male and female in Iran. So I collected data and information about both genders. Then I analyzed them. Let's watch a very quick video about what I did and how my interview in Iran seemed. This is an right.
شما کوچک بوسی ها همیشه کوچک بوسی و تا وقتی شی تو کردی و بهش گپ تو کردین یعنی من بگو چنو بوسی مثلا چنو بهش گپ تو کردی بعد چنو جوری رفتی چنو بشکار رفتی همش بگو که
این تاخری جگر میتونم چلانم بکنم مشتاق بیتم خونه برابرم دو قدر چونه شلو گلی اتوب تا نماشو میکار میبوده چون تا خالی که تو جو کو بیتم تت بینه پاتت بینه جامو کو بده پاکوش هم بکو برتوب که برم مکینم تو باشم تارا بیچاره خونه ویل بیشم تارا چون دوری حالا خیاندی لک دین بیش مشیستی لک مبرا کردی موبا کردی ده یک تیلا که پر کال مکردی یا لکی ملیه کشتی بیش متی تیلا کردی دو فهم ببر تراده دو تو هوینی هم ببر کال کردی وانا لک پر نگرنه لک پر نگرنه دو تی که ملیه داتی یک لکی ملی دو تا کردی تا چهر روی بیچته تیلا بودی پس چهر روی که چله من نماره آوردی جونی بیش لک.
So that's what I did in Iran. I collected all the data and information through the interview, all old people, men and female as well. After that, when I'm back to university, then I had the raw material, yeah? I had the raw material and I need to analyze them. So I wrote my chapters in 8 of them. So firstly, I given information about the background of the language, demography, what kind of people are living there, about the family of the language. Then I analyzed all the linguistics areas as well, like the phonology, the nouns, the verbs, the syntax, negation, and I give differently some representative text and analyze them as well. For example, these are some examples. So because we don't have any writing systems, I had to transcribe them in International Phonetic Alphabet or IPA. Then for each of them, I gave an example. For example, I want to use them in syntax, in the grammar, or in phonology. I analyze them through Leipzig glossing, so equivalent of each word I represented as well. Then the source and the English translation. So after all the chapters are finished, now I'm working on the thesis to grab more data from my dialect and all other dialects of the Lari language. So phonology, morphology, syntax, and all chapters ready. Now, what I can do at the end of my thesis would be a sort of reference grammar. So that reference grammar helps documenting the language. Don't forget, the first step to save a language is documenting what is existent in the language. So how they speak, very descriptive, not prescriptive, yeah? After that, I can use the data to teach Lari speakers, because in Iran, the official language is Persian, so it's a kind of dominant language. When we go to school, we just learn Persian. We never learn our own language. So they learn Persian, they come home and they speak in Persian as well. So that's what it makes different for Lari speakers. This photo that you can see is a language called Wiradjuri. It's in Sydney, an indigenous language of Australia. Australia's got 119 endangered languages, and they're working on them to revive them. They don't call them dead language because they believe that the language don't die, they sleep. And the movement is called awakening. So they are wakened mob. This language, Wiradjuri, is taught at Sydney and learned by 3,500 English speakers. So they go to class and they learn an indigenous language. Because the facilities and the support of the government is there, they can learn the language as well. Now, what happens, Wiradjuri is learned more than Korean, Chinese, and Spanish in Sydney. That's kind of movement that's very important for endangered language of Iran as well. So the process would be through scholarship, the past research really helped me, contributed significantly to the research of the Lari language. I used them. I went to Iran, documented, recorded all the interview of old people who were mainly monolingual, analyzed them. Now then it comes to education. Education based on all the methods that Anura said as well, can be like communicative or other methods. So we need a book to write the language and to teach them the Lari language as well. I believe this sort of movement and process that starts from documenting to teaching the language, it helps to save the endangered language of Iran. That's what's only about Lari. So we've got Orami, Baxi, Lori, all other Iranian languages which are endangered as well. And at the moment, I'm working on my thesis to publish the book, so that can be a kind of resource for other scholars as well. And hopefully I can work on that for teaching endangered languages to other speakers as well. That's the end of my presentation. Hopefully we've got, I think, 1 or 2 minutes left as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mohammed Orang. As you said, I mean, more than 50% of world's endangered languages now just located in 8 countries. And Australia is one of them, Australia, Indonesia, Nigeria, as far as I remember, it was India, Brazil, etc. So, yeah, I mean, as you said, language death can be a result of language shift in which ethnic group members are no longer learn their heritage language as their first language, because the first language becomes more standard or widely accepted. This is one of the phenomena if you look to Canada as well. I mean, or even the same thing in the US. So these are the economic and social status also influence for endangered languages. So I hope that your research will be, you will continue your research, and wish you all the best. And now
thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's very, very important. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now we are continuing with the Dilfuza Badirova, Karakalpak State University, Karakalpak, Uzbekistan.
Yes.
She will talk about conversion process in English and Karakalpak languages. Please,
good day, everybody. I am. Can you hear? Good day, everybody.
Yes, okay.
And I hope. So I am Badirova Dilfuza. So I can continue that. Firstly, I want to say thankful to organizers, and I hope that such kind of events will help us self-improvement. So my topic is about conversion process in English and Karakalpak languages. And now we can see with the help of this presentation. So a mistake here in my presentation. It doesn't open here. I don't know why. So may I say without presentation?
Yes, please go on. Yes, Dilfuza, please.
Conversion is a zero derivation, which this process we can see in English and the Karakalpak languages. So we'll talk first in English language, as several scientists made their research work, as well as we are also working research work under the topic conversion in English and Karakalpak language. Well, what is conversion itself? Conversion, this is a noun to verb conversion. In English, grammar conversion is word formation process that assign an existing word to a different word class, part of speech or syntactic category. This process is also called, as I above mentioned, zero derivation or functional shift. Conversion is a word formation process in which a word of one grammatical form becomes a word of another grammatical form without any changes to spell and any pronunciation mistake. So, example, a decade ago, I have sent you an email. This is noun here in email, and we can see email as a verb form, whereas now I can either send you simple email. So here, email used as noun and the verb without any suffixes or affixes. So what about in Karakalpak language? Karakalpak language has also noun to verb conversion and also we can see in English, but noun to verb conversion in Karakalpak language we can't find, because such kind of process won't be in Karakalpak language. Other parts of speech can be in a noun verb, but in Karakalpak it isn't. So, but adjective to noun, number to noun conversion we can see in both in English and in Karakalpak languages. So, noun to verb conversion, for example, bottle to bottle. I bottled the milk. Here, bottle verb, and also a bottle. It is also used as a noun. Can to can. In English language, it's very interesting that we can see homonyms and conversion process, but we shouldn't mix. One example, for example, can, you can, as a canner, can, a can. This is very interesting example for conversion and homonym in English language. So here, only with the help of the word can, we can make what sentence. So here the word can use the verb and also subjects. So a very interesting example this will be. And also one, with the help of the word will, we can also make a sentence. Will, wills, will. Very interesting example. Here also we can see the used word. So noun, will, auxiliary verb will, and will, this is a name, and wills here, another will. And also will, heritage means. So in Karagaldaq language, I will give one more example. Here, жақсы менен жүрдім жеттім мұратқа, жаман менен жүрдім қалдым ұятқа. Here, жақсы сөзі, the word жақсы used as a noun, and also, but the foundation of the word is adjective. So one example, ақылсыздың қасиеті аз келер. Ақмақлар here, ақылсыз, ақмақ. The words, the foundation of the word is adjective, but with the help of conversion process here, the words use it as a conversion process. So in Karagaldaq language has also interjection is a word, but such onomatopic words also use it both in English and the Karagaldaq languages. Example, uzaqtan taqtuq естілді. Taqtuq here, what it gives, we can give the question what, and this is used as a noun. Ол 9-шы класста, ол 9-шыны біткерді. 9-шыны here means number, but as a 9. But here use it 9 as a noun. So in shortly, that's all about my today's presentation. Sorry for technical mistake, faults. So that's the end of my presentation. Any questions, please? If you have any questions, you are welcome.
Yes, very nice, very good presentation you had, Dilfuza. Linguistic peculiarities of two languages, always comparison is very important. So, are you affiliated with the Faculty of Foreign Languages? What's the name of the faculty?
Yes, the Faculty of Foreign Languages.
Oh, good, very nice. And how many hours per week you are teaching English?
How many hours?
Yeah,
so
per week, in 1 week.
I myself or general for this will be
at your university, right?
At our university, as this is our foreign language faculty, most of ours based on English, full-time job.
Okay. So you are the young researcher, and I wish you all the best. And I hope that you will make more linguistic comparison and analysis between two languages. And all the best to you. Really appreciate. Okay, good. Now we are moving to another speaker from the same university, from Karagaldaq State University, the Western territory that really enjoys a lot of scientists, intellectuals. And now we will give the floor to Professor Dilbar Hajiva, and she will talk about linguistic peculiarities of compound nouns in English and Karagaldaq languages. Please, Dr. Hajiva, floor is yours. Dilbar apa mikrofonu yok ki?
Sorry. Good day,
Yes,
dear
now okay.
Azamat Akbarov and the dear participants of the conference. Thanks a lot for organizing such a beautiful and beneficial conference forum for our researchers of Uzbekistan. And let me start my presentation. So my topic is, I am doing recently research about compound nouns in English and the Karakalpak languages. So I want in my presentation to start about the structural and the semantic types or peculiarities of compound nouns in English and the Karakalpak languages. The pace of change of modern life creates constant ongoing demand for new terms to describe objects, concepts, inventions, and ideas. Some compound nouns in the dictionaries, thesauruses, glossaries, and professional literature as what are often called phrases. And in specific official contexts such as financial, legal, regulatory, governmental, it could be said that tax refund, speed limit, government policy, speed bump, or credit limit have gone beyond simply naming things and have become established concepts of the compounds. Compounds can be reliably found in English dictionaries. They serve their users well and provide standard translation of concepts which are widely understood internationally. Also, they add enormously to the corpus of vocabulary, which is expected to be at the disposal of English speakers. Due to the significant role in the language competency, compound nouns have been a subject of investigation in the study of language. Typically, compound begins as a kind of cliché, two words that are frequently found together. For instance, words like ayakago or light-colored. If the association persists, the two words often turn into a compound noun, in some cases with a meaning that can be easy to understand because it is simply the sum of parts, as light switch, for example, but sometimes the meaning can be some sort of figurative new sense, as moonshine. The semantic relationships of the parts can be of all kinds. Window cleaner cleans windows, for example, but the compound, the vacuum cleaner, doesn't necessarily mean to clean vacuums. Andrea Nakmachan, in his book Linguistics, An Introduction to Language and Communication, states that compounds are not limited into two words, as shown by the following examples, such as bathroom towel rack, community center finance committee. Indeed, the process of compounding seems unlimited in English. Starting with a word like sailboat, we can easily construct the compound sailboat rigging, from which we can in turn create sailboat rigging design training, sailboat rigging design training institute, and so on. Correspondingly, in this way, compound would contain multiple words, not just limited of two words. Some compounds are made up of determining and determined part, which may be called a determinant and the determinant group. Thus, blackboard in English and the tamarqa in Karakalpak language is very different from the meaning of their components. Blackboard, its essential feature is being a teaching aid. Not every board of a black color is blackboard. Blackboard may be not a board at all, but a piece of linoleum of some other suitable material. Its color is not necessarily black. It may be brown or something else. Thus, blackboard, a board which is black. A chatterbox, for example, is not a box also. It's a person who talks a great deal without saying anything important. The combination is used only figuratively. The same metaphorical character can be observed in the compound noun slow coach. In the Karakalpak language, tamarqa, it means in English kitchen garden. It consists of two words, tam, which means house, and arqa means back or north, backward. So it has words taken separately give us different meanings. Now I want to tell you about componential peculiarities of compound nouns in English and the Karakalpak languages, about their structural peculiarities. Compound nouns have a different and a more specific meaning than the separate meanings of its two combining words. Various parts of speech can be used to make compound nouns. The following are the examples of compound nouns in the category-wise order. First, compound nouns combined of two nouns, noun plus noun, such as taxpayer, cell phone, headache, head teacher, railroad, anti-hill, nighttime, etc. And second one, compound noun combined of two of noun and verb, noun plus verbs, as snowdrop, air dash, tongue slip, bookmark, headline, etc. A compound noun combined of verb plus noun. For example, swimming pool, crossroad, breakwater, cookbook, etc. And first one, compound nouns with a combination of verb plus adjective. For example, taken from literature. The three of us were peering intently in that direction when the reader struck with a dull crash and came to a standstill. As you see here, compound noun stand still, which is combined with the help of stand verb and adjective still. Compound nouns combination of two words. For example, make believe. And sixth one, compound nouns using preposition plus verb, input, output, undercut, outlook, overthrow, etc. And seventh type of compound nouns, these are structure verb plus preposition, as take out, take off, check in, check out, drawback, book out, etc., look out, etc. And the eighth variety of compound nouns, these are noun and the gerund combinations: cat walking, slow cycling, air blowing, cross-heading, etc. And ninth one, compound nouns using the combination of gerund plus noun, as sleeping room, working day, resting room, waiting hall, learning material, driving school, etc. For example, I believe like the falling sickness that comes to old men, and in time I grew better and dreamed no more. So here you see a compound noun, falling sickness, which was the first component, falling is gerund, and second one is noun, also derivative sickness. Compound nouns using preposition plus noun. Overbridge, inbox, off day, byline, underclass, etc. And the 11th variety of compound nouns combined by noun plus preposition. And the 12th one, compound nouns using noun and adjective. Pennyworth, snowmobile, forceful, ageless, homesick, bad-tempered, snow white, beautiful, downward, etc. For example, my own exclusive breakfast of a penny loaf and the pennyworth of milk I provided myself. So here you see compound nouns combined with noun and adjective words. And the 13th variety, compound nouns using adjective plus noun, as blackboard, full moon, black eye, blue jeans, hot dog, light drizzle, whitewood, etc. And the 14th, compound nouns combined by adjective plus verb construction, dry cleaning, highlight, mainsail, etc. 15th, compound nouns using adverb plus noun construction, downtime, overtime, upstairs, or forever, midsummer, etc. 16th one, compound nouns using noun plus adverb form, sundown, sunup, tie up. For example, Hastwood had been reading of this thing and wondering concerning the huge tie-up which would follow. So 17th one, compound nouns using adjective plus adjective construction, blue-green, deepest blue, gray whisket, rough horn, etc. And semantically, as to semantics of compound nouns act as a semantic unit in a sentence. From the point of view of degree of semantic independence of their constituents, compound nouns in English language fall into two large classes. They are coordinative and the subordinative compounds. In coordinative compound, the constituent elements are equally important. For example, oak tree, boyfriend, Anglo-American, women doctor, etc. etc. What about coordinated compounds? In their turn, they are further subdivided into several categories. The first classification of coordinated compound nouns include the words made by the repetition of same derivational base. Words like goody, goody, for example, 50-50, hush, hush, etc. Compound nouns belong to the second classification, are formed by joining phonetically variated twin bases. Such words often possess certain emotional or stylistic coloring. For example, hodgepodge, odds and ends, it means namby-pamby, sentimental, sensitive, wing-ding, feed of rage, fiddle-faddle, colloquial language nonsense, which means fuddy-duddy, a fussy and old-fashioned person. And also, one of the types of our research was to investigate idiomatic compound nouns. For example, in English compound noun, lion hunter, which means stirring for famous person. Lion hunter, which means stirring for famous person. The primary meaning of the word lion hunter, a person who tries to get lion hunter, a person who tries to get lions as guests at dinner parties. In this compound noun, hunter, first combination is considered as the first component of the nominations that depends on nomination and subnomination. Second, lions as guests, famous person is the main nomination. In this compound noun, lion has transferred meaning. So in the formation of the idiomatic compound noun lion hunter appears the second nomination, raising up metaphors from the old first meaning. And secondly, forming up new word combining two words. And English word nose bag denotes borba in Karakalpak language. Its dictionary meaning a bag containing food for horse that you hang from its head. This compound word is idiomatic. The first component of compound word is transferred to stylistic device of metonymy and considered as a part of whole. English compound word pot belly, denoting in Karakalpak language, is also idiomatic. It consists of two words, pot, chainik, belly, haran. The first compound of it has transferred meaning. As to Karakalpak language, the term compound noun is interpreted as a derived word, which consists of two or multiple words that denotes one single meaning overall. Peculiar differentiative features of compound nouns in Karakalpak language are, firstly, compound nouns consist of at least two stems, root, but a single word has just one word. Secondly, the words in the combination of compound nouns are arranged in a permanent order, meaning that they cannot be separated from each other or change their word order at all. For instance, compound words like tüye tavuk, yamasa bala shaga cannot be replaced as tavuk tüye or shaga bala. In this case, they will, for example, change their meaning at all. And thirdly, compound nouns are words which consist of two or more words which has different meanings of its components, and they have one stress in pronunciation. For example, bilbil, blezek. According to their structure and the component and the combinability degree, compound nouns are classified into the following: combined, pair, repeated, joint nouns, and abbreviated compound nouns. Pair nouns are comprised of two words paired together. They are used to denote general meanings. For example, the word kazan tabak doesn't mean just kazan or tabak. But in general, it means what dishes we need for preparing meal. Pair nouns have their own peculiar features. Components of pair words keep their form and meaning. They are formed by two meaning words, such as amansau, dostuşpan, alda artı, and etc. And also synonyms of long usage in the language can form pair nouns. For example, қайғы хасрет қаплады. Олар төртісінің қапелімде қайғы басып кетті. In these examples, compound nouns are built with a combination of two nouns. Қайғы хасрет, дау жанжел, ата баба, келім кетім. And the form of these compound nouns are like English hyphenated compound nouns, which are connected by one or more hyphens. And next example, üstü bası olup solpa bireudi yertip keltirganimdi көрген балалар orlarından örüye turdu. In this example, they use two types of compound nouns. Firstly, üstü bası and the olup solpa are a combination of two nouns which is connected with the help of a hyphen. And örüye is combination of which is built with the repetition of the same word as a pair word. And next example, kvartira екі bölmeden barat, onun bir bölmesinde жазу stolu hem divan, ve so ikinci bölmesinde екі адамға мөлшерленген үлкен divan kravat koyulgan ekan. This example taken from Muratbay Nizanov's story is attractive because there is used as foreign words, divan kreslo, divan kravat in the form of compound noun, which is built with a combination of two nouns. And antonyms of long usage in the language can form pair nouns. For example, ısı hem soğuk, erте hem kеш, жақсы hem жаман. In literary texts, they are used as stylistic device of antithesis. For example, ısı soğuğuna kөнгенбіз бәлкім. In this sentence, words with opposite meanings are used implicitly. The words do not mean the explicitly cold or hot, but denote hardships and the easiness of life are depicted through these compound nouns. The words which have the same meanings can be paired. For example, bет аузында қан жоқ. In this example, such compound noun as бет аузы, жүрек бауыры are combinations of words with the same meaning. So having investigated the linguistic peculiarities of compound nouns in English and the Karakalpak languages, we come to the following conclusions. The way of forming Karakalpak and the English short compounds are the same. Compound nouns have a different and more specific meaning. That is, two combining words separately means. Various parts of speech are used to make compound nouns. Through analysis literary works of English and the Karakalpak writers, we have found 17 structural combinations of compound nouns in English, while in Karakalpak language, we observed 7 types of combinations. In Karakalpak language, the term compound nouns understood derived word. Compound nouns in Karakalpak language classified componential kuramlı, joint birikкен nouns, pair nouns, and the takrar repeated nouns and abbreviated compound nouns. And in English, semantically compound nouns fall into 2 large classes, as I have already mentioned, coordinative and subordinative compounds. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Haji, really very nice presentation. Comparing I also learned a lot of things about Karakalpak languages, and people like you are promoting actually your local language there in and all the peculiarities of Karakalpak languages. Really appreciate. Thanks a lot. And now we are moving to the next speaker. So by schedule, it should be Nazira Gasheva. She is late, so Nargiza Ismatullayeva, Professor Nargiza Ismatullayeva from Tashkent State University for Oriental Studies in Tashkent. And she will talk about translation of analects, a comparative study in different cultural contexts. Dr. Ismatullayeva, floor is yours, please.
Microphone.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mikrofoningiz o'chiq.
Bo'ldimi?
Bo'ldi.
Demonstratsiya ochildimi?
Ochildi, ko'rdim.
Translation creates a strong creative and vital basis for a work's successful release through a comprehensive study of the work to be translated before beginning the translation. Extensive work in advance on its vocabulary and artistic features, creation of unique material and references about the work's internal structure, image, socio-historical environment in which the heroes act, means of artistic representation and style. When translating a writer's work, the translator must incorporate his style. This is one of the most important rules of literary translation, and the translator's skill rests in his ability to convey the original work style. If the translator doesn't convey the style of the author, then the translation will be void and appear lifeless, devoid of light and color. The works of the most skilled translators remain the masterpieces because they are able to convey the author's essence and style. As a text that entails a specific pragmatic meaning and necessities specialized interpretative, hermeneutic, and translation techniques, issue of translating philosophical text is of particular interest. Interpretation, which appears to be a prerequisite for the translation of philosophical text, is a type of analytical activity that aims to reconstruct the text in order to comprehend its spiritual coherence. In general, philosophical knowledge refers to interpreted knowledge. Philosophical knowledge is activated by interpretation, which is an irreducible moment, form, and method. Confucius influenced morals and cultural maturity by imparting his ideas and knowledge to young people in the context of vibrant conversations. Confucius used lectures, debates, practical exercises, and conversations in his teaching methods. According to the sources, Zilu, an ambitious disciple of Confucius, who is almost the same age as him, initially attempts to prove his superiority over Confucius, but at the conclusion of the debate, he is stunned by Confucius' answers and decides to serve Confucius. At this time, Zilu realizes that he has found an incomparable teacher. In this situation, deep thoughts, attractive words, spiritual maturity ensures the victory of Confucius. While seeking for Uzbek translations of Analects by Confucius, we came across the following translated works. First of them is translated by late master Majid Mahmud Khojayev and teacher of Tsuos, Nargiz Ismatullaeva. In this work, the versions of Confucius' wisdom in Chinese and in translation are shown in full, and this book is of practical value of Chinese language learners. Second one is made by Ilham Qasimov. Ilham Qasim's translation work is significant because of some of the wisdom of sages and their comments in Uzbek interpretation. This work of translation is artistically done very beautifully, and the spirit of the speech of that ancient time is blowing in the translation of each section. That is, the fact that the translator added the suffix gai gai to the end of the verbs in the work clearly shows the historicity and didactic nature of the philosophical work. For example, Konfutsiy dedi, agar kimning maqsad muddaosi rahmdillik bo'lsa, u hargiz yomonlik qilmagan. Confucius said, if one's goal is mercy, he should never do evil. Third version made by Mukhtar Khudakulov. Khudakulov has translated several wisdoms in the poetic genre, and such an approach requires great skill from the translator. Fourth one is made by Otabek Jorayev, and translator Qudrat Musayev said that it's natural that a number of errors and omissions occur even in the translation of this or that work directly from the original. Because our literary heritage is covered with national character from head to toe, it's impossible to reflect this quality 100% in translation. Therefore, the work of translation from the Russian language mentioned above, also artistically valuable, isn't without a number of flaws in its philosophical content. Here we see a slight disparity of form and content. We will try to show this with the help of examples in our thoughts in the following places. And none of the four translations duplicate each other. It's possible to observe the various styles of the translators in these translations. Additionally, it's difficult to ignore the Russian translations of Aniq. Aniq was translated into Russian for the first time in the 20th century by Popov. Popov Confucian terms are given alongside Christian concepts. In this manner, Chinese classical works are Russianized and Christianized in some sense. No translator, according to the theory of translation, should neglect the culture of the country or nation being translated from a foreign language, and should maintain the uniqueness and nationality of this culture in the translation. Another Russian translator, Perelomov, translated Aniq much more accurately by keeping this principle in mind. As with any production, however, this translator's translation is not flawless. Below, we evaluate the degree to which the translations of Aniq by Confucius accomplish the unity of form and content. Let's analyze several examples from the aforementioned translator's work. This did its first version of translation, saying, agar biror kimsa ayol go'zalligini pisand qilmay, fozillikni afzal bilsa, it's in English, this said, if someone prefers beauty without despising a woman's beauty, it was done by Mahmud Khojayev and Ismatullayeva. Second one is, Tolibid zisya dedi, rafiqangizning husni jamolin emas, husni xulqini qadrlang. Disciple Zisya said, appreciate your wife's not facial beauty, but behavior beauty. It was translated by Kasimov. Third one is Konfutsiyning shogirdi Hushan aytgan edi, hissiyotdan ezgulikni a'lo ko'radigan. Bushan, a disciple of Confucius, said, he who sees virtue better than emotions. It was done by Jurayev and K. Jurayev. Fourth one, Зися сказал, если кто из уважения к людям достойным отказывается от похоти, Зися said, if someone out of respect for worthy people refuses lust. It was done by Russian translator Popov. Fifth one, Зися сказал, если кто-либо вместо любви к прекрасному избирает уважение к мудрости, Zisya said, if someone instead of love for beauty chooses respect for wisdom, it was done by Perelomov. Chinese version is Zisya yue xian xian yi se As we can see, the translation options of the first part of the wise saying, analects, terms of content, they are completely different in terms of the choice of lexical units. Here we focus on the philosophical term "se." In the dictionary of the modern Chinese language, the sixth meaning of this word is woman's beauty, and the seventh meaning is passion, lust. And the term "sensen" means high morality, yicha in the Confucian teachings. In this respect, we can observe the proportionality of form and content in the first translation option. As a matter of fact, in Confucius' work, Analects, we find very few comments about women. We don't find thoughts about his wife at all in his works. In addition to the feminine beauty mentioned above, we found the following sentence of Confucius with a negative content. 子曰：“为女子与孝人，为难养也。近之则不顺，远之则远。” The teacher said it's difficult to deal only with women and the valiant people. If you approach them, they will be rude. If you stay away, they will hate you. Second one. 君子有三戒，少之时，学其为定；戒之在色，及其壮也；学其方刚，戒之在道；及其老也，学其之衰，戒之在德。The master said a noble person should be careful of three things. He should be careful not to fall in love with the beauty of women when his passion is not stable in his years. After reaching the age of maturity, he should be careful of big fights at the same time. When he is full of strength, when he reaches old age, he should be careful not to be greedy for fame, position, and wealth at a time when his enthusiasm is receding. Mukhtar Khudayqulov skillfully translates this powerful sentence in a poetic way as follows. Three considerations, Confucius said. A noble person, three things should be avoided when the blood of yours boils. Let him restrain from sensual pleasure. When he grows up and his blood stops, let him restrain from war and strife. Reaching old age, his blood is cold. Let him restrain from gluttony.
Dr. Ismatullah, you have your last 1 minute, please.
In conclusion, it can be said that the translations of Analects by Mahmoud Khojayev, Ismatullah, Kasimov, Jurayev, Khudayqulov don't repeat each other, but different translators in the translations, Aniq's styles are observed. Full reflection of the unity of content and form in translation requires the artist to be armed with not only practical, but also theoretical knowledge. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Amazing. Very nice Chinese guy on the screen. Really appreciate, as always, you are very supporting all these initiatives and joining us. It's a great pleasure for us. Really appreciate Dr. Ismatullayeva. Now we are giving the floor to Dr. Fatima Aziz Mohammadi from Islamic Azad University, Iraq, in Iran. And she will talk about alienation and meaninglessness in Franz Kafka's The Trial and the Metamorphosis. Dr. Aziz Mohammadi, the floor is yours. Are you here? Dr. Fatima, are you here? Okay, anyway, I hope she will join us very soon. So I know that Dr. Nazira Ergasheva is here with us, and she is from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies. And she will talk about the role of English as a medium of instruction, EMD in language learning setting. Dr. Ergasheva, floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear participants of this conference. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. 1 minute. Today, I'm going to present the topic about the EMI. It means that the role of English as a medium of instruction in language learning. This EMI project was held in Tashkent within the 3 years from 2019 from 2022. In this project, we have with the collaboration of British Council, and the Minister of the Higher Education, and 16 universities were participants of this project. So in here, I would like to present some of my objectives, what I'm going to present in this session. In this presentation, I'd like to say some of the words with the materials and the student, the relationship between the materials and students and teachers relationship while choosing the material in EMI courses. And some more very useful strategies to easify the text when you are teaching, when you are conducting the session in English language. The next is to some of the guidelines, some of the instructions to conduct the EMI materials, to have to set the clear instructions while conducting the in sessions, and some more vocabulary and expressions and collocations to talk about the concept and ideas in certain subjects. So as I had the internship program in Nile, so I would be very happy to present this topic with you. So in EMI, it's one of the most of the European educators claim that using the metaphors are really much essential while teaching and learning in EMI. So you may use this technique while conducting your EMI courses, like choosing these pictures and asking your learners to explain why they are using this certain type of this picture. Next one is, and then you may have the relationship between the material and the student. For example, the learner may tell that the EMI course is like a supermarket, because in supermarket there are different types of the items, different types of the sources which we can consume as the materials. So the learner may choose different variety of the materials and they may implement in their learnings. So this technique using the metaphors is really much essential in conducting the EMI classes. The next is heuristic brief definition was defined by the scholar, Tom Tomilson from this course book in 2011. He claims that the materials are considered to be the thing which is used by the teacher and learners to facilitate the learning. Materials could obviously be videos, DVD, emails, YouTubes, dictionaries, grammar books, and newspapers or photographs on the cards, on the discussion they may use. This is a definition given by this scholar. And the next is, what is differentiation? What is the difference? So defining the characteristic of materials is that the material designer builds in a pedagogic purpose. It means that they are using on the purpose to teach. The main purpose is pedagogy. So therefore, the difference between the resource and the materials we can clarify. The next thing which I would like to tell that while developing the material design in EMI courses, you have to cover three main things. What are they? They are you have to evaluate every material. How are they? Are they good enough? You have to adapt to the level of your learners. You have to adapt the level, the range, the context, and etc. The third is the production. While using the material, the learner have to produce the outcome during the learning process. Next one, when they have already selected the material, we have to use it. We have to implement in the courses. The next one is one of the strategies, one of the obstacles when the learners face in EMI is that the texts is really much difficult for the learner. For example, politicians, the faculty of politicians learning the politics, but the text in English is really hard for them because the level of the learners varies from the intermediate level to advanced level. So the scholars have set up some of the strategies, which is called the easifying strategies. So easify, it means the strategies that help to reduce the linguistic demand of the text, and the cognitive demand of the text is not reduced. It means the cognition have to stay up, but the linguistically, we have to make some easifications. So let me tell some of the easification strategies which are really essential. Number one is you may put pre-reading questions to start the students thinking about the topic. You may provide a glossary with the translations or the definitions near to the text. And the next issue is about the pre-teaching the key vocabulary and the concepts. For example, you are teaching the types of the government, and you have to tell some of the items, some of the concepts. So for example, what is the anarchy? What is for example, what is a democracy? As I am teaching in my practice, I'm sharing from my practice some of the insights. The next is you may use some questions after each of the paragraph. For example, some reading paragraph, the articles are too long and it's really hard for them to understand, and to ask the learner, my students or the learner, to know about their understanding, you have to insert some of the questions in the middle of the text. Next one, you may add some white space. It means that in white space, they may take notes and they may have, if they have any questions arises, they may note down. Next one is enlarging the font. Some of the most important key elements may be enlarged in order to get the text to emphasize the main context. Next is adding the translation of the important words in the brackets within the text. For example, if they do not know the word governing, you may have to, in the brackets, write down управление, yes, in Russian, if you have the Russian classes as well. Next one is numbering the lines. When you are discussing the text, long articles, it's better to say some of the numbers of the lines. For example, please look at the line 15, and the learner can easily find that line and be involved in the task itself. The next is placing some questions along the text and zoom them in a particular line or the word. You may zoom some words, which is like key words, you may zoom out. The next is you may highlight the topic sentences in each of the paragraph in order to clarify what this paragraph is mainly about. You may add some subheadings, you may break up or accompany the text within the diagrams and illustrations as well. The next very important thing while you are conducting EMI classes, you have to pay attention for these 4 guidelines in order to give good instructions. One is good instructions should be short and succinct to avoid awkwardness. As your instructions are clear and the students will be involved in your instructions very quickly. If your instructions are really complex, if you are teaching mathematics, if you are teaching the philosophy in English, you have to break down into some steps in order to classify, in order to know the instructions very well. The next is language of the instruction should be at the same level of your learners, and in order your students to understand it without any difficulties. Instructions and materials for the independent study need to be totally unambiguous. It means it should be very clearly set up while conducting this material. The next is the samples of categorizing materials. You have to use, there are 3 categories. The
Dr. Urgesha, you have your last 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes. I am on the last speech. I mean, on the last slide. So the content obligatory vocabulary, the content compatible vocabulary, and expression and collocations. So paying attention to these 3 things, you have to categorize your words. Your sessions. So this is the end of my presentation, which I wanted to present for today, and very much happy to be the presenter in this conference. So thank you so much, dear Dr. Azamat Akbarov. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
thank you
Dr.
so much.
It's nice to have you. Usually the people from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies very active and committed, dedicated to all such events. Really appreciate. I have a lot of colleagues and such a wonderful university representing. Really appreciate.
Thank you.
So,
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, still waiting for Dr. Fatima Aziz Mohammadi, but we will continue with the next speaker, Dr. Vahid Mirzayan. He's from Al Zahra University in Tehran, Iran. And he will talk about machine translation assisted language learning. Mr. Mirzayan, welcome to online forum. Happy to have you here. The floor is yours.
Okay, great pleasure to be here. Do you have my voice?
Yes.
Okay. In the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, as you know, the topic of my speech is about computer. It is about machine translation, language learning. Okay. Now, I'm sure that everybody knows what machine translation stands for when you use computer systems to translate from one language into another without human intervention. That will be a machine translation system. If we talk about the history of machine translation, around 50 years ago or 60 years ago, there were some plans to develop machine translation systems. And the plans were mostly based on demands from the army or the military, because in military divisions, they wanted to get some documents from the enemies and they wanted to translate them into English. Therefore, they were thinking of developing some programs so that these programs could translate from one language to another. The US Army. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can I continue, Dr. Akbarov?
Yes. Some turbulences occur. Sorry.
Okay. So the US Army invested a lot on machine translation, but at the end, after a lot of developments in the field, they came to the conclusion that machine translation was very difficult to accomplish and it was not a success. Recently, in the past 10 or 20 years, there were more interest in machine translation, and we had some systems, but these systems had lots of problems, and sometimes people use these systems to make jokes. It means that they gave a sentence to a machine translation system, and when they asked the system to translate into another language, it was full of mistakes. So they made jokes based on these translations. In 2011, it was the first time in the history of language teaching that two researchers, Pena and Garcia, started thinking about using machine translation for the purpose of language learning. What they did was that they translated some passages from one language into English, for example, and the output was full of mistakes. So they gave the text to some language learners, and they asked the language learners to check the text to find the mistakes and to fix them. There were some controversy over this aspect of language learning. Some people said that it was a good idea. However, some others were against it, and they believed that by exposing students to this output, you expose language learners to errors, and these errors may create problems. I'm not sure whether you have used machine translation system, especially Google Translate, recently or not, but in 2017, Google changed its translation system from a statistical-based translation to neural-based translation. And it was a huge development in the field, and we could see a big success in the field of machine translation. Nowadays, when we use Google Translate, we see that the output is excellent. So now, if you want to use machine translation for the purpose of language learning, the way that Pena and Garcia used them, you cannot do that anymore. Why? Because at that time, in 2011, the output was full of mistakes. But nowadays, the output of machine translation system is excellent, and you can occasionally find mistakes in them. So if you want to continue the same procedure that Garcia and Pena in 2011 pursued, you cannot do that anymore because the output is not full of mistakes. So one line of research in the field of using machine translation in language learning is to give the output to the students and ask the students to find the mistakes and correct them. So this can be used in teaching grammar to the students and also in teaching writing. And based on the, in order to prove that you cannot use machine translation systems longer in this way, I conducted a study. You can search my name and you can find my paper. I conducted a study in which I translated a passage from Persian into English using a machine translation system, Google Translate, and also I used a human translator. Then I selected some language learners and I gave I divided the students into half. Half of the students read the machine translated text, half of them the human translated text. And at the end, I gave them reading comprehension questions. And it may be very interesting for you to know that the results showed that there was no statistically significant difference between people or students who read the machine translation text and the students who read the human translated text. So now if we want to think about how to use machine translation, I have some ideas that can help you use machine translation as an aid for language learning. In machine translation, we have two concepts: pre-editing and post-editing. Pre-editing means that before you give the text to a machine translation system, you check the text and make some changes. So, and post-editing means that after you get the output from a machine translation system, you make some changes in order to fix the problems or in order to improve. And I mentioned that majority of the studies in the field of machine translation assisted language learning have focused on post-editing. It means that they translated text and they gave the text to language learners, and they wanted the language learners to find the mistakes and fix them. This way, they thought that this might help them in improving their language. Now, because the studies in the field of machine translation assisted language learning is rare, I also was the first person who developed a questionnaire on the perceptions of language learners regarding machine translation. If you again search my name and also search machine translation questionnaire, you will come across my paper that discusses that questionnaire and the steps that have been taken to validate that questionnaire. Now, so far, many people worked on using machine translation for improvement of grammar and writing. And I was the first person who worked on the relationship between machine translation and reading comprehension. Now, a point of research, actually future point of research, is that we can think of using machine translation for other aspects of language learning. For example, the areas that are completely new and nobody has ever worked on that is, for example, we should think about how to use machine translation for example, listening comprehension or speaking, pronunciation, vocabulary. So based on these venues of research, I'm working on these fields, and I am trying to come up with a model of using machine translation for language learning. Recently, I have been working on two technologies that have been combined in Google Translate. In one technology, when you ask Google to translate from one language to another, you can also ask Google to pronounce the word for you. So as you can see, this combined technology into Google Translate will allow you as a language teacher to expose your students to correct pronunciation. Also, we have another technology combined in Google Translate, in which you can ask the students to listen to the pronunciation and they can repeat after hearing the audio. And in this way, they can make sure that their pronunciation is also correct. In the field of reading comprehension, I only conducted one study in which I just gave the output by machine translation and the output by a human translator, and I compared the results. I think in the field of reading, we have lots of opportunities, or we have lots of issues that can be taken into consideration. For example, one of the issues is the difficulty level of the text. This can be a good topic for further research. What I'm trying to do as a new line of research is that I have decided to test the level of difficulty and the effect it has on students regarding language learning. What I'm trying to do is that I have selected different passages with different levels of difficulty. For example, easy, medium, and advanced. Now, we will translate these different types of text using a machine translation and using a human translator. We will give these passages to different types of students and we compare the results. This way, we can find out whether there is a statistically significant difference between the students as far as the level of text is concerned. Another topic that can be investigated is the role of gender in reading comprehension. So if we translate different types of text and we give them to different language learners based on their gender, is there a significant difference? And another topic that I am thinking of working on is the effect of machine translation on the level of text. So, for example, if you give a text which is considered to be easy to a machine translation system, when you get the output, is the output the same at the same level of difficulty as the original input?
Dr. Mirzayan, sir, you have your last minute. Thank you.
Okay. It was a great pleasure to be here talking about my field of research. As I mentioned, my field of research is using machine translation in language learning. You can search my name on the internet. You can find my recent papers, and I would be more than happy to cooperate with you in this field. Dr. Akbarov, thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wahid Mirzayan. It's an honor for me to have you back and here in this forum. And just as a reminder, by this week, you will receive your certificates in PDF form, those living outside of Uzbekistan. And then, yes, and then those living out of Uzbekistan will send you by email, and those who are in Uzbekistan, we will provide you certificates in original form. And also, the call for papers are open after this forum. Anyone would like to send the paper to be published. So we are going to consider this paper publication as well for this forum. Okay, so we are continuing with the speakers. Dr. Fatima Aziz Muhammad, are you here?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I would express my gratitude.
Yeah, finally, we found you. Dr. Fatima Aziz Muhammad, Islamic Azad University, Iraq. So please, floor is yours, Dr. Fatima.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would express my gratitude to all people who are participating in this meeting. And I would be thankful, especially you, Dr. Akbarov, regarding these beautiful meetings. Today, I want to discuss about the concepts of alienation in Kafka's Metamorphosis and the Triad. Before I will start, talking about this article, let me talk about Kafka as a Czech-born artist who creates a kind of the world and a kind of revolution regarding his own time. I think Kafka is is a kind of style or method somehow, which was a good, inspiration for all the authors throughout the world will analyze or study his works, and a good opportunity for all the researchers to have more concentration on his works. And as well as we know that Kafka can be considered as one of the most important prominent authors in the 20th century. And he was born in Prague, and but grew up in Germany. There are a lot of works translated into, English. There are some important works which were written by this author. Two of them that I have selected in this article, one of them is Metamorphosis and the Trial. But because of the time, I will try to explain it briefly. First of all, I will concentrate on the word of metamorphosis, as well as we know that metamorphosis means a kind of, change. And this story is about a clergyman who worked more and more. Then one day he found him as a cockroach, as an insect. How is it possible in the, daily life you can consider yourself as a cockroach? But it was very interesting, the symbolic language that used by this author. And psychologically and somehow existential or philosophically, we can try to find out the concept of alienation. Perhaps if we want to define this metamorphosis, it can be defined through the concepts of existential alienation. Existential alienation is the darkest form of alienation, happen to everybody. And in this way, there's to be preferred. And psychological death, as well as I claim that happen to metamorphosis, because the coexistence of the self with the other means system that try to alienate, or as well as Nietzsche believed that system systematize, characterize, and kill. And you can find down, of course, Kafka and Nietzsche, if we study both thinkers, they thinking somehow very close to each other, and they influence each other. And one of the most important point that the family, of course, of Gergor never understand, never comprehend this, boy at all. And this alienation happened to him 3 stages: alienation of himself, alienation of himself, and somehow alienation and isolation because of the system. And you work and day, but at the end, your family never understand you, and then said that, okay, you can die and everything is finished. You cannot find a trace of his existence, just you work for the other without appreciation, without respecting or something like that. This is the same, a brief summary of this story, as well as I explain it. Let me talk about the existentialism as a philosophy. I want to describe it in 2 lines, because it's 2 lines if I want to describe it. Alienation of existentialism is a kind of philosophical meaning of that, because you know that they never believe in essence at all. They believe in the existence. When a human being or mankind born, this name came to every human being because of his family, because of the world, because of the system. If you want to accept, the matter of birth is better, you can understand the matter of death, being and unbeing, as well as Sartre believe it. And the same concept, coined by Kafka as an author, such as Albert Camus and the other, author. But that Kafka tried to say that when you come to this world, you should accept responsibility. You are free, but at the same time, you are not free, because you came to this world because you know, you didn't want to come to this world. It happened to you despite your own expectation. It happened to you because of the destiny, and there is no way out from this trial or somehow from this kind of the prison which bring man into a kind of darkest form of alienation, as well as I describe it. Every human being as an individual is alone. You know, when we come to this world, we are alone. When we live, we are alone. When we die, we are alone. At the end, there is no name for us, just a corpse. Please bring that corpse. That's the reality of our life. What does it mean by system? System never, you know, give you a good pleasure or something like that. You should do your duty. You should do, you know, your task. This is the same thing that, you know, Kafka tried to emphasize on it. And again, this concept of alienation happened in Joseph K. There is no name, Joseph K. What about K? We don't know. There are two overwhelming questions. From one hand, we have you know, who am I or what am I? These two questions can be considered as an overwhelming question, as well as Omar Khayyam, one of the most important Iranian poets, said that from where we are coming to where we are going. This is the same thing happened to us, and this is the same reality that Kafka tried to tell us through these two great works, as well as I have selected for this discussion. The other work which was selected, you know, and in this case, it's a matter of trial. We don't know why we are guilty. And because of our Adam and Eve, because of the original sin, this is the same philosophical question. Why we should leave, why we should, you know, take the burden of responsibility, and what happened to us just to leave. This is the same thing. But in the way Kafka's work somehow is not pessimistic, because if we want to describe it, Kafka never believed in the spiritual world. He believed that materialistic world include the spiritual world. The spiritual world is somehow is not in the other world. But Dr. Akbarov, I want to tell something that there was a progression regarding the concepts of, you know, a criticism, the concept of criticism. By the progression of science and philosophy, some scientists believe that there was a spectral world. And in this case, I have studied some of the important essays regarding the spectral criticism. The word, you know, that this is the word between this world and the spiritual world, as well as Muslim belief or Christianity belief. And some scientists believe that we are expecting for somebody to save us, you know, perhaps, you know, it's our own capacity to understand or comprehend this world. According to Kafka, this, you know, that especially in the trial, the priest said that there is one closed door for everybody. This is a proverb, because he found that the day of his birthday, he was condemned to die out. How is it possible? On the day of your birthday, you should die. This is a shot that you can see at the beginning of the story, which was coined by, somehow, which was written by Kafka. And the trial, as well as you look at the title, it gives us everything in this case. I never want to go into more details. Thank you very much because of the time. If I want to talk, it takes, you know, a long time. If I have time, I can continue. If it is enough, I can continue my discussion, Dr. Akbarov.
Dr. Fatima, yeah, it's if you wish, it's okay. Yeah, absolutely okay. You're right on time. Really appreciate. I'm very thankful for your continuous initiatives and support. We had a very nice presentation last week and also this week. and good to have you here. Enjoy your day, and hopefully you will come to Uzbekistan in a very good conference, hopefully.
Thank you very much. I have everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you for you know, this you know, conference happened between two thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, all the best. Right. So we are continuing with the speakers now. So now we are moving towards Uzbekistan State World Languages University, and we have a wonderful person there, and who are also presenting on translation and cognitive linguistics, understanding human rights text. Professor Gula Ergasheva, floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. Is it visible, Mr. Azamat Akbarov?
Yes, it's perfect.
Thank you. So my gratitude to the organizers of the following conference. I'll always hold myself much obliged to those whose favor enables me to enjoy uninterrupted leisure in companion with science in the same space and time. Especially my thank you to Azamat Akbarov for inspiring us to collaborate in the same space and time. Thank you so much. So the question is how social gender discourse, language in international and national context and language in general are determined by the conscious and unconscious way we categorize and conceptualize the world. So the following study aims to demonstrate the cognitive potential of the language through the disciplines of terminology and translation as a result to understand to what extent the category we are dealing with does operate in different contexts. So the theoretical methodological basis of our research work is based on cognitive linguistics theory, socio-cognitive terminology theory, sociolinguistics, hermeneutic theory of translation, cognitive theory of translation, as well as corpus linguistics theory. So the question is why the translation of a glossary of gender terms into Uzbek language does require a different approach, urged us to deal with the convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. This is CEDAW. And one of the key points, so that, yes, this is the human rights text according Marianne Garre, so CEDAW as well. So the category we are dealing with is the discrimination, the key term existing in the convention. We address the term frame analysis since language potential in representing and improving the sociocultural world picture of a particular society makes sense to address this kind of linguistic methodology, term frame analysis. So what does it stand for? According to Lakoff, we organize our knowledge by means of structures called idealized cognitive models, ICMs, that the category structures and prototype effects are the byproducts of that organization. So, facing a new situation, a person extracts from his memory a certain model that is framed, if necessary, changed according to reality. Linguistic forms and non-linguistic information evoke or activate frame knowledge, and the frames thus activated can be integrated into an understanding of the passage that contain this form. So the procedure we followed is the following. The category in human rights text, discrimination, goes through frame analysis, and just from the hermeneutic approach to understand to what extent this category does exist in different, let's say, cultures. So discrimination, the frame structures of discrimination in the context of Europe is as follows. It has general forms, specific social forms, manifestations against it, and countermeasures. These are the frame structures of the discrimination category, like operating within the CEDAW convention based on the article, particular articles. We also follow discrimination acts existing in UK. So the following frame structures since 1965 against race discrimination, gender discrimination, disability discrimination, sexual orientation discrimination, religion, and age discriminations. The Equality Act adopted in 2010 is as follows. So frame renewed, as you see, and there are particular frames which are alien to our cultures. So it means going through the analysis of the frames, we have to take into consideration this kind of alien and open culture, synthesizing to what extent they are like important in our context. We just take in particular sex discrimination at work. It goes back to dismissal, terms and conditions, pay and benefits, promotion, training, recruitment, and redundancy. So what does it stand for? The UN claims no terms, no problems. It means to what extent the frames related to discrimination category does operate in one particular context do define to what extent this particular category is important in one particular society. However, gender neutral view of law, that is gender blindness, is a warrant for discrimination of women. Contested or disputed fact translation situations and the understanding and application of contested concepts are therefore considered to be of utmost importance for all human rights translations and translators. Using frame analysis and metaphor theory in the interpretation phase, the translator has plenty of evidence of the text produces language and word. New obtained cognitive linguistic features will help us understand what linguistic expressions reveal about the content of the category in different cultures and determine the function of the target text we are producing. So next stage is like the cognitive approach to what extent particular category, in particular discrimination, does make sense in different categories, understanding through metaphor theory. So using a metaphor theory approach, according Lakoff and Johnson, gives the translator substantial evidence of the text produces language and word, which will undoubtedly be helpful tool in the process of translation of gender terms. We follow descriptive theory of metaphors since the theory claims that thematically related fields of signifying descriptors do form a metaphorical model of the concept. So in this regard, the concept discrimination. We conceptualize it through idealizing to what extent discrimination may be like regarded as the enemy, based on B and C corporate analysis. So the following descriptors do determine to what extent we may conceptualize that discrimination is the enemy. Let's say most recently, my battle has been against racial discrimination. One of the important descriptors here is the battle against. So the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, if we follow the translation of this day, of the following day, the descriptors in the Russian and Uzbek language, Barba and Kurash, do determine that, descriptors, that discrimination is still enemy. Discrimination is a threat. So this kind of conceptual metaphor has been formed based on the descriptors, again, I'll remind, based on B and C corpora. So if you run away because of the terror of discrimination, so this is a threat, why not? Again, going back to orientational metaphors, following Lakoff and Johnson's theorem, so we can really conceptualize to what extent orientational metaphors do make sense to conceptualize discrimination. Why do we say that something bad always happens under the law? Let's say under Discrimination Act, for instance. we are under control or under arrest. If we are not able to keep the law perfectly, we are subjected to be judged, controlled, and arrested. So we are not above the law, but are under the power and authority of the law. It means any kind of immoral deed in line with any kind of discrimination is under the law. So we constructed that discrimination is under the law. Law is up, discrimination is down. However, we also try to conceptualize that man is up, woman is down. The question poses why the following case like posed, because the metaphorical expressions like glass ceiling, second shift, sticky floor, glass escalator, the frozen needle, leaky pipeline, all of them do support to construct the following conceptual metaphor that man is up, woman is down. For sure, equality is up, discrimination is down. If good is up, healthy is up, happy is up, according to Lakoff and Johnson, so equality is up by all means. Equality is good, discrimination is bad. Discrimination Act is an entity. Yes, so if we introduce the Discrimination Act in 1975, let's say, if we consider provision of the Sex Discrimination Act, so we conceptualize the conceptual metaphor that Discrimination Act is an entity. Interesting, fact, like law, Discrimination Act may be consuming as well. For instance, if they were all your sales staff, I'll eat a copy of the Sex Discrimination Act. Or lunch today will include a copy of the Sex Discrimination Act. So idealized cognitive models of Discrimination Act are as follows. Law is a power, law is a substance, law is a container, law is a person. So translators must be integrated into the legal system as legislators, judges, and legal professionals. Translators must first and foremost be bound by the traditions of the legal system they are working in. Only after that relation has been established can the translator begin to select specific translation strategies. Again, only after understanding has been established can the translator select specific translation strategies. So, being from academic research background and approaching to work on this topic, I found this is an opportunity to bring the work I was passionate about to a larger scale, to help to strengthen the relationship between the government and civil society in the position of a translator and terminologist, not a politician. So from words to the action, this is like a performative function of the gender-related, gender-marked terms. To what extent, through my presentation, I tried to explain before translating, before introducing, before compiling specific gender glossary in the Uzbek language, we have to idealize to what extent one particular category does operate in different cultures, in different societies. And through synthesizing own and alien culture issues, we can really accept our own model of struggling against discrimination, compiling specific gender glossary terms. So the problem is that we have to develop the disciplines of translation and terminology on the state level as such. Moreover, we do need specialists dealing with teaching methodology in this scope. And since the power in establishing and integrating new theories and practices for the benefit of the society. And I will end my presentation by the quote of Eva Fogarty. I had the chance to meet her, to attend her classes. So she said, translation shall at all times act in a manner that does not bring the profession into disrepute. And I really think that it makes sense. So, because while translating, we can introduce new theories in different contexts in one particular space and time. And this is great, I think. So this is all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate Professor Gashova, such a wonderful, amazing presentation, and I'm happy to see that the young generation like you, I mean, you're really doing a great job in cognitive linguistics. And back in the States, when I had a meeting, well, I personally met Lakov in his office and Laneker in his home as well. It was a 2016 and 2017. And for a while, I was also doing such a work, what you are doing, but the most important thing that you are actually raising the issue of discrimination, which is, I mean, nowadays, I mean, it really matters a lot. So really appreciate your wonderful presentation and hope to see you in the soonest time in different event. Really appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now moving to another speaker, Dr. Azadeh Mati from Islamic Azad University, Jahrom branch, and she will talk about Concord Cloud, Not So Pretty Cousin of World Day. Dr. Azadeh, are you with us now?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Perfect. Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
Please go on.
Yeah, I'm happy to meet you again, dear Dr. Akbarov, after 10 years. And first of all, I would like to thank you and all the organizers and all the participants as well. I would also like to welcome you to our country, to my city, Shiraz, and also to my home, because at the present time, I'm at home. Yes, whenever you are, dear doctor, you will do your best. Thank you for all your efforts and also for helping me and answering all my emails.
Thank you.
Well, do you also see my PowerPoint?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, okay. So before starting my presentation, I would like to emphasize that, as Dr. Iskandari mentioned, there was a long relationship between Iran and Uzbekistan as well. You know that I'm from Shiraz, the cultural capital of Iran. And maybe you are familiar with Hafiz, the great poem of the 7th century. This is the photo of Hafiziyeh or Hafiz tomb in the cultural capital of Iran, Shiraz, that I would like to invite all of you here one day. And also another picture. Yes, why I mentioned this poet, this poem, because there is a line, a very famous line by this poet, which says that, I don't know whether you know Persian or no. First of all, I will read the Persian and then I will give the translation. اگر آن ترک شیرازی به دست دارد دل ما را، به خال هندویش بخشم سمرقند و بخارا را. There is a line in this poetry, and it is referring to Samarkand and Bukhara as well, which says that if that bold one of Shiraz gain our heart, for his dark mole I will give Samarkand and Bukhara to her. So there was a long relationship between Shiraz especially and Uzbekistan, Samarkand and Bukhara from the ages before, from the 7th century. Therefore, it is a good opportunity to again start these events, and it was also a good piece of thought, and thank you for all your efforts. Now, my presentation is about Concordal Cloud, Not So Pretty Cousin of Wardle, and it includes different parts, the 3 main parts: introduction, and the first one, who is Concordal, also conclusion, and I have also a gift for all the participants, my gift to all the participants. Introduction. Well, in recent years, A lot of investigation has been developed to how computers can facilitate language learning. And one aspect area on computer frontier which still remain open to exploration is corpus linguistics. In order to conduct a study of language which is corpus-based, it is necessary to gain access to corpus and concordancing program. A concordance is a software program which analyzes corpora and lists the results. It has a variety of applications such as lexicography and dictionary making. According to Barlow, there were 3 realms in which corpus linguistics can be applied to teaching, which were syllabus design, material development, and classroom activities. And this study will focus on application of concordancing in language learning, such as vocabulary and main idea. Concordal can be used in the studies to provide a corpora to be used in classroom teaching and learning, as well as providing a curriculum. Its effect can also be studied on 2 aspects of language, as I have already mentioned, vocabulary and reading comprehension, as well as finding the main idea. Vocabulary and comprehension were important in meaningful communication. In fact, vocabulary is the best predictor of reading comprehension based on Nation 2001. Now, let's introduce Concordal. Who is Concordal? She is not so pretty cousin of Wordle, who recently became very popular. Wordle is a Java application who makes beautiful word clouds. Such a cloud made according to a rule that more frequent word gets a bigger type or font. Also, colors can be used for various coding that later I will show by graph, or just for beauty's sake. Wordle makes beautiful clouds with beautiful fonts and many colors, and you can play with it, possibly even produce a useful presentation or analysis. Several people mentioned the potential of Wordle for research or teaching, even at etymology schools. Wordle is beautiful, fascinating to play with, and Wordle makes beautiful clothes as well. And it is available at this link, so later you can check the link. The concordance at the bottom of the Wordle is also used for new items to be shown in concordance form. Again, I want to emphasize that Concordal is used in this study to do concordancing. It shows the pattern in which a given word is used, so students, also learners, unconsciously will expose to authentic material. In order to do a study, I used the first 5 units of the book, Concept and Comments. I typed the text and submitted to concordance to be used as the corpus of the study. And the result is shown. This is the concordance framework that you can type here whatever you want, and the result is just like this one. You know that in this framework, some words are bigger, such as meat, milk, walk, supermarket, and some words are smaller. This shows that these words of the first unit of the book, for example, concept and comments, were keywords. The colors are also different. The department, you, and, enter, has, which is related to the grammar of the words. But before reading the text, you can predict that, for example, this unit is about supermarket, buying, shopping, meeting, milk, and etc. And at the end, you can also see concordancing for different words. In this column, you can see the word and the context is clear before and after the words. By context, I mean the sentences in which the words are clear and are shown. And now my gift and published book to all the participants. Based on that and based on Concordal Cloud, I have written a book which is called Easy Reading Based on Concordal Cloud. And if you are interested, I can give the full book to you, Dr. Akbarov, and you can send it to all the participants. In this book, which is a kind of easy reading based on Concordal Cloud, I use some text. For example, the first one, as it is clear, there is a text, there is a short paragraph or story, and at the bottom, here you can see some words which I used Concordal Cloud. It is Concordal Cloud, and you can see these words which are bigger. For example, shoes, mall, buy, tomorrow, Lisa, pair. So before teaching this paragraph, which is about comprehension, and after that there are some vocabulary to be learned, students can get that this paragraph is about buying, for example, a pair of shoes for Lisa from the mall tomorrow. Therefore, you can read it easily, can understand the word better, and will comprehend better. Therefore, this is the sample of one of the text, one of the units of the book, and it is clear that it is useful for the students. Of course, it is for elementary students, and the words are simple, but for any text, we can use that one. And also this paragraph, which is the title is about love. You can start reading paragraph if it is visible, and then I will show you the Concordal Cloud of the paragraph. The bold words are present, wonder, sweeter, and forever. Also, there are some vocabulary here to be learned by the students. But before teaching or reading this paragraph or this short story or this text, we have to show this one to the participants or to the students. What, loved, him, she, give, said, should, birthday, and want, which are bigger. In that case, the students will understand that the text is about a birthday gift which you can give to someone or somebody, and then the text will be easier for them to read, and they can comprehend it better, and they can learn the vocabulary in a better way. So the conclusion is that the role of computer in different science such as biology, physics, chemistry, etc. is well known. Computer has also affected language teaching and learning. The computational analysis of language began in the 1960s. However, one new aspect of computational analysis is corpus linguistics, such as concordal and wordle. Concordancing has a variety of applications. One earliest of these was the field of lexicography and dictionary learning, and the result of which is Collins-Cobilt Dictionary. I'm sure that all of you are familiar with Collins-Cobilt Dictionary. It is a dictionary which is based on vocabulary frequency, and there is also key vocabulary and keywords in this new type of dictionary. I have also written an article about the effect of using concordancing on reading comprehension and vocabulary of the students, which I would like to send to you to be published in the forum. And also, this is another kind of concordal cloud, which shows different words. Clouds are beautiful, concordancing, wordle, and concordal. And at the end, I have also used the references. These are the references that are used in this study. And this one also, all the references are available at the PowerPoint sections. And again, I would like to thank all of you. And this is also my number to be in touch with all the participants later. And hereby, if there is any question, I am at your disposal and I am ready to answer your questions.
Wonderful, Dr. Azad Demate. Really, I enjoyed your presentation, learned a lot of things, and hopefully I will get the book, and for sure I will disseminate the information about your book in Uzbekistan as well. And Shiraz is it's my dream. I mean, with all this Oshe Sabze, I think Oshe Shiraz. I think
Oshe Shiraz, yeah, it's really famous.
Yes.
You have never been here?
I've been to Shiraz. I've been to Shiraz, and I really enjoyed the city itself and the sweets. You have a lot, like and what else? I mean,
yeah. Therefore,
Kalampulu.
Kalampulu, exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much. You have learned a lot from Shiraz. Yeah, Kufte Shirazi. Therefore, I would like to invite. Yeah, I would like to invite you and all the participants to Shiraz, especially to my home, in order to have a better cultural cooperation with each other. It is also my dream to see Samarkand and Bukhara because I have heard about these two cities as well. But hope to meet you here, Dr. Akbarov.
Yes.
In order
hopefully.
To thank you, yeah, because of all your efforts, and thanks again a lot for conducting me and emailing me.
Thanks a lot.
You all the best.
All the best to you, and see you soon. Really appreciate. Thank you. So we are now moving with another speaker, and now we have Dr. Dilfuza Djumabayeva from Karakalpak State University, and she will talk on enhancing speaking skills through interactive activities. So Dr. Djumabayeva, the floor is yours. Really appreciate, please.
Good afternoon, dear participants of conference. I would like to express my thanks for organizing such kind of events, such kind of beneficial, useful conference between Iran and Uzbekistan. May I demonstrate PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, please go on.
Okay. Visible my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Today, I'm going to give some information how to enhance student speaking skills through a variety of interactive activities. Okay. Now, many linguistics and English second language teachers that students learn to speak in the second language by interacting. Communicative language teaching and collaborative learning serve best for this aim. Communicative language teaching is based on real-life situations that require communication. By using this method in English second language classes, students will have opportunity of communicating with each other in the target language. English second language teachers should create classroom environment where students have real-life communication, authentic activities, meaningful tasks that promote oral language. This can occur when students collaborate in groups to achieve a goal or to complete a task. Okay, there are activities that promote speaking through discussion, through role plays, simulations, information gap, brainstorming, storytelling, interviews. It's answer question techniques implementing in the classroom, story compilations, reporting, picture narrating, picture describing. It's comparing, contrasting two pictures and speeches. Okay, characteristics of a successful speaking activity. Students talk a lot, active participation in the classroom, motivation is high, language is of an acceptable level. Problems with speaking activities, students' inhibition, anxiety, nothing to say, the low of participations, mother tongue mostly used in the classroom, group work, easy language, interesting topic, clear guidelines. It's problems and solutions with speaking activities. And communication games, there are many communication games which aim to get students talking as quickly and fluently as possible. For example, television and radio games provide good fluency activities. Following examples of demonstrates. In 20 questions, chairperson thinks of an object and tells a team that object is either animal, vegetable, or mineral. The team has to find out what the object is, asking only yes/no questions, such as can you use it in the kitchen? Is it bigger than a person? They get points if they get the answer in 20 questions or fewer. And we can develop student speaking skills through discussions. Discussions range from highly formal full group stages events to informal small group interactions. We can train students to respond fluently, immediately, instant comment, mini activities into lessons. This involves showing them pictures, introducing topics at any stage of lesson, nominating students to say the first thing that can come into their head, describing pictures. After content-based lesson, students may share ideas about event, find solutions in the discussions groups. Before the discussion, it's essential that purpose of the discussion activity is to set by the teacher. In this way, the discussion points are relevant to this purpose, so that students do not spend their time chatting with each other about irrelevant things. For example, students can become involved with agree or disagree discussions. Teacher may divide into two groups. First group, A group students should list all the agree statements, and the second B group should list all the disagree statements. In this type of discussions, the teacher can form groups of students. Each group provides a controversial sentence like people learn best when they read, people learn best when they travel. By traveling, people can broaden their horizons and expand their knowledge, like that. Then each group works on the topic for a given time period and presents their opinions to the class. It's essential that the speaking should be equally divided among group members. Okay, then it's always better not to form large groups because quiet students may avoid contributing in large groups. The group members can be either assigned by the teacher or the students may determine by themselves, but groups should be arranged in every discussion activity so that students can work with various people, learn to be open to different ideas. Lastly, in class or group discussions, whatever the aim is, students should always be encouraged to ask questions, paraphrase ideas, express support, check for clarification, and so on. Okay, advantages of it's just example, advantages and disadvantages, agree and disagree. Advantages of countryside, country life, living in the country life, advantages. saving money reasons because of less advertising. Second, knowing the names of local plants, birds, fish, because the children have a lot of free time and don't waste the time on things such as video games. Advantages of living country life is the non-polluted air. We can breathe fresh air because there are a lot of free spaces and there aren't a lot of factories for cars. And disadvantages, walking to work because they don't have cars, the roads aren't paved, unemployment, and non-valid houses. Okay, next, we can enhance student speaking skills through prepared talks. One popular kind of activity is a prepared talk, where a student makes presentation on a topic of their own choice. For students to benefit from doing oral presentation, maybe after preparing colorful poster presentations, they may submit they may submit in front of the class, and we should need to give them time to prepare their talks, and students need a chance to rehearse their presentation. When a student makes a presentation, it's important that we give other students tasks to carry out as they listen. And then open questions elicit longer answers. They usually begin with what, why, how. An open question asks students for your knowledge, opinions, or feelings. Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your hometown. Describe an item which is very important to you. Describe a technology maybe also be used. Okay, interviews. Through answer question techniques, through interviews, we can develop student speaking skills. Students can conduct interviews on selected topics. It's a good idea that teacher provides this rubric to students so that they know what type of questions they can ask, what path to follow. But students should prepare their own interview questions. Conducting interviews with people gives students a chance to practice their speaking ability, not only in class, but also outside, and helps them becoming socialized. That after interviews, each student can present his or her study to the class. Moreover, students can interview each other and introduce his or her partner to the class. Mostly, I use in my classroom IELTS part 1, part 2, part 3 questions. It's a part 1 questions. It's a personal questions about the internet. How important is the internet to you? Do you use internet more for work? About job and about school. And about lifestyles, music, traveling, how to spend leisure time in their free times. And then students give their own opinions, their point of views about they say about real life experience, something. Okay, next, questionnaires. Questionnaires are useful because they ensure that both questioner and respondent have something to say each other. Students can design questionnaires on any topic that are appropriate, so they do so. Teacher can act as a source, helping them in the design process. For example, when you stay in for the evening, how do you relax? TV, video games, they should tick one of the more correct answers, more than one item if you wish. On average, how much do you spend on entertainment per month? Okay, next, simulation. Through simulations, many students derive great benefit from simulation. Role play. Students simulate a real life encounter as if they were doing so in the real world. When students are doing simulations, role plays, they need to know what the action is. We will allow them to be as creative as possible. It depends on the student's imagination. It depends on the student's creativity, fantasy, how to act on the stage. And also role play. One other way of getting students to speak is role playing. Students present there in various social contexts and have a variety of social rules. In role play activities, the teacher gives information to the learners such as who they are, what they think or feel, that the teacher can tell the student, you are David, you go to the doctor and tell him what happened last night. Simulations are very similar to role plays, but what makes simulation different than role plays is that they are more elaborate. In simulation, students can bring items to the class to create a realistic environment. Okay, it's an example. Imagine that you are dealing problems. You are talking to a marriage counselor about them. In pairs, act out dialogue using the prompts: financial hardship, emotional instability, problems with relatives, addictions, lack of quality time, poor communication. For example, I'm so desperate. John and I are having communication problems. I think you ought to discuss all aspects of the problem with your husband. That's easier said than done. He doesn't listen to a word I say. Like that, we can organize role plays, simulations, and by this way, we can improve students' speaking skills. Information gap. In this activity, students are supposed to be working. One student will have the information that other partner does not have, and the partners will share the information. Information gap activities serve many purposes, such as solving a problem, collecting information. Also, each partner plays important role because the task cannot be
Dr.
completed.
Djumabayeva, you have your last minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, through story compilation, we can give students story, and they should complete story through debates, through picture describing, comparing, contrasting, find the difference, describe these pictures, what is the difference between theoretical and practical activities, and also activity description, silent video, and feelings. And I have a suggestions for teachers in teaching, speaking, and speaking is a very important, essential part of second language learning. Thank you for inviting me to the conference.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Djumabayeva. It was nice to have you here. Really enjoyed your presentation. And speaking skills really matters. This is very important for language acquisition. And I do hope, you shared very good information to your colleagues. And now we are moving to another speaker. Unfortunately, Mohadil Rabiba from Bukhara State University. She's not feeling well and she's sick. And that's why we'll replace her now with another slot. We have Miss NCA Sadat from University of Applied Science and Technology, Tehran. And she will talk on pros and cons of learning English online. Miss NCA Sadat, please, the floor is yours.
Dear Dr. Akbarov, first of all, I want to express my great gratitude to you for this wonderful conference. I really appreciate it. Is it possible to share my PowerPoint?
Yes, please.
Okay, is it visible?
No, it's not. We can't see it.
Okay.
Dilfiz opa, siz ekraningizni o'chirib qo'ying.
Okay, but I'm sharing.
Dilfiz opa, siz Dilfiz opa ishlayapsizmi? Haligi prezentatsiyangizni o'chirib qo'ysangiz ekranni.
Xo'p, o'chira olmayapman hozir. Endi-chi?
Yo'q, o'chmayapti. Chunki siz o'chirmasangiz, keyingi speaker prezentatsiyani sharing qila olmaydi-da. Agar istasangiz, kompyuterni polni o'chirib, yangitdan kiring unda.
Ha, shunaqa qilaymi?
Ha, shunday qiling, oson.
Ha, shunday
Polni
qilaymi?
o'chiring. Now it's okay, yeah. Yeah, now we can see it.
Yeah, okay.
I advise her just turn off the computer and relog again.
Okay.
Please go on.
Thank you. Okay. Again, I wanna start, if you let me. Dear Dr. Akbarov, first of all, I wanna express my great gratitude to you for this wonderful conference. I really appreciate it. My topic is about pros and cons of learning English online, as it is visible on my PowerPoint. Okay. Throughout the history of education, learning English is definitely a noteworthy is definitely a noteworthy issue for most of the people in the world. In the digital world where people interact each other, English language makes education effective through various kinds of technologies and tools. In recent years, raising awareness of learning English online is growing day by day. I want to discuss about merits and drawbacks of distance learning English. Online education compared to traditional education has some advantages. Learning English online provides a great opportunity for learners to gain knowledge staying home. In other words, online English classes bring education to their homes. For instance, learners with a lack of time who are interested in learning English are not required to attend English classes. So he or she can take online English classes and learn it from online teachers as well as from many other facilities available on the internet. Online facilities and equipment available include internet and mobile applications, as well as virtual classroom softwares. In other words, they are called online communication methods. As it is obvious for all, at the beginning of 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, students all over the world were mandatorily exposed to online learning. Besides, for ease of communication with the students, teachers were all rapidly trained to online learning methods. Although many English courses were given online before, they have been widespread these years. It is clear that all online English teachers investigate optimal form of communications for holding effective virtual training sessions, such as giving their emails to the students, creating online groups, creating online groups, chat on WhatsApp and Telegram. Moreover, I should mention that in Iran, there are other online educational groups like Surush Plus, Bali, and Ita. In addition, some of virtual classroom softwares known and available include Adobe Connect, Skyroom, Google Meet, and Zoom. Further, another benefit of online English classes is accessing to free online resources. In my idea, giving a myriad of free online learning resources, such as research papers, quizzes, videos, and podcasts can help students become engaged in learning English online. According to my experiences in online classes, teaching English online through books can be boring for students. For example, in grammar class, if I just share the pages of the books on the platform and force the student to listen carefully, the students will be bored of this condition. Therefore, I must inspire my students by sending them some videos about the related subject, explaining and illustrating key points to them while watching the video, and ask them to watch it carefully and express whatever they understand. In this way, they will be eager to learn better. After that, I share a diagram and a PowerPoint about the things that I want to teach to them, then write some examples. Hence, the students will be more active, make some examples, and learn the tenses easily. Another positive impact of online learning is that they can listen to recorded sessions whenever they need. Sometimes the students are absent. When a student is absent in a traditional class, he or she loses the session, while they can access to recorded sessions in online classes. Okay, I found a statistic that is interesting, and it is about students' ideas about online classes. If you can see, okay, can you see the slides? Okay. 6 reasons why students prefer digital content. It is the latest study, and in this study, there are 3,000 students voiced their digital preferences in college and education. As you see, 71% of students engage more with digital course material. 97% students found adaptive learning technology helpful in retention, and 84% students say digital will enhance knowledge. And 45% students want to learn on personal device. 78% college students confess that digital learning is helping them improve computer science, mathematics, and other technical skills. And 79% students prefer online quiz, adaptive learning, and e-textbooks in learning. Above all, the role of online English teachers for preparing and transforming information to improve students' English skills is very important. Teachers are responsible for motivating the students to learn the subject well. But how to motivate students? It is a very important question that every teacher must ask him or her, okay? Must ask himself, what is my role? What is my role as a teacher? Am I important? Yes, you as teachers are very, very important. Creating a comfortable online environment is essential for students. It is vital teachers make sure students feel supported in online classes. So, we as teachers must ask ourselves, how can I help my students feel relaxed in my online English classes? What is my role? In my opinion, a teacher both in traditional and online classes should be a skillful psychologist too. It is essential to understand student needs and their worries in online classes. Then the teacher should make them feel well. One of the useful strategies is that tell them this sentence. Dear students, we are as a group. Our goal is to collaborate with each other and get information about the subject. In addition, I am the team leader. I say this sentence the first session in my traditional and online classes. In this way, the teacher creates a pathway for the students to cooperate with the teacher and their classmates, as well as monitor them friendly. Also, the teacher must encourage the students, give feedback, and share their ideas every session. Besides, the teacher must provide opportunities for students to have presentation and choose topics that interest them. In this way, the teacher can pave the way for improving online education more powerfully in the future. Also, the teacher must give a merit of free online resources to students. If the students find the resources enjoyable and have easy access to them, they will be keen on learning English online more. In other words, the teacher
Miss
must
Azizi, you have your
time.
last minute. Thank you.
Okay, my God. Okay, in other words, the teacher must devote more time and energy to a student to feel happy in online English classes. However, learning English online involves some downsides too, due to the absence of face-to-face communication between students and their teacher. Communication skills are usually neglected, and some students do not prefer to attend the class that is not lively on the grounds that they are fond of going to educational classes and meeting their classmates and communicating with them. And another of negative impact is the risk of isolation, and it is a bad limitation for them. They say that learning English online can be frustrating for them. And moreover, low speed of the internet is another matter that makes online English classes boring. Disconnection and connection to the internet can be stressful for students, and I and the other teachers and all the students around the world experience this matter, and they get distracted in class. But I want to mention, if you let me, I want to mention this sentence from Jennifer Hitchcock, a nationally board certified teacher. She believes that while challenging, learning in a virtual environment still allows educators to construct intentional spaces of deep learning and vulnerable growth. Okay, I have a conclusion, and I don't have enough time, but in my idea, the merits of online education, especially learning English online, outweigh the downsides.
Okay. Ms. Aziz, really appreciate. I mean, you have a a long history of teaching and have a good experience. So based on experience, these are the recommendations which really worth and value for the prospective teachers as well. Really appreciate. Thanks a lot
Okay,
for a
yes,
nice
thank you a
presentation.
lot. Okay, thank you very
Yes,
much.
now
I really
we are moving
appreciate
with.
you.
Thank you. Now we are giving the floor to Dr. Mohammed Aksir from Islamic Azad University, Bushehr branch, and he will talk about Harold Pinter's influence on Bahman Farsi's The Ways. Dr. Aksir, nice to have you here after a long period of time. The floor is yours. Turn on your microphone, please. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you, Dr. Akbarov. I guess it's about 10 years, the last time we saw each other in Sarajevo. So I'm really glad to be here to be attending this event, and I thank everyone, especially Dr. Akbarov, for organizing such event to make other people share their points, their ideas about the same subject. Well, first I should share my PowerPoint. Okay. Well, as you see, my presentation is on Harold Pinter's influence on Bahman Farsi's The Ways. Well, Bahman Farsi is, in fact, the writer who is still alive. He was born in 1933, and he is considered as one of the leading playwrights and intellectuals in contemporary literature in Iran. Bahman Farsi combines the structure of classical plays with modern theater and creates novel works. He has published very influential works, especially his plays. Some of the most important ones are here. I have put it on my PowerPoint. But besides being an influential playwright, he has also published novels and several collections of short stories as well. You know, when we talk about Iranian theater and modern theater, we should not forget the importance of the impact of constitutional revolution on Persian literature, especially on Iranian literature. This constitutional revolution, in fact, took place in between 1905 and 1911. And numerous works from Western literature were translated into Persian, which resulted in the emergence of various schools and styles in Iranian literature. Additionally, due to the translation movement of theatrical literature in Iran in the 1960s, classical Iranian plays were also influenced by Western plays. Bahman Farsi is one of the first playwrights who introduced the concept of the theater of the absurd in Iran, and he's considered as one of the founders of this very important, let's say, movement in the world. Of course, he was one of the first founders of this movement in Iran, but we should not forget about the importance of the theater of the absurd in the whole world. Well, the language and techniques that Farsi uses brings his plays closer to this style. His characters, language, plot, and the structure of his plays distance them from realistic ones and gives them the features, the characteristics of the theater of the absurd. The Ways, the one that I have chosen to talk about today, is regarded as the first play written in the style of the theater of the absurd. Bahman Farsi mostly takes the themes of his plays, especially this one, The Ways, from the society in which he lives and the facts related to that era. In most of his plays, the reader is faced with complex characters with existential dimensions in terms of physical, psychological, and social characteristics are complex, and they have a kind of, let's say, unpredictable behavior. The audience accepts such characters as symbols of society's individuals, and the characters in his plays are often associated with features like being desperate, being hopeless, and ruined. Well, since I'm going to trace the influence of Pinter on this play, The Vase by Bahman Forsi, just let me give you a very short introduction to Harold Pinter. Well, Harold Pinter, as you know, was a British writer. He was a playwright, he was a poet, director, actor, a political activist. He belongs to a generation of young playwrights who followed the founders of the theater of the absurd. Despite being 24 years younger than Samuel Beckett, Pinter is considered to be one of the most influential modern British playwrights, although he confesses, he admits that he had been under the influence of both Beckett and Kafka. From 1957 to 2000, he wrote 32 plays. Some of the most important ones are The Room, The Birthday Party, The Dumbwaiter, Slight Egg, The Caretaker, Homecoming, and the rest. Pinter is, sorry. He introduced the concept of the comedy of menace and to the world of the theater and playwriting. And as you know, his name is an adjective. His name has become an adjective, Pinterest, which is used to describe a particular environment or a space in the world of theater. Fear and violence are dominant characteristics of his style that may manifest physically with pain or death or be a deadly and destructive emotional feeling. But how Pinter influenced Bahman Forsi's The Vase? Bahman Forsi seems to be familiar with the comedy of menace. And when we come to this play, this short play, The Vase, as in many other absurdist plays, there are many, from the very beginning of the play, the readers face many sounds that indicate a kind of fear, violence, and anxiety. At the very beginning of the play, we have sounds like that of a trumpet, horse hooves, drums, soldiers' boots, machine guns, sirens, whips, lots of different frightening, in fact, sounds. And this fear and this pessimism are also reflected in the protagonist's personality. In the very first scene, the girl directly refers to such, let's say, dreadful noises, and she directly expresses how fearful these sounds are, how scared she is. Like Harold Pinter, Bahman Forsi also intertwines fantasy and reality. He also intermingles tragic and comic events together. As we know, Pinter portrays an upside-down world full of turmoil where fantasy and reality are intertwined. Comic and tragic events are intermingled. Unrelated and disjointed conditions determine people's outlook for their future life. Forsi too emphasizes this upside-down world of turmoil in this play, The Vase. He shows a wandering child. From the very beginning, we see a wandering child who, instead of helping a blind woman to cross the street, the child uses the woman, the blind woman, as a shelter on the street. Or the same child grabs a hunchback man's hat. Or even we have the wife of the girl's father, I mean, the girl's mother, the wife betrays her husband. And the daughter wants to put the father's corpse outside in the alley. She wants to throw, in fact, the corpse away. Okay, this shows what kind of upside down society, kind of world in which nothing is in its right place. Like Pinter, Forsey also blends fantasy and reality in the vase. In several parts of the play, the image of the dead mother in a frame comes to life, performs actions. Lots of examples are found in the play, which because of the time, I cannot go through the details. On the other hand, like Pinter and many other absurdist playwrights, Forsey also employs tragic and comic events in the vase. For example, Forsey presents a comic description when the daughter talks about her the mother's betrayal, and the father's reaction is presented in a comic way. Well, when we come to the meaning of the play, we know that Pinter does not want to comment on the meaning of his plays, although he wants the audience to understand the meaning, but Pinter leaves it up to them to determine. Pinter believes that understanding the meaning comes through the play itself. And this is one of the responsibilities of the audience. To understand the meaning, the audience must create a connection between words, silence, and events in the play. At the same time, Pinter employs a reverse definition of dramatic irony. That is, something happens on the stage of which the audience is unaware, and they try to understand its vague meaning, but the characters and the playwright are aware of what that condition is. In the vase, also, we realize that the work is not about something, but it rather, the subject of the play is kind of, let's say, depiction of an abnormal society. It can be inferred from the set of events taking place on a stage. Bahram Forsey also uses reverse dramatic irony when the girl, after her father's death, is expecting to go on more easily with her relationship with the boy. The audience recognizes that the boy, who was previously eager to establish a relationship with a girl, shows no more interest. The audience has no specific knowledge of the girl's future conditions, but both the boy and the playwright are aware of it. Even one could say that the father sees this future just like that of his wife's, dark and ruined. At the same time, the play, the vase, portrays the harsh and skeptical gaze of men in a male-dominated society with a naturalistic approach.
Dr. Mohammed, you have your last minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the end, it leads to a physical and spiritual destruction of the characters. The vase portrays the harsh and skeptical gaze of man in such a society with naturalistic approach, and it shows how how women are suffering in that male-dominated society. The other point which is of concern in the influence of Pinter on Bahram Forsey's the vase is the language. Language is used as a tool to create confusion and take the subject of its normal state in many of Bahram Forsey's plays, especially in the vase. In this play, Bahram Forsey does not provide any background or details about the characters and does not even announce their names. The characters in the works are the lame man, the blind man, the wandering child, the girl, the boy, the father of the girl, and the mother of the girl, and the neighbor. No names. And by choosing these characters, especially the lame man, blind man, and the wandering child, Forsey reminds the audience of its naturalistic approach that is unavoidable in the theater of the absurd. More importantly, in the vase, we see that instead of helping the blind man, the wandering child gets toward him, takes his hand, and passes himself through him on the street. And in addition to this, in the vase, out of 8 existing characters, 4 characters do not speak at all, except for the girl and the boy. The father, just a few sentences in the scene, in one of the scenes, and the neighbor speaks just in 1 or 2 sentences. Some conversations are sequential or repetitive or irrelevant, which confuses the readers. At the same time, in the base, it is rare to see conversations between characters reach a constructive and desirable conclusion. Pinter's characters use words and silence as weapons, and they use it in their conflicts. It doesn't matter how one character is addressed. What matters is that there is an implicit demand for a specific range of response. Responding within the range means accepting communication based on the conditions set by the first speaker. Responding outside that range means limiting or rejecting the common ground of relationship in the first speaker that the first speaker had in mind. In the vase too, the boy's request to enter the house in scene 1 and irrelevant responses from the girl are due to her lack of interest in this relationship because the father is alive and his presence prevents this relationship. Well, since we are in short of time, I just would just go to the conclusion to just in 1 or 2 sentences I finish my presentation. You know, like Pinter, Bahman Forsi shows the outside world to be dangerous, devoid of peace and comfort, and he has as long as the characters have no connection with the outside world, they can find themselves in a room or a house. When they are confined in such a place in an enclosed environment, they enjoy kind of relative peace. Nevertheless, the alarming and anxiety-inducing sounds of the outside world are always audible, reminding Forsi that the theater and violence are always nearby. All this shows that Pinter has influenced on Forsi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Really appreciate Dr. Mohammed Eksir. Such a long time, still keeping with your academic timeline. Really appreciate, and I hope that the next available occasion we will have a chance to have the offline conference in Uzbekistan, hopefully, inshallah. So I will give the floor to another speaker from Bukhara State University. Dr. Azamat Akbarov, she mentioned about Samarkand, Bukhara. Now we have a speaker from Bukhara, Ms. Nilfa Ruzieva. She will talk on verbal hygiene in language usage. Ms. Ruzieva, floor is yours, please. Mikrofon yok geen, Nilfar gaat. Ovoz kelmayapti. Ovoz eshitilmayapti. Yeah, we can see you, Nilufar, but we can't hear you.
Azamat Akbarov, вас не слышно.
Okay, now it's okay. Okay. Yes. So Dr. Nimati, what you are having for the iftar? It's oshe sabze or maskati, follow the Shirazi, or the traditional kak, or the Bastani Sunnati. These are the famous sweets and foods of Shiraz that I really enjoyed a lot. Yeah, of course, the Kalam Pulu. This is also another icon of Shiraz. Yeah, I mean, and you have, even, you know, I mean, you have this, in Shiraz, they call it esmash. It's like wood, very nice, lovely smelling glass. Yeah, and the Nasr al-Mulk, the mosque, and Wakil, also very famous locations. Miss Nulfar, are you with us? You have a technical problems. Okay, okay. So, well, I never been to Bushahid, so I can't tell any foods or sweets of Bushahid, Mr. Mohammed Exel. So maybe the next time. The only thing I know about Bushahid, it's a very strategic place for Iran. I mean, that's what I know as a city. Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, Shiraz was a very wonderful city I visited. I mean, the Bogh Iran, I mean, wow, it's very lovely. A lot of gardens in Shiraz they have. Also, I've been to Hafiz Shirazi. I mean, his graveyard, and the house of Shapuri, very lovely place. And Sadi Shirazi also, I mean, very lovely garden it has. Yeah. So it seems they have a problem, and the next speaker also sits next to Nilufar, Miss Nilufar. So both of them, they are from Bukhara State University, unfortunately. Some technical problems they have. So, is there anyone in the lineup who would like to present now? So let me see, for example, Firuza Mamatov, are you here with us? Or Zarima Sagatova?
Good day, everybody. Dr. Azamat Akbarov. Yes, I'm here.
What's your name?
Zarima Bakhtiarovna Sagatova.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, let's start with you. Are you ready?
Yes.
Perfect.
If you let me.
Yeah, I mean, the land of Karakalpak was really, I mean, very dedicated people. Very good. Yeah. So, yeah,
Thanks
let me
a lot.
introduce you then. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yes. Several times I have been to this wonderful city and really enjoyed a lot of food, a lot of meat.
Have you been here?
This is lovely. Yes, 2019 I have been to your university. I delivered some lectures and seminars.
Mm-hmm.
And I really enjoyed the meat and fish and all the things there.
Especially fish.
Yeah, especially fish. Yeah, I mean, Nukus, Urgan is very famous for the fish because of Amudarya, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, let me
Thanks
introduce
a lot.
you. So, yeah, we have Zarima Sagata from Karakalpak State University. And she will talk on lingua-cultural peculiarities of English and Karakalpak phraseological units with components of zonemics and anthropological aspect. Oh,
yes.
Very long topic, very exciting. Floor is yours, please, go on.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good day one more time, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank all the participants or to just organizers of for organizing this kind of forum conference. And I think it's makes the support between Iran and Uzbekistan more stern and good. One more time. So let me demonstrate the is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, we can.
So let me begin then. Lingua-cultural peculiarities of English and Karakalpak phraseological units with components of zonemes in anthropological aspect, comparative linguistics. So what's the lingua culture itself? Lingua culture is a complex scientific discipline that studies the relationship and the interaction of culture and the language in its functioning and reflects this process as an integral structure of units in the unity of the linguistic and extra-linguistic content. So what does lingua culture study? So it studies the phenomena of culture and develops in the context of anthropocentric paradigm of modern linguistics, which puts the person and creator of language and the speech activity in the center of attention. Just what I mentioned, anthropology is the same thing, that here in the center of the language stands a person itself. Everything that is connected with the person. It means his appearance, his character, and so on. So phraseological units in cultural linguistics. Phraseological units reflects in the semantics of long process of development of the culture of people. They fix up and also transmit cultural attitudes and stereotypes from generation to generation. Many researchers note that similarities and differences between languages and cultures can only be identified through comparative analysis. So that we compared here English and the Karakalpak languages. So an analysis of the factual material of English and Karakalpak languages also allows us to present the following structure of the conceptualization of the external and internal world of a person using phraseological units with zoneme components subdivided in phraseological and semantic fields. So we here divided for 10 fields. So first one is a person appearance, character traits of a person, physical state of a person, psychological state of a person, mental abilities of a person, characteristics of lifestyle, action, and behavior of a person, representation of relationships between people, position in society, financial situation, characteristics of a person's skills and abilities. So turn by turn, I'll try to explain you all of these step by step, these semantic fields, but I'm not sure that we can show these all of them here now, but I'll try as much as I can. So phraseological units conceptualizing a person's appearance. So in English, mostly phraseological units that gives a person's appearance just in negative meanings. For example, crow's foot, a wrinkle in the corners of the eyes, as red as a turkey cock, It means also red cheeks when somebody get ashamed maybe, and so on. But in Karakapak language, we may see positive connotations. For example, they are in here in green color. So botakos means here camel's eye. It means beautiful eyes. So burkutkoz, eagle eye, sharp eye means qарлығаш qanatınдай, like swallow's wing. Beautiful eyebrows especially for girls, women, it's used. So next, in English, gracefulness is expressed by such zonym as swan, and graceful as a swan, and in Karakalpak language by such zonym as peacock. For example, here we in Karakalpak language, taus, taustai tarangan, well kept like peacock, we say. We can notice the presence of a coincidence of images, маяға түскен тышқандай, like a drowned rat or like a drowned mouse, gives the same meaning, miserable, wretched, and funny. And as fat as a pig, шошқадай семіз, the same content, the same lexemes, where the same zonims were used here. Some phraseological units are built on a joke and irony. Қартая білмеген қары ешек, an old donkey that cannot grow old, means forever young, about an old woman, an old man who often looks at women or young girls. Interestingly, among the Karakalpaks, women dressed in trousers is associated with hand, when in negative meaning, especially because in Karakalpak people in our Muslim religion, it's not accepted to wear trousers for women. So they negatively represent it like julungan tauq, hand without feathers. The British associate a completely naked person with a jaybird, naked as a jaybird. They have this kind of expression. So phraseological units conceptualizing character traits of a person work. Here, all the expressions associated with working situations, and for example, yishikti slow, work like a donkey, work like a horse, has the same zonym, has the same meaning, content, but used with different zonims, different component zonims here. So is built on a different zonims, which is an indicator of national characteristics. Some phraseological units are built according to the following semantic model. So, for example, working hard, құмырсқадай тынбай, slow, hard working like an ant. So yishikti is slow, to work like a donkey. Itti is slow, to work like a dog. Work like a dog, a horse, work like a tiger. So the bee, the symbol of active working in English. As busy as the bee, brick as the bee, troublesome the bee. In Karakalpak culture, the bee, harre, is also a symbol of industriousness. Islegen harre palta var, islegen yerkek malta var. A searching bee will find money. A working person will get money. So, very beautiful also in English language, this expression. So, laziness. The British and Karakalpaks have a negative attitude towards laziness. The English express donkey, dog in phraseological images, to play or to act as ass. A gay dog also in negative meaning for the laziness. The phrase to be busy with unnecessary and useless business is represented in Karkalpak phraseology by the following phraseological units. Ittің жүнін қырқу, to cut the hair of the dog, it means. So to be busy with useless business, it means. It бағу, to take care of dogs. Аузынан шыбынын қору. Аузының шыбынын қору, also move flies out of mouths. Also, they all give the same meaning, that laziness. So kindness. The content of kindness in Karkalpak language is represented by the following phraseological units. Шыбынға азар бермес. He won't hurt the fly. Based on the degree of semantic identity in English, we can single out phraseological unit can't say boo to a goose, or won't say boo to a goose. But different zoonemes were used here. The same concept, the same kindness for the kindness was used. Shibun here is a fly, but goose here another zoonim. So here I may say shibun is the insect, but goose is a animal, yeah. So malice, cruelty, rudeness. We can notice partial matching with the name snake. For example, a snake in the grass, snake-headed. Angry means here to be angry, to be rude. In Karkalpak language, here is such kind of things, such kind of expressions, phraseological units. Qara жылан, сұр жылан, zahirli жылан. It means all them that poisonous snake or just black snake or snake also. In Karkalpak language, a cruel attitude towards a person is expressed in the following phraseological units. For example, көк ала қойдай қылып ұру, to beat someone like a sheep, to hit hard, it means иттей көрмеу, to appreciate less than a dog, not to be considered a person. So a negative characteristics of rudeness, an old cat, a grumpy evil old woman. Interestingly, in English, cruelty is presented by eagle-eyed. As I have mentioned above, eagle-eyed in Karkalpak language means eyes that have sharp eyes, means eagle eyes in Karkalpak language, but here means rudeness, cruelty in English. So different content. So talkativeness. In phraseological units, there is an identity of semantics and complete coincidence of their component composition. For example, hakkidi qaqildau, chatter like a magpie. The same phraseology, the same content, and the same zoonemes. In English, to implement talkativeness, the zooneme cat is used. Let the cat out of the bag. It means to say someone's secret, to talk to anyone. So, reticence. The group of phraseological units with the meaning lack of sociability is not so loud in both English and Karkalpak languages. In English, the concept of non-sociability is realized through the zooneme oyster, as close as an oyster. In Karkalpak, it's expressed by such zooneme as balık, fish, and vugus, bull. Balıkтай тілсіз, dumb like a fish, аузын буған vuguzdей, like a bull with a closed mouth. non-sociable person. One semantic is expressed by different zoonoms. Here, next, cunning. Cunning, old forks, slight forks, crazy like a fox, all these expressions given with fox, and the same with Karakalpak. Sum tulku, sly fox, kara tulku, old fox, also giving the cunning character of the person. Another comparison of a cunning person created by a bird, sparrow, a dog. For example, downy bird in a cunning beast. Qартайған шымшық кепекке алданбас. Here we can see in English a bird, and in Karakalpak language we can see shimshik. Shimshik means sparrow. A sly old dog. Dog here was given by the name dog. Buralqı it urib jaranar. It.
Zarima, you have your last minute. Thank you.
Okay. It here gives the sly either dog and means also sly person. So what was I want to conclude that doing all this analysis through the 10 semantic group, we come to the conclusions that English and the Karakalpak is the completely different languages. So, but even though we have some similarities and some also differences also. So, in short, I can conclude that even every nation has their phraseological units according their culture and according their existence, where the localization. That's why most of our phraseological units is given by the domestic animals like camel, cat, but they are in English, in British people, they used mostly wild animals also, but wild animals are not used in Karakalpak languages. That's why. And for some semantic fields, we can, in Karakalpak language is not, there is some kind of, for example, drunkenness, for using drugs, for example, this kind of bad habits is not, we cannot find in Karakalpak language. So thanks for attention, everybody. I think
thank you.
I can do it in short, but I have a lot of things to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the next time we will give you like 30 minutes, I mean, to finish your presentation, hopefully. Very nice, lovely. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's all about mental concept of image, or how we are associating the world. That's very nice, very good. I hope that maybe the next time you can include like Karakalpak, English, Turkish, even the Farsi, for example. So all these people here, I mean, you can find anyone relevant to your study, and you can make a comparison Karakalpak and Farsi, for example. What Iranian people think, what type of animals are much closer associated with their daily life, etc. Anyway, thank you, Zarima Sagafra. Hope to see you next time. Enjoy your day.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot also for you.
Yeah, I mean, Bukhara now solved the technical issue. This is very nice news for today. And now we have inviting Nilufar Ruziva from Bukhara State University, verbal hygiene in language usage. Ruziva, please.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Ortada shovqin bor qanaqadir sizlarda bu yoqda?
Ko'ring, o'tgan hafta
Assalamu alaikum. So, good afternoon, dear participants. Good afternoon, Dr. I'm very glad to be in this conference and participating in this wonderful event. And today's same as I went verbal hygiene in language usage. Verbal hygiene is something new in our modern linguistics. So as an introduction, we can say the greatest function of the language is to serve as a means of communication. It is a social practice which actualizes social relationship between human beings. And in order to establish a set of behavioral regularity, a rule must arguably arrive in the first place from speakers, so speakers apprehending and following the norm. So first, it was coined by English scientist Deborah Cameron. And this is a theme harped on by the verbal hygienist across the cultural and political spectra from 2012. And that's why I have mentioned that it is something new for modern linguistics. There is also a feeling by the proponents of verbal hygiene that they feel the communication break down if they do not abide a single standard in language usage, as this enhances value judgment, anchoring on uniformity and transparency. If uniformity is important in language usage, it means that we can understand the norm, standard, and appropriateness and correctness within it. Mostly we can understand verbal hygiene as a language cleansing up. All these four terms, standard, norm, appropriateness, and correctness, are captured within verbal hygiene. So, as we mentioned, this phrase was first coined by British linguist Deborah Cameron to describe the urge to meddle in the matters of language. That is the effort to improve or correct speech, writing, or to address change in language, also known as prescriptivism and language purism. According to Alison Jude and Cameron, verbal hygiene is a way to make sense of language and represent a symbolic attempt to impose order on social world. And Case Ellen also gave her own attitude towards this theory. This extends verbal hygiene to enjoy thinking and arguing about words, correcting writing of others, and looking things up in dictionaries and usage guides. These activities are born of the urge to improve and clean up the language for effective communication. Accommodation is also part of the concern of verbal hygienists. As far as speech is concerned, to converge in language, and a speaker needs to considerate enough in terms of her audience cognitive level, so that she or he cultivates a change in the variety. Deborah Cameron names and describes a familiar and time-honored strain in the discourse on language. Those value-laden prescriptions and prescriptions about language use and the debates they engender what she calls verbal hygienes. This genre includes those practice born on an urge to improve clean-up language and constitutes a single activity, a struggle to control language by defining its nature. So I have chosen this thing as it is also related with my dissertation work with politeness, the category of linguistic politeness, because it is one paragraph of my dissertation work. And here we have discussed all these points. And Deborah Cameron, in her research, suggests that language debates mask real issues of self-interest, ranging from the promotion and inflation of the value of public style guides to the profitable exploitation of the sexual differences in the name of helping women talk like men, and politically vested calls for back to basic curriculum that will purportedly stem the tide of illiteracy. So linguists, for the part, often adopt dismissive attitudes towards popular causes aimed at regulating language. They espouse the view that language cannot be manipulated by unnatural human intervention, that authentic language change is a result of real social change, a view that often merely aggravates the tension of debate. As a result, Cameron argues that underlying social and political motivations can remain unexpressed via arguments over the desirability of tampering using the language to dominate the discussion. Their purpose is to focus on this underlayer of basic interests. In the first place, by validating the debates themselves, she wishes to encourage linguists and others to be curious about the phenomenon of language. They normally eschew popular and passionately expressed attitudes toward language use. She points out that the phenomenon of language, this should be a logical part of linguists' professional inquiry. So, Cameron examines the Ghana debate engendered by the Education Reform Act of 1988 in England and Wales, perhaps the most obvious example of how the discourse of verbal hygiene violates this an ideological battleground. In her analysis, conservatives represent the focus of prescription and law and order, calling for back to basics approach to grammar, and leftists as the forces of pluralism, calling for a tolerance and fostering of bilingualism and dialect diversity. In her narrative of this debate, she ascribes race and class paranoia to the conservatives and depicts permissive teachers and linguists as a scapegoat who, along with the leftists, lose the battle of the end. With a number of examples, she illustrates the slippage between linguistic and moral terms that is characteristic of such debates. the conflation of word with character, grammar, and honesty, and the lack of standards is pride. Linguists, she says, lost the debate in court of public opinion because they denied the importance of standards. She depicts today's Eliza as moving from the novel Pygmalion in terms of remodeling of her entire linguistic persona. Devices such as videos, training courses, seminars, and workshops marketed as management, interpersonal, or leadership skills training constitutes the practices of this brand of verbal hygiene. She is particularly critical, as many other commentators now of Fedora.
Ms. Nilufar, you have your last minute. Thank you.
Okay, popular book on male and female communication. You just don't understand. And her main object of critique, however, is dialect of verbal hygiene advice for women. So the principles are given in this list. Some value judgments on language use are legitimate and deserve investigation, but not all such judgments are equally valid. Rules for language use should be based on reasons, hidden agendas, and vested interests should be made an explicit product of the doubt, and only relevant facts should be considered. So in conclusion, the case says that language use being paradigmatically a social public act, it must be carried on this reference to norms. The manipulation of language does not advise spontaneous, but all are engineered deliberately, could be more dangerous if not well appropriated. Adequate implementation of verbal hygiene makes the language user conscious of tourist utterance. So that is all for my saying. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nilufar. Wonderful presentation. I know that you experienced a technical problem, but you did your best. You recovered from this problem. Yeah, and so very nice, very good presentation. Yes.
You allowed me to participate in this wonderful conference. Thank you once more.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. So I'm curious what the Dilfuza next to you. Nilufar? Okay, good. So we are now continuing with another speaker. I'm curious whether the Dr. Firuza Mamatova online with us.
Mikrofon. O'zinglar yoqasizlar?
Feruza is here.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Okay, very good.
I'm glad to be one of the members of this conference, and with your permission, I would like to start my speech. So, could you hear me, everyone?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Very nice.
So, okay. So today I'm going to give some information about lingual cognitive categorization and to suggest the usage of social linguistic method in revealing the natural phenomena of different kinds of lingual cognitive categorizations based on sociolect and prototypes. Okay, next. So first of all, I would like to give background information on lingual cognitive categorization. So according to Zuba, the first scientist who worked on the Russian lingual cognitive categorization and gave the types So distinguished and classified the types of this categorization. She says that it correlates simultaneously with the areas, so mental, where the procedure for identifying essential features of a cognizable object, comparison with known members of natural categories, and linguistic, bringing new knowledge under the categories of language or imposing language categories on a fragment of cognizable reality. So, according to scholars who work in the area of cognitive linguistics. Next slide. So they distinguish linguo-cognitive categorization. So they give two types. First, the natural one, and the second is artificial. So for natural, they explain the phenomena or notions that are born and exist from naturally, like here I provide examples like seasons, parts of human body, part of the daytime, and etc. that have natural characters. And the second type of linguo-cognitive categorization, they suggest to be artificial. And its own turn, artificial linguo-cognitive categorizations are divided into two big groups. So abstract and artifact. So abstract are those that do not have any ontological character. So they are usually abstract concepts. And second type, artifact, which has kind of reference that can be touched, that can be seen, and others. So for abstract linguo-cognitive categorization, here the examples you can see on the screen. So spirituality, wisdom, honesty, happiness. And for artifact, we can take as an examples, for example, clothes, banknotes, hardware, and many others. Okay, next. So, in order to reveal the natural phenomena, characteristics of linguo-cognitive categorization, so a number of scientists suggest the following types of methods. So, method of prototype analysis suggested by Eleanor Roche. The second method, also cognitive taxonomic analysis, also suggested by her, and the method of psycholinguistic analysis by Osgood, Charles Osgood, Karaulov, Sorokin, and the psycholinguistic scholar Leontief. And the next, one of the most popular among of them is suggested by Lakov. It is called method of cognitive modeling. And the next is method of frame analysis by Minsky. In our research, we would like to suggest, we would like to introduce a new type of method. I mean, new type, not in linguistics, but in the analysis of linguo-cognitive categorization. So in addition to the above-mentioned research methods, we would like to introduce a new type, method of social-linguistic analysis for researching linguo-cognitive categorization of all types, whether it is abstract, artifact, natural, no matter. We suggest an implementation of the given method in the form of sociolinguistic questionnaires. Okay, next. So how are the ideas?
Rosa, I'm so sorry. Your slides do not move, you know?
And here is the moderator is moving, and we can see. So which slide could you switch over?
First only, first slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. But we could see the moving of the slides turn by turn.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you suggest to do?
So can you reopen it again?
Okay, so just a minute, please.
Yes, now it's visible.
So then from which slide, should I make a repetition of the slide?
No, you may
okay.
continue.
Okay, so how the idea was born, study. Okay, so next, no, one before. So scientific findings of the study, I mean, the elaboration of new methods, so suggesting new method to for the revealing of linguocultural, let's say, character of linguo-cognitive methods. So In addition to the above-mentioned resource, we would like to introduce a new type, new type of method, not in linguistics, but in analysis of linguocognitive categories. So the method of sociolinguistic analysis for researching linguocognitive categorization of all types, natural, abstract, artificial, artifact, and others. We suggest an implementation of the given method in the form of sociolinguistic questionnaires. Okay, so how was the idea born? So how we came to the conclusion that the using sociolinguistic method will be effective in the analysis and the study of linguocognitive categorization. So, of course, we based it on the theoretical basis of lots of scholars that, background that they worked on, who worked on this topic, linguocognitive categorization. So linguists in their works mention the term sociolect. In sociolinguistics, a sociolect is a form of language, non-standard dialect, restricted register, or a set of lexical items used by a socioeconomic class, profession, and an age group, or other social group. So a sociolect defined by philosopher and sociolinguist Peter Trudgill, according to his, sociolect is a variety of lect, which is thought of as being related to its speaker's social background rather than geographical background. Okay, sociolect. The main distinction between sociolects and ordinary dialects are in their geographical position. So sociolects are based on mostly dialects within social groups, but the dialect is usually focused mostly on the geographical position of the speakers. However, a sociolect's main identifier is a socioeconomic class, age, gender, and ethnicity in a certain speech community. An individual speech abounded in an argot, jargon, or slang is referred to as sociolect. The foreign term underlines that it's a special type of language which is used to communicate but is not understood by all. The latter term underlines the fact that sometimes argot, jargon, or slang can be more common in certain social milieu. So, in the theme of our topic, in the theme of our research, we mentioned the term, the notion prototype. So another notion, prototype, can be understood as a theory of as a theory of categorization in cognitive science, particularly in psychology and cognitive linguistics, in which there is a graded degree of belonging to a conceptual category, and some members are more central than others. It emerged in 1971 within the work of psychologist Eleanor Roche. So according to the prototype theory, certain features of a category have equal status, and thus examples that represent all or most of these features become the prototype for that category. Items that do not share the majority of these features may still belong to that category, but do not represent the prototype. Consider a category such as furniture. As an example, we can look through the types of furniture. Features of furniture include wood, upholstery, seating, storage capacity, leg and arms, among many others. So, chairs may to some individuals be prototypical because these items of furniture have a majority of the common furniture features. Like when we imagine a furniture, we usually imagine something that we can sit with 4 legs. It's a sofa or a chair. So then, in that case, a chair can be a prototype for the linguocognitive categorization of furniture. A footstool, on the other hand, may not serve as a prototype because while it has some common furniture features, it doesn't have a majority of those features. How each person applies prototype theory to categorization concepts and language varies based on experience and cognitive development. So choosing a prototype to these or that linguocognitive categories mostly depends on the experience of a human who gives the prototype variants. So although many individuals share similar categorization, but we cannot say that each human's each human's attitude or approach to choosing prototype are quite different. They could find some similarities among the respondents. So the aim of the method. So the aim of the method that we are suggesting, sociolinguistic method of analysis. Method of sociolinguistic analysis could contribute for the identification of lingua-cognitive categorization, the study of essential features of lingua-cognitive categorization of the studied phenomena in different variations of professional, dialectal, language, picture of the word, industrial, and trade economic, including customs.
Feruza, I'm so sorry, you have only 1 minute left.
Okay, I will give only then in that case theory. The most important for requirements. Next slide. So requirements for participants. For example, in order to conduct a sociolinguistic experiment, we can most of all take, let's say, concerning Uzbekistan territory, Horizon Bukhara regions, Tashkent and Fergana valleys, because they mostly differ in dialects, in sociolex. Okay, next. So, and the requirements for participants of sociolinguistic experience, first of all, they should be of different profession. First of all, age, gender, and social classes. And we can here look through the English dialects like Cockney, Eastern English, East Midlands, where we have found that based on the demographic proof or situation, they have different naming of one and the same thing. Next.
Okay.
So here, okay, is it all for me?
Yes, you may conclude.
So okay. So so the conclusion, we say that suggested method of sociolinguistic analysis could be widely used in identifying professional, dialectal, and prototypical word of lingua-cognitive categorization, where the profession or a social group, age, and dialect of participants of the questionnaire are of high importance. Here in the diagram, you can see what kind of requirements of this slide, what kinds of requirements of participants, the last one. Here in the diagrams, you can see that the age is responsible for prototype, profession is responsible for professional features of lingua-cognitive categorization, and a dialect or sociolect usually is based on researching variation on demographic types of lingua-cognitive categorization. I think that's all. So
yeah, thank you.
I have lots of to say, but time.
Yes.
I'm short. Okay.
Thank you so much. So
Thank
see you next conference. Okay, so next presenter, it's me, Hilola Maksudova. Let me share my presentation. So is it visible, my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Hilola Maksudova, PhD on pedagogical science. I work at the University of Exact and Social Sciences. So I'm going to talk about ESP reforms in Uzbekistan. So English for specific purposes reforms in Uzbekistan. I would like to speak about 4 more things. ESP in Uzbekistan 10 years ago, and the projects with the British Council inspire you, and differences between new and old curriculum and new syllabuses for pharmaceutical students that I piloted with my learners. So ESP in Uzbekistan, it was so 10 years ago. I can remember that I worked at Pharmaceutical Institute, which was so the summative assessment, so mostly taught general English, traditional method we use, grammar translation. So It was teacher-centeredness and one textbook based. So we use it only one textbook for all learners, for all levels, and for all groups. So, and I decided to participate in project Inspire You, which is launched by the Ministry of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education of the Republic of Uzbekistan, World Languages University, and the British Council. So the program aimed at reforming curriculum, materials, and assessment for non-philological institutions throughout the country. And the project worked on the decided to work on five main the strains. So materials on assessment and standards, underlining principles under each strand, and trainer training and curriculum. So trainer training, which is we need ESP trainers who could train ESP teachers and learners. So, and the overall objectives of the project were to carry out baseline study in 31 non-philological institutions in Uzbekistan, to develop holistic approach to ESP in Uzbekistan, to develop a skills-based ESP curriculum and the flexible syllabi, and to develop models of modern flexible materials, and to design assessment methods, so according international standards, CFR. So, and also the project tried to improve classroom teaching and learning through effective delivery of course materials. Also to improve English language proficiency of the participants, the teachers, to develop an instrument for exit testing for ESP students and for ESP teachers as well. And to improve the standards of English language teaching and learning in universities and institutions of higher education throughout Uzbekistan. So as we know, we had programs like a preset, so for developing, improving English language teaching in philological directions. And this project, it was new for non-philological directions universities in Uzbekistan. So we had very wonderful trainings with ESP specialists like Jeff Stanford, so Rod Balaito, and specialists from Nile, so the Norwich University. And also I also participated as a trainer, so I was teacher trainer, where I participated as a trainer to train ESP teachers. So in a picture you can see our specialists and participants from all over our republic. So from Urgench State University, from Karakalpak, from the Andijan Machine Building, so many ESP institutions participated. So, and what was done, by the way, so many achievements I can hear. So the point. So first, it was a baseline study. So first, British Council specialists, ESP teachers studied the situation ESP teaching in Uzbekistan. Then forming project team. So we have so many, more than 30 teams at the beginning of the project. And curriculum and syllabuses developed in 11 fields. So the specialist Jeff Stanford, so wrote curriculum for ESP learners, and we had syllabuses for 11 fields. And also we learned to work on Moodle platform and also materials for blended learning as well. And also basic materials for project partner higher educational institutions, and try to launch to pilot new curriculum. And Optis test also was conducted for experimental groups in Tashkent, and beforehand, so at the beginning of the project, so ESP teachers also took IELTS Optis test. So, and also lesson plans for semester 1 and TEL trainers group, it means technology enhanced language learning, so using technology in ESP learning. And the review of semester 1st, so pilot, it means we had a very big curriculum pack. So we had a pack in order to use in teaching ESP in different institutions in Uzbekistan. So, as I mentioned, we had a curriculum pack. So we had an ESP curriculum, new one, which is adopted by Ministry of Higher and Secondary Education. And we had the syllabuses for 11 fields. It was tourism, machine building, agriculture, ICT, design and art, pharmaceutical, medicine, management, philology, journalism, and light industry. So also we had a supporting guideline on assessment, on using authentic materials, and the sample lesson plans. So, and to talk about the differences of new ESP curriculum and old one. So nowadays, Oregon State University already implemented new curriculum, and they consider it is much more effective and much more beneficial new curriculum. So there is huge advantages, you know, so which starting the strong link between learning outcomes, content and assessment, so the objectives, how to conduct needs analysis, so the questionnaire for needs analysis, and also so the practical approach mostly used, so the grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, so the teacher, ESP teacher can choose so the suitable approach according to the needs of his learner or her learner. So, and also during the project, much more attention was paid on so the assessment. So we tried to use authentic assessment. So the authentic material is another term. So that we use authentic assessment, how to evaluate learner according to their role play, according to their interview, so according to their task-based, content-based activities. So this is, if it's visible, so the new syllabus, which I use it for my pharmaceutical students. So it is very convenient that it is a module-based syllabus. And I also can outline, so the new syllabus with the old syllabus, so differences, so which is module-based, very clear objectives, approach to materials, so there is a description for each module and examples for authentic tasks, so the pedagogical tasks, authentic tasks. So there are so many samples, examples provided, and indicative topics. So what kind of topics can you can include in your the syllabus, and the variety of textbooks for each direction provided with a variety of textbooks. So you shouldn't use only one textbook for all directions, for all domains. So there are so many. Okay, and here in this picture, I can show you how I conducted the lessons, so the integrated lessons, so with chemistry teachers. So the topic was our chemical lab. So from one side, content teacher taught the term and so the process, so the equipments they are used in a chemical lab. On the other side, I explained what are the so the definitions, how to use English. So I supported from the language side. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, you can write in a chat box, or if you have additional questions, so that you can contact me as well. So now let me announce another presenter. So Dilfuza Olimova, is she here?
Yes, I'm here. Good day.
Okay, so Dilfuza Olimova from Bukhara State University. So Dilfuza, you are welcome.
Thank you. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you well, and you have already demonstrated, shared you.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. Grateful for having such an opportunity to speak in this conference.
Let me go. There you go.
So here in Bukhara, like there is a great demand for interpreters and guides, as we are the city which is one of the main centers for tourist destination, and not that all practice simultaneous interpreting started to be implemented. So my today's presentation is about simultaneous and consecutive interpreting. So most Bukharians here are polyglots, and we speak at least 3 or 4 languages, as you know, because locals mostly speak Tajik here. And so back to my presentation now. So what are the main differences between simultaneous and consecutive interpreting? So these are 2 different processes, each with its own advantages. When it comes to interpreting, we know that there is a distinction between translation and interpreting. When translation, the word refers to written form of translation. Interpreting mainly refers to the oral types of translation. There is a difference between simultaneous and consecutive interpreting, whereas the first one, simultaneous one, is a time-saving process. So the main distinguishing features are that simultaneous interpretation occurs while the source is ongoing and does not require the speaker to pause while the interpretation is rendered. And consecutive interpretation requires that the source message stop while the interpretation is rendered. So while consecutive interpreting is being delivered, the speaker pauses. When the speaker takes pause, the interpreter has got time to reformulate, and then of course there are no taking skills included here, and then the interpreter proceeds. And consecutive interpretation tends to put more demands on memory, while simultaneous puts more demands on rapid processing. A message can be rendered into a target language using either consecutive or simultaneous interpreting. Why is it important to practice the component skills in the interpreting process while learning to interpret? Practicing the component skills
provides two advantages. First, knowing that you can perform the skill in isolation provides a sense of accomplishment, mastery, and confidence. Second, separating the skills allows you to see and learn the importance of each one before combining them in the more complex skill of simultaneous interpreting. And why are strong word recognition skills are important for interpreters? Well, interpreters must be able to recognize words quickly due to the complex demands of the interpreting process. Recognizing a word before it is fully delivered in the source language can save the interpreter time. Knowing the patterns of the source language and how words can and cannot be used can also reduce the cognitive load for the interpreter who has got good word and pattern recognition skills. Interpreters cannot afford to spend time searching for words and their meanings during the interpretation process because there is this automaticity developed. And why is control of attention important for interpreters? Because those interpreters who deal with either consecutive or simultaneous interpreting must manage their resources in two very important and different directions simultaneously. They must attend closely to the message in order to capture its meaning and essence fully, and also selectively not attend to information and distractions that are not relevant to the interpreted event. Well, when it comes to simultaneous interpreting, the very first time it was used was the time when Nuremberg's trials took place. And those trials considered pioneers are considered to be pioneers in the field of interpreting. Prior
دارن کنفرانس شرکت میکنن. اگه میخوایم بیان شرکت کنیم. اگه حرف میخوایم بزنین حرف نزنید. الان اینو براتون بزنم شما
I think there is someone's microphone should be muted. So prior to the trials, consecutive interpreting was used. In Nuremberg trials, and no one had formal training in simultaneous or really knew how to go about it. Despite the lack of training and proper equipment, these interpreters began working in simultaneous interpreting and laid the groundwork for the development of the profession. So to be more exact, how can we know once we enter the conference room, how can we know that the simultaneous interpreting is involved in the event? Usually the simultaneous interpreters work in pairs and they've got special booths, interpreting booths, whereas those interpreters sit in pairs and every 20 minutes they switch roles because this is a huge load for an interpreter to go more than 30 minutes. So the scholar who worked on interpreting Newberg says approximation is important. So what is it and why is it important? Interpreters are not necessarily expert in the subject they interpret, and so must acquire the capacity to approximate the subject areas to an extent that allows understanding. The need to be open-ended or flexible leads to the need for creativity because the source text must be expressed in a different language with different linguistic and cultural constraints. Creativity in the context of interpretation means that the interpreter uses strongly grounded linguistic skills to render the message effectively, not that the interpreter invents an interpretation that is unrelated to the source text. In which settings could consecutive interpreting be used? Certain settings may lend themselves to consecutive interpreting, such as medical or legal interviews or other situations where accuracy is crucial. It can also be used in other situations that are less demanding. In any case, the interpreter must know how to use the technique. Here in Bukhara, we have got lots of tourism and business-related conferences and also B2B meetings where interpreting is involved and required as well. So the department I work for with my colleague who was presenting previously, we work for the Translation Studies Department at Bukhara State University, and usually for the important events of the city, they hire interpreters from our department. Information. So what is the value of studying a model of interpretation? Models of interpretation are theoretical ideas about how the interpreting process may be explained. Models can be useful when studying interpretation because models help break down a complex process into smaller pieces that can be studied and mastered. Knowing about a model allows us to have a shared language and terminology to discuss the complex issues associated with interpreting. So now if we talk about one of the scholars who studied a lot and who conducted lots of research on consecutive conference and simultaneous interpreting is Giles. And in his model of consecutive interpretation, he lists some consonants, some components. So in the listening phase, for example, he lists listening effort, the production effort, and the short-term memory effort. And then in the reformulation phase, he elaborates 3 components, whereas the first one, note reading effort read, and deciphers one's own notes, because as you know, mostly interpreters work with their own codes, ciphers, which are familiar to them and which they find kind of easier to interpret. And then second component here is long-term memory effort for retrieving information from long-term memory. The third component is the production effort for producing the message in the target language. So if we speak about the advantages of these both types of interpreting, of course, simultaneous interpreting is quite challenging, but one advantage it has is like time saving, because the listeners, the audience will not have to listen to the speaker's let's say speech, because they will be in the channel where this interpreted speech is being delivered. So there is no this pause for the interpreter to translate, like within 2 seconds after the speaker delivers the speech from the target language from the source language, sorry, the speech should be interpreted into the target language. Well, what comes to the consecutive interpreting advantages, so examples include vocal intonation, pauses and repetitions, and Russell in his research literature consecutive interpreting results in much greater accuracy in the transmission of the message. Another advantage of consecutive interpreting is additional time for reformulation and expression without ongoing input of the source language. Well, this is let's say all what I wanted to say about interpreting. If you've got any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hello?
Thank you, Dilfuza, for informative presentation. So you have a couple of minutes. So if you have questions, you are welcome. So welcome with your questions.
Okay. You know, I would like to invite our Iranian colleagues to visit Bukhara. We speak the same language. Tajik is a dialect of Persian. So, and we have got, let's say, similar palaces. So I haven't been to Iran, but I have seen the historical places, and I was shocked how our ones bear such a resemblance to them. So welcome to Bukhara. We're happy to see you all here. Any questions?
So thank you, Dilfuza, for your presentation. So let me announce our next presenter. So our next presenter, Mukhtasar Abdullayev, so from the University of Exact and Social Sciences. So Mukhtasar Abdullayev, can you hear us? Muxtasar Abdullayeva.
Good afternoon, dear
Okay, now
conference organizers. I'm glad to be invited to this conference. So my topic is
Demonstracja ekranu. Okay.
So my topic is translation of Uzbek proverbs denoting family relationship into English. So proverbs have firmly and reliably entered our daily lives. They reflect the centuries of experience and wisdom of the people. Their enormous creative and spiritual potential. They not only reflect the worldview of the people, their mentality, but also reproduce from generation to generation the cultural and national attitudes and traditions of the people who are native speakers. Adamina defines proverbs as a clot of folk wisdom, tested by time and life and concrete of the spiritual and physical experience of the people, expressed it concisely, vividly and figuratively. The proverbial material allows one to penetrate into the area of mental activity of a certain people, opening up wide opportunities for comparative research, since through the comparison of the proverbial system of various languages, in this case, such pathologically dissimilar languages as Russian and English, it's possible to identify common and national specific in the proverbs of linguistic mentality, Russian and English, because nothing better than proverbs and sayings will give an idea of the spirit and structure of the language being studied and the peculiarities of the mentality of the Uzbek people, its adherent. Well, and here, in the next slide, I have given some examples taken from Uzbek fairy tale, not fairy tale, story, short story. Here, Uzbek proverb here, next, it is translated into Russian by like this. And in English, by Hanna and Spearsky, it's translated like this: take it all girl and return it all girl. So the equivalent of the Uzbek idiom only for the bearing for that does not exist in Russian and English languages, because there is no such kind of giving and taking mentality in the Russian relationship of both sides of right and wrong. Because of such phrases not existing in Russian and English, the translators translated them word by word. It's natural that direct translation is incomprehensible to Russian and English readers, because they are completely unaware of such traditions of Uzbek people. Therefore, even when they translate word by word, they have to give the definition on it in Russian and English at the end of the text, or at the end of the book. In its turn, the English idiom scratch my back and I'll scratch words can just use for saying that two people each doing something to help the other, and in Russian, it can be suitable for it. However, in this expression, there is no such giving and taking relationship in right and wrong sides, but we think that it can be considered without misunderstanding in the literal translation, so that it can be suitable. We think it can be suitable. So next example, also taken from the short story by Ahmed Reymov. So in Uzbek, so it is translated into Russian like this. Иди мой поднос, верни мой поднос, а не вернешься, чтобы черт тебе унес. And in English, it's translated like this: go my tray, return my tray. And if you don't return, may the devil take you. Uzbek people have a custom. Depending on the guests present, they should also give back present, which can be equal for their present. In this sense, this proverb, is used. This proverb is translated into Russian correctly as «Иди мой поднос, вернись мой поднос, а не вернешься, чтобы черт тебе унес». Here is the literal translation of proverb is not only correct, but also very well done. It has its own internal rhythm and rhyme. Using the Russian version, the English translator also translated correctly as go my tray and return my tray. And if you don't return, may the devil take you. And it didn't harm the national coloring of the Uzbek nationality. And next example. Well, it's Uzbek people are very hospitable people and they divide everything with each other. This example is taken from Shirin Kelle, short story Shirin Kelle by Oyden. Here, o'rgilar bir mayizda 40 kishi bo'lib yegan ekan dedi. Mamnunlik bilan u hammaga bir qarab chiqdi. Well, it's translated into Russian like this: раздели мой милый сын, так чтобы сердце мое боли не знали. And in English, it's translated like this: share them out, my son, so that my heart shouldn't be pained. So although the Uzbek phrase to divide one race into 40 people is not exactly translated into Russian, the meaning hidden under the text that the old woman wants the text correctly translated. English translators are also able to accurately convey the meaning behind the text to the reader. It's clear that in translation it's not always possible to give humanity while preserving this or that word. Therefore, it's impossible to preserve all the elements of historical and national identity of the original. So here, another example taken from Safarov, from Mintaqalararo by Safarov, another Safarov. So, yetmasa jonim. Xudo bergan dod Xudo uchun hech narsani ayamanglar deydi. Tayinladi mulozimlarga Mamatboy. So, in домашнем из слуга Mamatboy приказал: все мои достояния, если этого не хватит, то и сердце мое все дал Худой, не жалеет ничего. And in English, it's translated like this: to his domestics and servants, Mamatboy ordered all my possessions, and if that is not enough, my heart them all. All to Dod Khuda. Don't grudge, don't spare anything. From the excerpt, we can see that Mamatboy is very generous, does not scant anything for his long-awaited child Dod Khuda. He even invites guests from neighboring villages and wants to share his happiness with them. His words, is translated into Russian as если этого не хватит, то и сердце мое. If it's not enough, in this case, my heart. And into English, all my possessions, and if that is not enough, my heart then. All. It is evident that both translators are skilled and aware of the mentality of those Greek people. So in conclusion, I can say that translation should be seen as a creative work, and the translator as a conscious and faithful friend of the author. The translator must have a thorough knowledge of both languages, but knowing the language means not only the mastering the official office language limited by the dry artificial laws and rules of various academic grammars, but also a deep feeling of the living language of the people. In addition to the literary language, the translator should be aware of some things outside the language, that is extra-linguistic factors, life events, people's history, customs, which cannot be found in any dictionary or grammar. A translator is not a private translator who copies the text of a book from one language into another, but a creator in the field of language. Regarding the relationship between the author and the translator, it should be said that the higher the author's scientific attention, prestige, and literary weight, the higher the responsibility of the translator. Criticism is the most tried and tested field that allows to create a truly adequate translation to eliminate existing defects in it. Translation and culture cannot be separated. Translation cannot develop without culture. Literature, science, and philosophy influence the understanding of translators. On the other hand, culture would not have developed without translation, because translations enrich nations with the cultural values of other nations. It should be noted that in order to achieve an adequate translation, it would be appropriate if the translators understand the extent of the words and expressions that they consider valuable for the Uzbek people, and translate them with a deep analysis of their meaning. They wouldn't allow, there wouldn't be such kind of mentioned shortcomings in the translation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be pleased to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Mukhtasar Abdullayeva. So questions, do you have questions? Because we have almost 5 minutes left with your presentation, Mukhtasar Abdullayeva. So I have a question. As I am not a specialist in translating literary books, but there is a question. So what do you think, what are the main features of Uzbek proverbs? Probably it's interesting for participants from Iran.
So Uzbek proverbs are used to give advice mostly, and they are used to just to give people's opinions shortly. For example, when you say something, just you use it, if you give it with proverbs, especially our old people use proverbs when they are saying something, or when they are giving advice to our to younger generation. And because they have been already proved, experienced that they have already experienced, and they are sure what will happen in the future. So that's why proverbs are very important in our life.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mukhtasar Abdullayeva. So let me announce next presenter from Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies. So Svetlana Khudoyberdieva. Svetlana, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello to everyone.
Okay. Good afternoon. So
I'm just
now
trying to share my PPT.
Okay.
Okay, where is it? Oh my God. Where is it? Okay. Do you see?
Not yet.
Hello.
Svetlana, we can't see your screen.
Do you see?
No. So can you share again? Can you try again?
1 minute. No, I can't.
Svetlana, probably you can send your presentation to me. I can share.
Okay, how can I do it?
So. Okay, I wrote my mobile phone to you. You can send it here, and just you can start your presentation, so your report without the meeting, okay?
Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
So wait a minute.
Okay, let's start. Hello to
Yes,
everyone.
you may start.
Yeah, today I want to present to you my article. So the last several decades have seen much research related to the idea that women and men use languages in different ways. Observation by lack of noted differences in the lexicon and syntax of women supporting dominance perspectives to gender differences in language, which asserted that differences were caused by the subordination of women. So, 1 minute. Other researchers claim that during cross-gender talk, women were more polite, kept to standard grammar, rarely interrupted men, and were less assertive than men. These differences were mostly attributed to male dominance, with women forced to use such differences to achieve social status based on social value. The last of this explanation begins to hint at the different ways in that both women and men compete among their own gender for social status by using gender differences. So Korean has a gender absence of gender-specific pronouns, grammar, and vocabulary, freeing it from many of the problems arising from he, she, or actor, actress. For example, by using gender-neutral equivalents. However, vocabulary reflecting a male dominance is still associatively found, such as words for females which hold negative connotation. So in my article, I took the soktam, it means proverbs, and Korean also has a complex heritage policy system, making relative age, social position, and closeness important. So although Korean society has undergone extremely rapid change over recent decades. So for example, the hand note that misuse of honorifics by men toward women can still be found and can even approach sexual harassments. So the concept of femininity and masculinity are not a phenomenon of immutable natural reality, but a dynamic product of the development of human society, enable to a social manipulation and modeling. In this article, we will try to analyze the examples of Korean prose, how I said before. So, parameology, which combines the features of phraseology and folklore, is an important source for the analysis of historical form stereotypes, including gender stereotypes. So Korean society has traditionally been characterized by patriarchal features in accordance with Confucius values. A man was assigned a dominant role and a woman subordinate one. These cultural stereotypes firmly rooted in the subconscious of Koreans. The article analyzes the proverbs of the Korean language, like I said, so I analyzed always 45 proverbs in my article. So gender stereotypes about women on the examples of proverbs. The first, a woman is a source of aesthetic pleasure and enjoyment. A woman must have usefulness and beauty in order to be recognized and approved. The proverbs reflect the consumer attitude towards women. And
Svetlana, I'm sorry. Svetlana, could you see the presentation? So slides.
Yes.
So if you can comment move or next, okay, previous, so I can move your slides according to your command, okay?
Okay. Mm-hmm. So now I'm gonna speak about the first one. It's 1 minute.
First slide.
The second one, the third one. Can you show the third one, please? Because I can't move it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm just trying to speak about examples because I don't have many time. That's why. So the first, a woman is a source of aesthetic, like I said before. The proverbs reflect the consumer attitude towards women. So I will speak in Korean and translate to English. 여자는 얼굴이 미천이다. A woman's face is the bottom line. 여자는 20이 고치고 남자는 30이 고치다. A woman blossom at 20 and a man at 30. 여자는 익은 음식이 같다. Women are like cooked food. At the same time, the beauty of woman is not always appreciated positively. She brings misfortune to the woman herself and is dangerous for men. For example, 여자에게 빠진 사람은 구하기 어렵다. It's hard to say someone is in love with a woman. 미는 발자가 세다. Beauties have a hard life. So the second one is a woman submits to a man. The proverbs convey the idea of the superiority of men according to which women should be gentle, obedient. So the example is 계집 웃음이 담장 넘어가면 안 된다. The lover of a woman should not be hurt behind the fence. 아내는 남편이 하지고 하는 대로 하면 된다. A wife should listen to her husband. 여자는 남편 사람 먹고 산다. A woman lives by the love of her husband. 남자는 하늘이고 여자는 땅이다. Man is heaven and woman is earth. Those women are subordinate to their husbands and belong to him, which in turn justifies violence against the woman. So the third one is a woman is a keeper of the hearth and an assistant to her husband. There are few proverbs representing women from a positive point of view in the role of a helper and support for a husband. 이복 초복 해도 초복이 제일이다. Among the various blessings, the main things is a good wife. 이 집 좋다 해도 내 기집이 제일 좋다. Your wife is the best of all wives. 보기 싫은 조도 빙판보다 낫다. An unloved wife is better than an empty room. The second one is the woman is in okay, that's next. Okay, a woman is a source of troubles and problems. In Proverbs, woman under various circumstances bring misfortune. 꿈이 여자를 보는 재수가 없다. If you see a woman in a dream, you will not be lucky. 여자가 잔소리 많으면 집안이 망한다. Because of woman's graciousness, the family collapses. 여자가 울면 3년간 재수가 없다. If a woman cries for 3 years, there will be no luck. Okay. Do I have a time? 6 minutes, yes?
Yes, you have.
Okay. So the last one is, I really analyzed this proverbs, and it was really interesting. Female character. About female one. Okay. As a rule, the female character in Korean proverbs is described from the negative side sometimes. Women are jealous and talkative. So 여자는 질투하면 두근도 안 된다. If you take away the jealous from a woman, there no more than 1 kilogram will remain from her. 여자는 남편 옆에 암고양이만 있어도 질투한다. A woman is jealous even if there is a cat next to her husband. 득이 없는 여자 없고 먹지 않은 종 없다. There is no woman who is not jealous. There is no servant who doesn't eat. So the next one is patient and anger. So 여자 속은 밴댕이 속이다. Women are pretty. 여자는 요물이다. Women are cunning. 계집이 늙으면 여우가 된다. A woman becomes a fox in her old age. So Korean proverbs, they are not like a Russian or Uzbek proverbs. Yes, but the Korean proverbs and sayings representing stereotypical pictures of the world can use a generalization image of a woman mainly from the negative side too. Beauty and the role of a woman as a keeper of the house are positively exist. Female characters and intellect are negatively assist. So it's like a jealous, bitterness, anger, ignores among the prototypical feature of a woman, as well as female beauty fraught with a danger. Korean proverbs and sayings present an androcentric view of gender relations. Women and their activities are presented in terms of their place in a man's life. Women are dependent object, practically devoid of an agency. It's not coincident that women are like to a household, food and pet. So in conclusion, I want to say that reification, a woman is often perceived to not as an independent person, but as an inanimate object. A thing that has its own owner, a house, a plate, a pumpkin, ladle, a well packed, etc. In addition, in Proverbs, where a woman is likened to a plate and the ladle, the idea is transmitted that the woman should be in a family and all her contacts with the outside world should be minimized. The second one, zoo metaphor. A woman is likened to animals, a dog, a chicken, a fox, a snake, a mouse, and a turtle. So if you know that when in Korean culture, when the person say that you are very beautiful, you are very smart and very wise like snake, so it's when you say like that, you want to show the good character of this woman. So the future metaphor in Korean proverbs, a woman is often likened to a flower, not because of her beauty, but as an object of possession that can be plucked and appropriated. Food metaphor, a woman is likened, which emphasizes her role as a source of pleasure. The physical metaphor, woman, are likened to a water which emphasize their danger and that wife, along with water and fire. So in conclusion, I want to say that Korean proverbs and sayings are characterized by a high degree of androcentrical. As a rule, they convey the idea of the superiority of man or over woman. Gender asymmetries conveyed in proverbs continue to exist in Korean. According to a study by Min Hyun-sik, 2001, modern language uses a large number of expressions that reflect gender asymmetry, which are consonant with the ideas of proverbs about women. So dependence on a husband, housekeeping, ideas of the usefulness of women, and violence against them. So the gender asymmetry presented in Korean proverbs are not only relic of the past, but continue to exist in the modern language. Not only in Korean, maybe it's the past, but in another country, maybe it's now, in these days. So thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Svetlana, for your presentation. So, and our next presenter, so Muhammad Reza Falahati Qadimi Fumani, Islamic World Science, so Technology Monitoring and Citation Institute, Shiraz. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes. We
Yeah.
can hear you well.
Well, first of all, good afternoon to all of you. And I'd like to thank Dr. Azamat Akbarov and you also, Dr. Hilola Maksudova, and the other colleagues and all the attendees of this forum. Thank you very much. Just one question. Because we talked about Shiraz also, I want to play a 4-minute video clip. So 11 minutes, I'll try to have the lecture, and 4 minutes the clip. Can I play the clip now, the video clip now about Shiraz before I start?
Yes,
okay.
Sure.
Okay. And can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. With your permission, I will start my presentation. My major is computational linguistics, so I tried to just introduce a topic that was somehow related to translation and also to computer sciences. An overview of the current status of name pronunciation software, a great tool for translators and editors. As you know, in any book, in any thesis or dissertation, in any article, we have a lot of names, proper names, like names, surnames, geographical names, and other types of names. So a big problem translators have is when they want to render or translate foreign names into Persian. When they come across foreign names, then they don't know how to transcribe it. So this paper deals with this problem. In fact, when I reviewed different articles and books, I saw that authors and translators use different types of spellings for a single proper noun. And in fact, in 2013, I did comprehensive research. I worked on more than about 1,000 foreign author names, and then how different translators and editors use them, and saw that they used 2 to 13 different Persian forms for a single foreign name. So it was not advantages, it was a sort of problem, especially when we come to issues like information retrieval. So as an example, the English name Juan or Vladimir, so here you see different forms in Persian for them, and on the right side you see the frequency of appearance of such forms in the web. Or in this example also, Ogarkov, you see 4 different Persian forms for this single English surname, like Agarkov, Ogarkov, and 2 other forms as well. Unsworth is another example also, or Gabriel. So again, here we see 4 different spellings for this single English term. And also Stephen, so a first name like Stephen, which is quite common. Again, you see that for this one, we have 4 different spellings in Persian. Charles is another name, so again, 4 forms. But the big question is, do we really need this much of diversity? Or why do the translators and editors use so many different transcriptions? And finally, what is the drawback of this much of diversity? I just ran a test. I asked 30 Iranian writers, translators, and editors to tell me how they would write foreign names and surnames into Persian. And as you see here, more than 50% of them said, when I know the Persian form, I use it. When I don't know it, then I surf the web to find the spelling of the term. And 40% said, I try to use my English knowledge and pronounce the English term first, then write the spelling based on my pronunciation. And only about 7% of them said, I ask my colleagues. So as you see here, none of them used using a software to resolve this problem. But why didn't they use any name pronunciation software? Based on the results or responses I received, many of them were not aware of the availability of such software. Some of them, especially those who were a bit old, they did not using the PC. And some said they were in a hurry and wanted to finish the job, so they didn't have much time to surf the net. And also some said, because we give footnote and I mean the English spelling of such proper nouns. So the spelling we use within Persian texts is not that important. And some also said they didn't like to consult others, and what they said and the spellings they introduced, they thought they were the perfect one. And another answer they gave was because they didn't have name pronunciation dictionaries. Well, so as you see here, most of the translators and editors do not know anything about such name pronunciation software. So what is the drawback of this much of diversity? Well, we will have unnecessary amount of variation in written forms. It'll have a negative impact on information retrieval, and it'll introduce education problems for students. How are we to teach our students about it if we do not have a system and if we cannot deal with this issue systematically? But if this is the problem, is there a solution to this problem? Yes, there is one good solution, and that is familiarity with name pronunciation software. Well, here I will introduce few software. We have many. The first one is Forvo, more than 2.5 million pronounced words from 325 languages in different languages as well. Another one is Pronounce Names. Here we have more than 100,000 names, but the problem with this one is it is based on English names, so you cannot find pronunciation of proper nouns, proper names from other languages. And How to Pronounce is another software also. It is really good and comprehensive. So it covers different languages like in English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, and a lot more. And you can upload your own audio clips, and you can submit your own pronunciation of proper nouns. We have How You Say audio pronunciation, over 170,000 individually recorded pronunciation for words. It covers English proper nouns, but also covers few German, French, and Spanish words. And it has words from different areas like medical, legal, geographical places, jargon, and other names. And we have a lot more. But can these software help translators and editors to reduce unnecessary variations in writing foreign names? So I undertook test 2, and in test 2, I gave to these 30 translators and editors 20 names and asked them to write all possible Persian spellings of those first names and surnames that had come from English and other languages. Then I introduced to them a number of software that could give them correct pronunciation of such names, and then asked them to revise the list they had produced. And I came up with a good conclusion. And the conclusion was that about 70% of the variation was eliminated. I mean, for example, in the first phase, they introduced 4 spellings, but when they learned how to use the name pronunciation software, they omitted 2 and came up with 2, and at times only with 1 pronunciation. So what was the reaction of the translators and editors? They found the software very useful and said that they would use it continuously in their upcoming translation and editing experiences. They also said that they would try to contribute by uploading audio files of some names that were missing in the software, especially names, proper surnames coming from Persian. And they also said that they would introduce such software to their colleagues and friends. So what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that although name pronunciation software do not have a long history because all are very young and still under development, they are efficient tools for writers, translators, and also editors. The second conclusion is that most writers, translators, and editors, and even students are not, unfortunately, are not aware of such software, or at least do not use them properly. So this third point is that teaching of such software in the classroom should be focused on, and for writers, translators, and editors, some workshops need to be held so that they will come to know about such software and they will use them in their forthcoming exercises, translation practices, editing practices. Another conclusion was that such software will result in more consistency in writing of names, because now we have a high degree of inconsistency in transcription of foreign names into Persian. So when you use such software, so when you can listen to the correct pronunciation of these names, and when you can just narrow down your search, you can select a geographical place, a specific language, and then look for the pronunciation of a single word in a given language or in a specific area, then it will be of great help, so the person can use that pronunciation and then write it into Persian. So in this way, as I said before, application of such software resulted in reduction of the variation of Persian forms by 70%. And the last conclusion is such software will have a positive impact on information retrieval. If we write the name of a given person in 4 or 5 or 6 different ways, then how are we to surf the net, the web, and retrieve information about that person? It means that we have to be able to key in all the 4 or 5 or 6 forms if we want to get to all the information. So again, it shows that not only in translation and editing practices, but also in information retrieval, in search engines, such software can be very useful and can have a good impact on a reduction of such unnecessary variations. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, Dr. Muhammad Riza Falahati Qademi Fumani, really appreciate your presence.
Thank you.
Wonderful
Thank
speech.
you.
And yeah, I mean, you brought a good memory of Shiraz for me. Yeah, while watching the city Shiraz. I mean, each fragment is part of my life. I have been there and I really enjoyed the Shiraz, the food, the historical sites, and in the center and the old city and the Mutawakil, Nasir al-Mulk Mosque and all these things. Really appreciate.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akbarov. I hope to see you soon here in Shiraz. Just one sentence I wanted to add. I'm also the director of the Office of International Scientific Cooperation at ISC, which is the third largest indexing system in the world after ISI and Scopus. So I have a good offer for all the universities in Uzbekistan. The first one is, I hope that we can have an e-meeting, universities in Uzbekistan with ISC, so you can get familiar with our services. The second one is we have the largest full text database of Persian documents, Persian articles, all full text. So we can offer this database to universities in Uzbekistan free of charge for 3 full years. So I hope that we will be in touch together for the e-meeting and also for the necessary correspondences to get all your universities connected to our databases free of charge, inshallah.
Perfect. Yeah, inshallah. So I will be in touch with you so we can assign a date, and then I will arrange a meeting so we can have the meeting. Really appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you.
Marvelous.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really
very much.
mamnoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Really
Really
mamnoon.
appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker, we have Professor Jamila Djumabayeva from University of Executive and Social Sciences University, one of the advanced and leading professors in her field in Uzbekistan. And she will talk on bilingualism and developing learners' language skills. Professor Jamila Djumabayeva, please, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, dears. Is it audible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very glad that I'm presenting our results with my doctoral students and my master degree students. We are engaged in bilingualism, studying the developing learners' language skills, and I would like to share our experience. Okay. Today we are going to talk about the benefits of bilingualism for children, skills and recommendations for identifying their abilities to be bilingual or to develop their language skills. And children have their ability to accept external stimuli, creating them to form their own thoughts in order to recognize similar sounds with which together form words and phrases that allow them to easily express thoughts and feelings over the years. And here we would like to introduce about the advantages of bilingualism, the benefits of learning two languages, and two main aspects which we have revealed in the development of bilingualism in children, and of course our conclusion concerning this research work. Some children, on the other hand, develop bilingualism from early age, and bilingualism means perfect knowledge of two languages, or particularly literary language and its dialect. It occurs for social demand and for some reason. Its natural formation is also due to the fact that two or more peoples live in the same state, and the bilingual human brain has several significant advantages. Some can even be seen. The gray matter has a higher density. In addition, the use of a second language increases the activation of certain parts of the brain. We can call this brainwashing. And historical and cultural factors have contributed the most to the emergence of bilingualism. Today, the cognitive advantages of bilingualism seem very clear, but at the same time, it's surprised experts. As previous lecturers also mentioned about our famous outstanding writer, poet Alisher Navai. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Iskandari mentioned about Alisher Navai. And here I also would like to mention that many representatives of Uzbek classical literature, I mean Middle Ages, were fluent in both Uzbek and Persian. For example, Alisher Navai was fluent in native language Turkish and as well as Persian. He collected his works in this language and composed a divan-phony. This divan was highly praised by Persian language poets, especially Jami. In general, I would like to say that bilingualism as a social phenomenon is an important factor in the enrichment and development of languages, the growth of the universal cultural level. Any interaction of languages requires bilingual people. That's why today, about 12% of children over the age of 5 are bilingual, but experts estimate that the number of bilingual individuals will continue to grow. Thus, parents may consider teaching a baby a second language too early, as studies have shown that learning a second language at an early age is much easier. It is easier for a child to learn two languages at the same time than for an adult to try to learn a second language later in life. While many parents and professionals know the benefits of learning two languages for the children or more, teaching children to learn two languages can be a little tricky. Babies growing up in bilingual families by parents or caregivers are second and easier to learn. However, children who don't have the preferences of a bilingual parent may still benefit from learning two languages. And according to researchers, according to researchers, a baby learns to be bilingual with quantity and quality of the second language he or she speaks around. Unlike a video streaming service that teaches a second language, babies learn the best in the personalized settings. And research has shown that infants learn the language for 9 months, and especially in play-based language sessions, as well as in natural environment at home. And another previous study showed that 12 sessions over 5 weeks, only 6 hours of foreign language exposure required infants to move on the identifying brain development pathways for learning a second language. Yes, of course, we have to prove that babies' brains are amazing. There is a basic connection between social environment and language, so children love to learn in a social or play environment. I would like to mention that all children benefit from brain development if they are exposed to two languages, so don't be afraid to encourage your children to learn second language regardless of age. And babies learn well through play, and group sessions, tutoring sessions with a real person is the most effective way to teach your child to learn second language without knowing the second language. This is opinion by Bialystok, Barat, 2007. There are two main aspects in the development of bilingualism in children: their environment and their stage of maturity. Accordingly, there are two types of bilingual language. At the same time, the child learns two linguistic systems simultaneously or at the same time. Typically, this happens when parents speak two different languages every day. And the next one is the child has only one language in childhood. Once they master it, they learn second language, for example, at school during the English lesson. It is very difficult to achieve proper bilingualism. As you know, in the family, maybe mother can speak Russian or English, but father speaks only Uzbek. In this case, if a child communicates with mother, maybe he or she may speak Russian or English better than Uzbek. It depends on how do they communicate, how frequently do they communicate. And that's why for a long time, the idea was that the only way to learn a language well was to learn it at a young age. That is, it is believed that a person will not be able to master the language fluently after reaching adulthood. In this case, person's speech or pronunciation are always influenced by the dialect of his language. Today, we know that this idea is not true because as we grow older, more and more people are learning foreign languages and mastering them very well. It depends, we think that environment and motivation. This has prompted researchers to re-examine what are the factors that differentiate learning a foreign language in childhood. And the information that an adult who works in two jobs and attends a language course at 7 p.m. will be different from the information that the child will receive from his or her mother, grandmother, father, and other primary caregivers. Ultimately, the difference between language learners in childhood and adulthood is probably due to a combination of two factors, such as adaptability and context. Of course, there are also differences in each person and circumstances. When the same conditions are created, different people, some will prosper and others will suffer. In conclusion, I would like to say that learning and using a language is a complex process. it is one of the most complex activities that a human being can do, and it involves many levels. You have to work with sounds, syllables, words, grammar, sentences, syntax. Not much is being done. In fact, it is all a processing task for a vast brain network. The parts of the brain are suitable to replace the aging parts of the brain that are showing signs of disease or suffering from neurological pathology. And as a result, we argue that learning a second language may be optimal activity for healthy aging. And we would like to mention once more that it doesn't depend on age, but during this our experiments and questionnaire, we identified that year by year in our country, there are many students, young learners, even adults. They are interested in learning English, and of course, they would like to be bilingual, but not only Uzbek and Russian. Or I can say that we are also going to do some research work, not only on bilingualism, but trilingualism. It means there are 3 languages, because people who are over 40 or 50 years, they speak Russian and Uzbek very well, and they are trying to speak the other European languages like French, English, or German. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Professor Djumabayeva. Wonderful.
Okay, if I have 1 or 2 minutes, may I add something?
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Akbarov. It is a great pleasure to be a whole day in such kind of conference, which is very useful. I mean, here, all the speeches were very interesting. I would like to mention once more Dr. Iskandari's speech, which was devoted to the translation. And I would like to express my wish that we are ready to collaborate with Iranian universities, not only in the field of education or language teaching and in translation too. Of course, it would be a very fruitful collaboration when we translate English, Uzbek writers' works into Persian or Iranian writers' works into Uzbek language. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, really, I mean, for the warmest greetings. And I do believe your university is doing a lot and being the partner to organize this amazing conference. And you line up the 5 speakers, and plus you also invited your students. This is, I think, awareness, spreading awareness about the education, and of course, the students will benefit from that. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And we are moving to another speaker. So we have Ms. Gulnora Nasirova from Uzbekistan State World Languages University, and she's going to talk on unlocking the magic, the power of children's literature. Such a wonderful topic she has. Please, Ms. Nasirova, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, just a minute. We have some technical issues. So do we have experts? I can see my PowerPoint and share it. Could you help us?
Jaloliddin, shu yoqdamiz. Yordam berib yuboring.
So my presentation on my desktop, but I can find it in order to share it. Yeah, got it.
Ko'rindi. Perfect.
Okay, so good afternoon, dear participants. Ramadan Kareem, happy Ramadan to all of you. And Dr. Azamat Akbarov, thank you very much for this opportunity for which you provide for us to share what we did during our academic research. Thank you very much. And I would like just to start my presentation with the combination of these words, once upon a time. Just listening this, what combinations, I'm sure you relaxed and ready to listen to me. So, actually, my presentation focused on my research, which I did while my visit in the United States after getting grant. And I would like just to go back to the history of my interest in children's literature and the start, what made me to focus on this topic. And this is actually the evidence which I participated. This is a ceremony, baby shower. So in the United States, one of my friends, American sister, let's say, invited me to this ceremony, which is called baby shower. And, you know, of course, being representative of Uzbek culture, I expected a woman and a baby meeting us and have some kind of symbolic swimming or dipping into water. But can you imagine when we appeared at the door, we were met by an expected lady. So there were not any baby yet. Baby hadn't come yet. Can you imagine? So, and according to American culture, they celebrate baby shower. They prepare for babies coming. And so I'm not going to explain or describe what's happened there, but the most impressed event was when the expecting mom and father just gave a speech, welcome speech, and the first thing they started was a book. And this book, which they started their speech, was their baby's future first book. And you can see the name of this book, Lola Plants a Garden. And, you know, they visited a shop and tried to choose a book which they will present when their baby come to the world. Yes. And you can even guess what's the baby's name. And it was girl, and the future baby's name they want was Lola. So the impressive stuff was no baby, but there is a book. The whole ceremony started with a presentation of a book. There was a big story why this book was chosen, and some story about the author and the illustrator. And of course, I didn't understand. It was a bit challenging for me to understand, to digest. Why? How this baby would read this. Yeah. Yeah, and then I decided to do some research, and to find out the magic of power of children's literature. And today with you, I'm going to discuss the kids and books and why it's important, kids being with books and the books being together with kids. And the next important point is what attracts kids, how to make them to choose a book or to be with a book. And another thing is, the last point is keep kids interested, what to do in order to keep them interested. So, and I do hope that by the end of my presentation, you will decide to write your own children's book. If you do, contact me. Okay, so while comparing and doing research, I found out that kids and the books are important in terms of language, yeah, just to help them to start to talk, to communicate. And the next one is emotions, to express their emotions, to understand the emotions of others. And another thing is information, to get information, to get something new, to understand the world surrounding them. And the next one is routine, make it as a habit, and bounding to something unique. And sometimes in Uzbekistan, we ask each other why young generation do not read books, why they always hang on cat or something like this. But all these steps could help them to build some kind of habit to read in future and be a friend of a book. So, and another interesting thing is how keep their attention. And I found there are some specific factors that could attract kids. For example, colors of the books, yeah, and the colors as a topic of a book, and animals, yes, and you know, when kids see something in front of their, except their parents or siblings, they surprise, they express their emotions. And the first thing where we can teach them through animals. Yeah, and another thing is characters where the kids could find out and funny titles. Yeah, and here you can find the examples which I have in my house as in my library, in my bookshelves. Yeah, unfortunately, it's impossible to show these books in original. Maybe in future, when we have face-to-face meetings, it could be a chance to share these pictures as well. Yeah, my animal book. Yeah, big book of crazy mix-ups and amazing animals. The book with no picture. Can you imagine? This is a picture book, but without any picture. And another thing is mixed it up, where you can interact with the book and find out how to make one color and change this color. And another thing is funny title, The Cat Who Shot in His Hat. Then Never Ever Lick a Llama. Yeah, these kind of funny titles also could attract the kids. So let's go on. And another important point, what keeps kids interested, and there I found out some important factors. The one is language repetition. When language repeated, for young kids, for kids, we will talk about the levels books a bit later. So language repetition also makes sense. yeah, just to help them to start talking, to pronounce appropriate words, appropriate pronunciation. So appropriate length. So you should know at what level, at what age, what read what. Interactive elements. Yeah, at some stage, when kids start to ask a lot of questions, attractive books with attractive elements could be very handy. The next one is simple images. So we will be back to this. Simple images just to help them to focus on a specific topic at the beginning. So, and find out the certain things, rhyming and the rhythm language, bright colors, of course, and humor. So let's go one by one to these factors and just find out some examples to all these factors. So, but before, I would like just to mention one more point about attention. Attention, you know, we all have some experience how our kids is too energetic, and it's a short time to keep them focused on a certain stuff. And according to research, I found out that the attention span of children and adults are different, and that they have shorter attention span. And for example, if your kid is 5 years old, the attention span could be 15. It means 2 to 3 times at his age. So using this calculation, you can come up with your kid's attention span and choose appropriate book to read with him or her. So as I mentioned before, the length and the wordiness is very important. Is very important. And I did some research on picture books, early readers, chapter books, and upper middle graders. So picture books, you know, they age from 0 to 6, where there should be maximum words 500 or about 32 pages. And of course, picture books should contain a lot of pictures rather than words. So early readers, yeah, you see how the number of words are increasing, yeah, depending on their age and the pages also. And if we go to another genre, yeah, another type of book, if it is a chapter book, when
Ms. Nasirova, you have your last minute. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to focus the increased number of words. Okay, and I mentioned about the pictures, and so minimalistic art, yeah, yeah, you can just see the difference, which one is more attractive and keeps the kid more attentive. Yes, and here is the examples of rhyming, rhythm, and the language repetition. And of course, humor. And humor starts with the title of a book. Yeah, here is the examples as well. And interactive stories where kid can do something with a kid. And another thing is finger puppets. Yeah, at some age, finger puppets is also very attractive. And the pop-ups are very popular in Uzbekistan as well. Lift the flap, yeah, where kid while reading touch, and it would be more interesting for the people who are kinesthetic. Noises and the sounds, yeah. You see the examples. Yeah, we have in our bookshops the samples of these kind of books as well. And here I would like to stress about books level. Yeah, And here is the reader's level, how you can say that it's easy for your kid, or it's the perfect appropriate, or it's a bit hard for this certain kid. So, and as a summary, if you are ready to start your book or thinking about your book, you have to think about target audience, purpose of your book, and what language you are going to use, font color, illustration, and the funny title or just title. So thank you very much. Good luck. If you have any question, you're welcome.
Yeah, wonderful. You did a brilliant presentation, Ms. Nasirova. I mean, very nice, very comprehensive, very detailed.
Yeah,
and I do believe, yeah, people following you, they really enjoyed it a lot. Thank you. So we are moving with another speaker. So now we have Ms. Kamola Aludinova from University of Exeter and Social Sciences. And she will talk on teaching English to tourism and hospitality students. Such a wonderful topic. Please, Ms. Kamola, floor is yours. Kamola, are you with us? Anyway, I think she will join us in the soonest time. I'm curious whether Dr. Saudat Akbarova with us now.
Good afternoon.
Perfect.
I'm here.
Yeah. Let me introduce you. Wonderful. Yeah. So one of the leading scientists and experts in her field, Dr. Saudat Akbarova from Tashkent State University for Oriental Studies. She is also very active in all our activities, and last year as well. I mean, she joined our conference and now for the forum. Nice to have you here again. So it's a pleasure for me. And she will talk on unveiling the veiled coding system on economic euphemism. Such a wonderful topic. Please, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you share me with demonstration screen so that I could manage it?
Yeah. You have access. You should share yourself. Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So,
yes. Good.
Okay, I got it. Oh, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, dear guests. Thank you for your participation, and it was very knowledgeable and informative conference. I liked a lot and got very interesting research works. Thank you very much for our scientists, teachers, and all of you. So my topic is actually about economic euphemisms, and they are encoding and decoding systems. So let me start. So economic euphemisms are a way for people to discuss difficult or unpleasant economic situations in a more positive and neutral manner. They are often used by politicians, economists, and business leaders to soften the blow of negative news or to make difficult decisions more palatable to the public. However, while these euphemisms make economic decisions more comfortable, they can also obscure the true nature of the situation and make it harder to address underlying problems. So studying economic euphemisms can be compared to the concept of encoding and decoding communication. In communication theory, the act of producing a message is referred to as encoding, whereas the process of comprehending that information is referred to as decoding. So we have several problems to address there. So linguistic problems. First, the use of economic euphemisms can create linguistic problems in both encoding and decoding. On the encoding side, policymakers may use technical language and jargon that is not accessible to the general public, ordinary people, leading to confusion and misunderstanding. So this can make it difficult to effectively communicate policies and their implications. So on the decoding side, individuals who are not familiar with economic jargon may struggle to understand the true meaning behind policies and their effects. And this can lead to misinterpretation and lack of informed decision making. Scholars who actually worked on this topic. So first I would like to speak about Steven Pinker. He discusses how euphemisms are used to soften the impact of negative news, including economic news. The second one is George Lakoff has written extensively about the role of language in shaping public perception and policy. So both Pinker and Lakoff agree that economic euphemisms are used to soften the impact of negative news and shape public perception. However, they differ in their approach. For example, Pinker argues that euphemisms are used to make negative news more palatable by using less emotionally charged language. For example, instead of saying layoffs, or a company might use the term restructuring or downsizing. So Pinker believes that this use of euphemisms is a natural part of human communication and reflects our desire to be polite and avoid causing offense. In contrast, George Lakoff argues that the use of euphemisms is a deliberate strategy used by political and economic elites to shape public discourse and advance their interests. So, other two scholars, Mark Johnson and Deborah Tannen, discuss how euphemisms are used in the workplace, including the economic discussions and how they can shape our perceptions of economic reality. So, last scholar, which I really want to speak about, is Stuart Hall. He actually worked on encoding and decoding systems. His contribution to my research is very big. Actually, Stuart Hall's encoding and decoding positions refer to the theory of how media messages are created and interpreted by audiences. According to Hall, media messages are encoded with certain meanings by producers, but these meanings can be decoded in different ways by audience depending on their social and cultural background. Okay, now as I have said, Stuart Hall's several views, analyses were very helpful for me. For example, when we take his hypothetical viewpoints for communication styles are very important. There are four positions he actually suggested: encoding, decoding positions, dominant hegemonic positions, negotiated position, and oppositional position. So I tried to analyze economic euphemisms which occur in the Guardian British daily newspaper. Based on this, actually three of these positions: dominant, negotiated, and oppositional positions. So I really want to share with my analysis and examples. So before speaking about these examples, I really want to decode what I have encoded there. So E stands for encode, T transform, and C consume, com comprehend, and DP decode partly and interpret asymmetrically and decode. So it is my the model of transformation of codes. So now our first example is of centrality measures. You don't impose centrality measures when the whole population is facing a cost of living crisis. So here we see the dominant hegemonic position. It suggested that the language and discourse used by those in power can shape and reinforce their dominance over or others. In the context of this sentence, this could mean that those who to a language that justifies their actions as necessary for economic stability, while ignoring the negative impact it may have on the population. This language can be seen as a way to maintain the dominant group's power and control our economic policy. So here we see that encoded message transferred and decoded easily by the decoder. So without any problems actually, and that's why we call it dominant hegemonic transformation model by Stuart Hall. So second example, Swiss bank is cutting 9,000 jobs in the restructuring program after a series of scandals. Here we see negotiated position transformation. It states that language is not fixed and can be contested, and it's a different group may negotiate and contest the meaning of certain terms or concepts. In the context of the sentence about the Swiss bank cutting jobs in a restructuring program, the use of the term restructuring may be seen as a euphemism for job cuts or layoffs. However, different groups may negotiate and contest the meaning of this term, with some arguing that it's necessary for the bank to restructure in order to improve its operations and avoid future scandals, while others may argue that it's simply a way for a bank to cut costs and increase profits at the expense of its employees. So we see that here people may understand, comprehend the euphemism based on their own social background, educational background. So, and negotiated position is about it. And third one, last one is oppositional position transformation model. European Central Bank is poised to launch first round of quantitative easing on Thursday, years after the world central banks embarked on monetary stimulus. So here we have that it reveals that there are also groups in society who actively resist the dominant group's language and discourse. In the context of the sentence, this could include individuals, organizations who are critically of quantitative easing as a policy tool. They may use language that highlights the potential negative consequence of such a policy, such as inflation or increased debt. Furthermore, whole theory acknowledges that language is not fixed and can be contested and negotiated. Therefore, even within the oppositional group, there may be different interpretations and response to the language used around quantitative easing. Some may call for alternative policies, while others may advocate for more transparency and accountability in the decision-making process. So in other words, as a way that people interpret media message is not solely determined by the intentions of the producers, but also by their own experiences and perspectives. This theory has important implications for understanding how people make sense of economic euphemisms like restructuring, quantitative easing, which may be interpreted differently depending on one's position in society. So, solutions and conclusion. To prevent confusion and misinterpretation, it's important for individuals to understand economic euphemisms and be able to decode their true meaning. This requires a basic understanding of economics and an awareness of the common euphemisms used in the field. In addition, policymakers, economists, and business leaders should strive to communicate their message in a clear and concise manner. This means avoiding complex jargon and technical terms that may be difficult for the ordinary people to understand. Instead, they should use plain language and provide clear explanation of their policies and decisions. On the decoding side, individuals can seek out resources that explain economic concepts in simple terms. This can include educational materials provided by government agencies or non-profit organizations, as well as news articles and opinion pieces written by experts in this field. Another solution is to promote transparency in policymaking by providing clear explanation of policies and their implications. This can help build trust in government and institutions and ensure that individuals are making informed decisions based on accurate information. So economic euphemisms can be a useful tool for discussing difficult economic situations, but they can also obscure the true nature of the situation and make it harder to address underlying problems. It's important for economists to be aware of these euphemisms and to critically examine the language used in economic discussions. Only by doing so can we have a more honest and effective conversation about the challenges facing our economy. Overall, promoting clarity and transparency in communication can help overcome linguistic barriers and improve understanding of economic policies and their effects. So that's all. I hope I could
Yeah, you fit the time. Very good.
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
great, great.
Yes, amazing
So,
presentation.
thank you very much.
Yeah,
If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Yes, I mean, wonderful presentation, and if the most important, you fit the time limit, which is very important. Really appreciate. I think people, yeah, they could ask a question directly, either sending a message or by email, etc. Thank you for being with us and sharing your time with us despite your very busy schedule. It's a pleasure for us. Really appreciate.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So, Dr. Majid Askar, are you here with us?
Yes, I just joined the meeting.
Yes,
I had tried a lot. It was a very hard struggle actually to.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Okay, let me introduce another speaker, Dr. Majid Askar, Islamic Azad University in Hindaj branch. He will talk about learners' interest in the ignored aspect of material selection, TOEFL. Please, floor is yours, Dr. Majid Askar. And nice to have you here. It's a pleasure for us.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me say hello to other colleagues that are in the meeting. I don't know their names actually, but I think they are the members of plenaries, and they are the speakers. And thank you for the invitation that you had. It was really hard for me. It is the first time actually in my life and career I'm using Zoom. And if there are inconveniences, please forgive me. And I think I'm a bit late. Well, because I was trying to do that because I had heard actually Zoom was not available for us in Iran because of sanctions or other issues. But as you said, other speakers have presented their presentation. I was encouraged to try, and I tried a lot, got help from friends and colleagues. Finally, I'm happy that I've joined the meeting, the forum. Let me say hello to your other, I don't know, listeners or viewers if they are seeing and watching the meeting. And first of all, certainly I should thank Dr. Akbarov because of, and also his team because of the hard work, and certainly for such gatherings and meetings. There is a lot of work for organizing and arranging the meeting. And I'm sure you have done a lot, and I thank you for all you have done. And you have been able to provide this chance for us and friends and colleagues to share their ideas on different issues. And this will certainly help promote scientific cooperation between the two countries and universities and the experts. Well, I'm really pleased to be here actually and join the forum. Well, the topic I've given is learners' interest and ignored aspect in material selection in TOEFL teaching of English as a foreign language. Well, the topic comes from my own concern actually, and it is an area I have studied a lot and published some papers on this because you know, interest is and has a very important role in education and particularly in second or foreign language learning. It is defined as actually heightened attention and emotional engagement that emerges when a person has a positive interaction with the content area or task. Well, this definition was given by Susan Heidi, and I was actually inspired mostly by her articles, which had been studied in this area. And then she and also other experts, of course, there are other definitions as well about the topic of interest, which is one of the affective factors that are important and impressive in the area of language teaching. But I think just that definition is okay, as we are the limit of time. We are facing the limit of time for presentation. But I'd like to mention that there are three types of interest usually discussed. And the first one is situational interest, which is the focused attention and the affective reaction triggered in the moment by environmental stimuli, which may or may not last over time. It is particular or specific for just for some situations, specific situations. And the other one is individual interest, which refers to a person's relatively enduring predisposition to re-engage in particular content over time. And well, this type of interest is believed to be topic specific and have long-lasting personal value. Also, a third type of interest is known or has been defined, which I can refer to it as experts commonly refer to it sometimes as topic interest or title interest, but mostly topic interest, which was introduced by Amy first and Heidi and Brenda. It was assumed to be a learner's level of interest when a specific topic is studied, actually. Well, this was the short description or introduction that I could provide about the topic I'd like to talk about and discuss. But as I said, the concern was mostly coming from my own concern in my mind, in my career, in the classes that I was facing in the universities or even English schools. We had some texts or material that were not welcome or were not actually listened to or watched by some or read by some students. And we started in a research, actually a series of research using different methods of research like questionnaires and testing. And then we tried to tailor or match the materials based on the interest of the learners that attended different classes. The results of our study clearly showed that when the materials are matched and tailored to the interest of the students from the early days, and the performance, particularly in reading comprehension, improves, and also their interest and motivation to learn more, to attend classes more, also fosters, and it was a big change in our study because this ended in an increase in the level of attention in both classes and in both also meetings. So we decided to develop the study more, and we also used questionnaires to ask teachers as well, and also learners to see how much or how or what kind of role, what type of role they have in selecting the materials that are being used as teaching materials or pedagogical materials for the students and for learners. What we found was very strange and maybe stranger than usual actually, and nearly all the students agreed that they hadn't had any role in selecting materials, and their decision or their willingness, their interest actually was truly ignored by the material developers. Azamat, do you have my voice? Are you following me?
Yes.
Okay, it's okay. Yes, thank you. And this was also ignored in the teachers area. I mean, even teachers were not considered to have any important role in material selection. Again, a large number of teachers we interviewed agreed that they didn't have any role in selecting materials. Well, the result was actually the point that either the materials were so old or somehow were decided by some people who even were not English teachers sometimes. Well, then the other finding was that this interest changed regularly. I mean, by the passage of time, the interest changed. You know, sometimes some students, for example, were interested in sports. The other groups, after 5 years or 10 years, their interest was mostly on other areas like music, arts, or I don't know, even by the change that we are experiencing in the world because of the advance in technology and actually in different areas of human life. And this everyday change that is happening in all areas nearly. And ultimately in the educational and pedagogic matters. So this is not considered and it is not taken into account, while the research studies in different research projects show that interest is very important and have to be taken into account more than this, at least. Well, then, as you have mentioned in your email, I think I have only 15 minutes and I'm in the last minutes, I think. Well, I have some suggestions for this problem actually to improve it or to give some help actually to solve the problem. Well, I think in interest or importance of interest has to be emphasized in different events like this or other conferences or journals, so that it is important and has to be seen and has to be considered especially in material selection, and so that we have some tailored and well-selected materials that are liked at least by most of our students in classes and any learning or English teaching events. The other suggestion is interest has to be taken into the work. I think our material developers or curriculum planners should notice that if they have chosen or if they can select materials that are based on the interest of the learners. Well, normally this has actually better performance for learners, better benefits for teachers. Well, it is help for all stakeholders, I think. So this importance has to be considered. And also, the last suggestion is this should be done regularly in some time intervals, for example, every 2 years or every 5 years. So that because the interest of people, because of the large amount of advancement that we are having experience in different areas is actually spreading. So the interest and tendencies are changing. So they may change, and we have to change the material selection based on that change that is happening. Let me thank you again and other colleagues and your team for arranging this forum. It was a great chance and a real good chance and job for me. I'm really pleased to attend this forum. Yes, Azamat.
Yeah, wonderful, Majid. Really appreciate. Finally, you joined the conference, and I'm really happy. I mean that all delegation from Iran today, they did their best to be the part of the conference, and another professor, Fatima Behjat from Islamic Azad University in Abade, she couldn't join due to her very busy schedule and classes, and she sent a video to us, and I will share it by email to all of you guys so you can watch the video in available time. So this is the end of the conference. This is the end of the forum. And I'm really happy that we survived actually. Yeah, due to the Ramadan, and I'm sitting just next to this computer from 10 a.m. morning, and I'm very happy that we did our best, because I personally invited each of you guys for this forum, and I thought that I should be staying around you and just to give a full support for all your endeavors. And I know that conference also, it's a new way reinventing yourself. So you are learning a lot of things, and you are making a new topic for the new you are making a new topic and trying to allocate your time. Sometimes such conferences and forums will shape another new paper or another new project for you. And for myself, I learned many things today from each of you guys. And this is, I think, the essence of networking. Because while you are communicating and following such conferences, there are two ways. Either you will be certain that you're on the right path, whatever you are doing, it's a good thing, like the theories and your claim in scientific way, or you will analyze that you are in a wrong way, because the things that you are writing, it's dead. I mean, no one is interested in the world except you. And whatever you're writing, this is just, it's a trash. So the conference actually polish your mind and gives a reassurance that you're on the right way. So that's why, and plus spreading awareness. I mean, what's going on in the world in the field of linguistics or translation studies or discourse analysis, etc. And plus, finally, it's a get together. So you are like, using the Zoom platform, you can access any part of the world, so you can meet the people without spending any money. That's also good. You will spend your money for your own journey. Yeah, this is also good. Yeah, and plus we are neighboring countries. I mean, Iran and Uzbekistan for centuries. I mean, from Achaemenid period empire, like from the Darius, and from like it's like 1,000 years before Christ, I think. Now we have facing absolutely new pages of cooperation between two countries, and I think always scholars should be the pioneer of establishing very good networking and ties between two countries, because you are writing articles and people are reading all those articles. You can say Iranian are not very good because of such a habits, and people will dislike them. I mean, they will never travel. Or vice versa, you will write something bad about Uzbekistan, so people will be afraid of that. So this is stereotypes, unfortunately, and stereotypes are usually developing due to the ignorance, due to the lack of information, due to the hatred feelings. So we are the scholars, we are the most tolerant job holders in the world. So we are uniting people. We say, no, I mean, people are very nice. This is just a custom. This is just a tradition that's inherited for the last 1,000 years. So I think, yeah, thank you, Dr. Djumabayeva, for you as well. Yeah, and this is just one of the projects I'm planning for this year, and hopefully I will make such a forum for with Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Japan, South Korea, Germany, France, and Slovenia as well, hopefully. And plus, there is another forum on translation studies, for it's intercultural studies and translation studies as well. Anyway, if you're interested, you can send your paper for the special issue of the journal. So those who will send email, I will reply back by the sample of the paper, full paper, and hopefully we can compile a very good journal together with you guys. So, I mean, you will enjoy that. It really deserves its value. You spent many hours or weeks, I don't know, preparing for the forum. So this is the end. If any comment or feedback or suggestions or complaints even, so you are free to do that. Appreciate. Yeah, go on.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude for all the hard work and effort you put into organization, Mr. Dr. Azamat Akbarov. It was, as usual, perfect, organized, and very, very informative. Thank you very much.
Appreciate, yeah, thank you.
Dear
Okay,
Dr. Akbarov, I want to express my great gratitude for providing this opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So all the best to you guys. Enjoy your iftar. Ramadan Kareem. Yes.
Please, yes. And like other colleagues, I'd like to express my gratitude and great thanks actually to all your effort you have done to arrange this conference. Thank you to you and all your colleagues.
Yes. Thank you.
I'd like also to express my gratitude, great gratitude to you, Dr. Azamat Akbarov, because from myself and from Karakalpak State University, big thanks to you. Great.
Yeah, Karakalpak
it was
forever.
It was great.
Yeah, thank you.
It moved our speed. It gives us a high mood, I think, for all of us.
Yes,
being
yes,
together,
thank you.
I mean.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks
for
a lot.
all participants. Thank you, Azamat Akbarov, for inviting to this big event. So it lasted online. The event lasted more than 8 hours. So
Yeah, marathon.
yeah, it was very productive, informative, and we wait such kind of online events, face-to-face events with you, with the colleagues from Iran. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. And regarding certificate. Yeah, Svetlana, yeah.
Thank you very much. This is the second time in my life when I speak in conference in English. It's very, very important for me. Thank you for all.
Yeah, yeah, you're a great lady. Yes, absolutely. So, and also regarding your certificates, it's just next to me. I'm going to sign and put the stamp, and I will send back to the University of Exec and Social Sciences, and then I will send you email the contact person, and you may get your certificate from Tashkent. And for those who are out of Uzbekistan, I will send you the PDF version as well by email. So enjoy your iftar and see you very soon. All the best. Salomat bo'lin, ishlaringizga omad. Mayli ko'rishguncha.
Rahmat.
Alloh hafiz.